for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Gas fee. Gas fees are payments made by users to compensate for the computing energy required to process and validate transactions on a smart contract blockchain, originally referring to such fees on the Ethereum blockchain. Gas limit refers to the maximum amount of gas or energy that you're willing to spend on a particular transaction, and you can put that in your gas tank.
This goes out to all my OG holders. Legend Gang. Coin Bros. I just woke up in the morning, check that market cap. We up. Shout out to my dog, what you barking at? What up, dog? A package at my door, man, I've been waiting. Hope the UPS guy ready for a conversation. We gon' talk about this crypto if you like it or not. Shut up, Jordan Belfort, bitches, shit ain't in stock. I'm that dude reppin' that blockchain on the block. Talking crypto with my neighbors while they taking a walk. And my girl love talking crypto with me. Got my son straight, ICO picking with me. Legend gang, man, I keep it with me. Better take a long lunch if you with me. We gon' talk about it, we gon' talk about the dip. John McCaffrey told me Bitcoin to $1 million, or he gon' eat his own dick. Ever seen a grown man eat his own dick?
What? No, hell no.
We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear we talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a piss. I'll be talking crypto in the Uber or Lyft. Talking crypto when my daughter's making the wish. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a seat on the bus, riding to a meetup. I'm talking like-minded people there to greet us. I'm talking Krispy Kremes, endless margaritas, man. I'll be talking crypto to the dude in the mall cleaning sneakers. This is peer-to-peer, ain't got time for waiting. This is peer-to-peer, don't need no bank statement. I got the QR tenant for that fast payment.
Ooh, that's not matching up right. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
Yeah, we the Coin Bros, all we talk is that crypto, baby. So if you ain't about that, get the F out my face, dog.
We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
We talking crypto, we talking crypto.
Look at the camera, say we talking crypto.
Hi, my name is Rob Cannon. I'm the CTO of Geometry Labs, and I'm happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hi, I'm Galen. I'm the CTO at Mousebelt, and I'm happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference and a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've carried kind of different topics and themes over the last year. Super excited to be launching a Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne, discussing base layers, layer ones, layer twos, basically what blockchain technology is all about. And so we'll be highlighting that, showcasing that for all of you, watching here. You'll walk away with some good content and education to kind of help you understand what we've all been working on for quite some time. So we've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator, or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mouseball University program. Our main objective and goals are simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. So, basically, we seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Very excited today about this discussion. One of our proud sponsors, Icon, actually supports us at every event. They're one of the official sponsors. Lucky for them to be a part of it and providing us ecosystem projects, teams, and leaders from the community. So without further ado, I've been talking a lot here on the intro. I want to go ahead and introduce you to our next speaker, which is Robert Cannon, CTO of Geometry Labs. How you doing, Robert? Welcome to the show.
Nice to be here.
Awesome. I also have today Galen Danziger, CTO of Mousebelt. How you doing, Galen?
Happy to be here.
All right. Galen's going to kind of be a co-host, guest speaker with Robert. They've been working together for quite some time now on Balance Network, which is a DApp developed on Icon, which we'll get into in a little bit. But without going into it too much, Robert, this is the first time of you participating. We'd love to kind of get your backstory real quick. Everybody has their own rabbit hole story. Everybody's kind of dove into blockchain crypto, through crazy journeys and all that. Tell us your 3-minute spiel on how you got into blockchain crypto.
Sure. My route into crypto is a little circuitous. I started off in oil and gas industry, actually. On oil rigs, and then up in the office, got my master's in petroleum engineering. But worked in the industry for a while and decided to dip out and start my own company focusing on AI and in the space and still blockchain. And so I did a lot of work in there trying to get that off the ground and really focus on DevOps. But unfortunately, that startup didn't work out. So I ended up trying to get a job back in the industry with data analytics, focusing on those types of things. Ended up going to a fellowship program called Insight, which is sort of where Geometry Labs got born out of. Went there to do a fellowship, and they basically do a lot of the same stuff that Mousebelt does, but more on the data analytics side, getting people just out of college or just out of their postdoc or whatever, and getting sort of tuned up to be able to work in the industry. So I did that program, and my project during that program was working with Icon, and so that's my real intro to blockchain. That was a couple of years ago. I'm interested in it, didn't really know much about the specifics, the technical details, but coming from the background of DevOps and all those types of things, I figured I had a lot to offer and a lot of different skills that weren't necessarily as prevalent in the blockchain space as I really thought that they would be. I ended up working with Insight, focusing on Icon for a couple of years, and then out of that, we founded Geometry Labs. So Geometry Labs, it's a DeFi and blockchain focused startup. We work with a number of different ecosystems, Icon being one of the biggest ones that we spend a lot of energy on. And so within that, we've got a number of different facets of the company. We've got some research side. We're doing work with the QRL Foundation, which is building a quantum resistant ledger. So we got some cryptographers who are working on those types of projects. We've done work with Zcash, Polkadot, Icon, number of different blockchains, doing different types of DevOps projects and development projects and the like. And then also we're, because we were really sort of like a consultancy before, we wanted to give ourselves a little bit more room and sort of like the growth trajectory to be able to build products and whatnot. So we separated from Insight. We're now independently run, and we have our own sort of like finances going on so that we can delve a little bit more into products, a lot like Mouse Belt, you know? So yeah, that's sort of the journey through.
Awesome. Now that's good to hear. And that's a great journey, kind of touching a little bit on everything, settling your feet, you know, good to for you to kind of express or explain. You know, we have a lot of students right now, a lot of developers, right, trying to figure out the career paths, making switches, not working out. So it seems like a lot of hard work was put in, and you know, you landed on your feet. So you're talking about quite a few protocols, you know, that you worked with, Zcash and a few others. What do you think are some of the, and we'll stick to Icon, like, what do you think some of the features that Icon offers, and what does your team do to kind of bring out those features, add to them? As you mentioned, you guys do a bunch of things. How do you add value to the Icon blockchain? Because you guys do a lot of work.
Right. So we focus on the off-chain component specifically, right? So we don't really write smart contracts. There's a very exciting smart contract ecosystem going on in there and everything like that. We don't really work on that. We're specifically working on lifting events off the blockchain and then representing them with off-chain solutions. And there's a lot of need for that. I mean, if you think about blockchain, it's a database, right? But it's not the most usable database in the world, right? The interfaces that you have to sort of interact with it, it's really good at sort of like getting records and things like that. But when you talk about like aggregations, for instance, or you're trying to do any kind of machine learning or AI against blockchains, it becomes very, very difficult. I mean, you can't, first off, it's just impractical to really do machine learning directly in a smart contract or anything like that, you know, just too computationally difficult and whatnot. You know, we're still living in the kind of like, you know, the relevant, the basically like punch cards for computing, you know, that's where we're at right now with blockchain, you know, trying to do whatever we can to get all of our algorithms to be, you know, just a hair more efficient and whatnot, you know. So a lot of the stuff that like a lot of people, a lot of developers are sort of used to when they're developing and they want to sort of use blockchain, it's not necessarily directly there. They want to be able to, you know, get lots of records at the same time, or they want to do batch submissions, different things like that. It's just not quite practical with sort of like the native interface of the blockchain. So what we do is we've built like basically indexers that we collect all the data that comes off the blockchain, and we do that live. So we take all of those records, and basically all those records are like transactions and blocks. Those are like sort of the base unit of a blockchain, right? And from all those transactions, you can like look into those transactions, you can look at the event logs, and you can look at different characteristics of those transactions and try to reassemble what's actually going on in the whole domain of the blockchain. So for instance, if you want to have like a notion of like an account, for instance, like a wallet, right? A wallet, you wouldn't, you know, there's no like, you know, thing, you know, data representation on the blockchain that says I created a wallet. You know, a new wallet is basically a transaction into an address that, you know, it's never been seen before, basically. That's a new wallet, right? So, you know, if we're going to be able to get like lists of wallets, for instance, and stuff like that, we have to be able to reassemble all that data that's coming off the blockchain in the form of transactions and whatnot, and try to like, you know, denormalize it into a lot of the sort of like domain objects that we're used to like understanding and sort of like interacting with when we're talking about the blockchain as a developer, at least.
So yeah, with these tools, how do you say that the presence of tools impacts someone wanting to build on a chain? Like if someone has these tools available, do you see a lot more people gravitating towards those platforms to build applications on them? Or are people working on building their own tooling no matter what?
It depends on your background and what you're trying to do, you know? So if you're like, you know, a JavaScript developer, you know, you're really good with front end type of stuff, you know, you're trying to build apps and whatnot. A lot of this type of stuff, it wouldn't be like necessary for you to have this in order for you to develop on the blockchain by any stretch. You know, you're going to be able to get all your kind of data that you need to sort of like satisfy your base business logic and stuff like that with like the native interface of a blockchain. But when you're trying to do a little bit more, when you're trying to like see, for instance, a good example of this is if you were building a dApp that was like a wallet, for instance, right? And you would be most interested in if you had your wallet, like say a balance over time, right? That's a pretty critical little measurement that you just want to see, like, oh, you know, if you go to your bank or you go to Coinbase, right? All that data is there, and it shows you when, you know, boom, you deposited some money or withdrawn some money or whatever, you know? And so if you see a lot of wallets out there, you generally only see like the dollar value, right? The amount of money that you sort of have at the point in time right now. But to be able to assemble those high resolution plots is very, very difficult. And you can kind of see it in different wallets, right? Some of them will have that plot, but it's very coarse, you know, and it'll be like, you know, maybe a couple data points and it'll be like, you know, swirling around over time, you know? But like to really retrieve like a high resolution plot of balance over time, that requires a whole lot of computation that you can't really do in sort of like a browser or anything like that, you know? So like, I mean, yes, you could always build a wallet, but to build the wallet that shows, you know, the balance over time or different sort of like measurements like that, you're going to need to have the sort of off-chain infrastructure that's able to deliver that type of data in a responsive way and not just, you know, say query the blockchain 1,000 times to lift all those data points out to get the plot, you know, that type of stuff doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what's been sort of the feedback, I guess? I mean, I think at one point, right, everybody was focusing, and you guys are obviously providing value, adding value to not only the protocol itself, but like the developer community. What has been some of the feedback on kind of how Geometry's been able to support, you know, Icon, and not only Icon, but others, but not only that, really developers to, you know, build some dApps, build some applications, build X, Y, and Z, because at one point a couple years ago, everybody was just building blockchains and they realized how hard it was. And even if you did build it, now you need to have all the other documentation, the resources, you know, the infrastructure, the tooling. So what's been some of the feedback, I guess, across the board that you've noticed from developers that, you know, might get developers to a better spot to start not worrying about retooling or building from scratch, and now just, you know, being able to rock and roll?
Right. It's a good question. So like what we sort of found was that like everybody sort of needed the same stuff, right? They needed the way of getting data back out of the blockchain, for instance, you know, that's like ubiquitous across any kind of dApp that you're trying to build, right? And so what we saw like before building a lot of our tooling, that like a lot of people were trying to solve that same challenge in their own unique way, right? And so you didn't really have like a lot of general purpose tools that were sort of like, you know, get data off blockchain type of tools, you know, that a lot of people were adopting and a lot of people were sort of like contributing to in an open source manner, you know? So a lot of the tooling that we're building right now, and you know, we're getting out there right now, is really sort of meant to solve some of the same challenges that everybody's sort of already solved, but do it in a more sort of like canonical way, in a way that like, you know, can be more usable in other methods. It's more generalized. It's, you know, runs in, you know, the proper application formats and packaged the right way with the right tests, all the like, you know, bells and whistles, so that it can be used in a variety of ways. You know, it's like, you know, it's really hard to make software that works, right? It's really hard to make, it's twice as hard to make software that other people use. And it's, you know, even harder to make reusable stuff beyond that, you know? You know, we're trying to build things that are just sort of like more generalized, that like can be sort of like the building blocks to a lot of different applications and whatnot, you know? One of the things we did in Icon, for instance, was we built WebSockets, which didn't exist before. WebSockets are just an API that allow you to be able to get live data streams that are coming off the blockchain. And so we're finding that, you know, there's a lot of applications that like they, you know, for every single click, for instance, if they submitted a transaction into the blockchain, they have to submit it in, and then they have to, it's called like a spray and pray, I think is what they call it, because, you know, you push a transaction out and then you just hit the node like 20 times to see if it came back out on the other side, right? You know, and that's a really inefficient way of doing things. And so if you think about a dApp, if you're, you know, clicking on a transaction, that will result in like maybe a couple second delay, 6-second delay or whatever, you know, each time you're trying to, you know, do something on the blockchain. So what we're doing is trying to build interfaces that would bring that, you know, that transaction down to as fast as possible. And instead of sending, say, you know, 100 requests to see if your transaction went through after you submitted the transaction, to basically open up a WebSocket connection so that the data just kind of comes right back to you right when it happens, or as soon as, you know, we're able to lift it off the chain, basically.
Yeah, and as someone who's consumed some of these APIs on a project, some geometry APIs, I can say it really makes the applications come to life. Having the page respond to you instead of having to keep pulling a chain to figure out whether your transaction went through. It's just a more natural way to develop.
Yeah. I mean, I think we need to, in general, in blockchain, be like focusing on like the developer experience and a lot of that type of stuff. If we make it easier for developers, adoption is just going to go through the roof. You know, the simpler you can, like, blockchain really should just be like a middleware layer. You know, it should be just a little bit of code that you throw into your existing application, and then all of a sudden, it's not just, you know, you're using blockchain as your data source, and it's like really in the middle of your application. You know, that's
just part of the stack, right? Just like a tool, part of the stack that you can integrate and implement, which is you know, to leverage all the other technologies that are kind of booming. Shouldn't, you know, that's kind of the goal, I guess, we're all going for. I have a question for the both of you, and maybe I'll start off with you, Gavin. Like, how do we educate our developers to learn about this stuff? Like, obviously we want more developers developing and coming on board. You know, what have you seen, or what do you think we should do to continue not only like building the tools, but like letting them know that tools are here so that they can run with them and do what they wish?
I mean, good documentation definitely helps if people can find out that the tools are there, they're present, they're easy to use. But once someone's written a really good tool, or like a really good developer product, it gets adopted pretty fast. Like, even some blockchains that had, rather than just starting from scratch with the NFT boom, when they had slightly better infrastructure for issuing an NFT and easier ways to like discover or pull data out of the blockchain for them, everyone just starts issuing NFTs over there. As soon as there's a good tool that's useful, developers will switch from a bad tool to a good tool pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely echoing like the documentation and all that type of stuff. Like, open source projects are really, really difficult to build in a canonical fashion that are just like people can feel comfortable that the interface that they're going to build their application around is not going to change. You know, it's not just some like, you know, some crap that some developer threw together and it's untested or whatever. You know, there's a lot of barriers to kind of get projects up to like, you know, quality open source code and whatnot, you know. So we're getting there, you know. There's and, you know, good documentation, good APIs that do, you know, what you want, things like that. Self-documenting APIs with, you know, API specs, all those things are really critical. And there's just so many box checkers that like you have to sort of do to get good open source projects off the ground and everything like that, you know.
And what about like security and risk? Like, how do you manage when you're building some tooling and products for others to use? Like, are there mechanisms or ways to like make sure, you know, it's battle tested or, you know, making sure that it's not going to crap on anyone? Like, are these concerns or challenges, or, you know, are we at a point where, you know, things that we build as far as tooling goes are secure? Like, do we need to be worried about vulnerabilities and stuff?
I mean, yeah, you always have to worry about that type of stuff. I think it's a matter of like, you don't know what you don't know type of thing with a lot of this. And like, you know, you can build a lot of tools, and if you're really going to get there, you have to do the pen testing, you have to do the fuzz testing, the chaos testing, all of the testing and everything like that needs to be done. But, you know, on the budgets and the pace that we're generally trying to move at, you know, a lot of this stuff kind of goes by the wayside, unfortunately. I'm not saying that it's, you know, a lot of this stuff is, you know, like, it's pretty secure. You know what a lot of like the basics are, you know, but a lot of the stuff like, and you're doing all of that, you know, but yeah, a lot of the stuff is kind of getting into 0 days and stuff like that. You'll never be able to really kind of get to the bottom of it.
And touching on the security a little bit, especially if you have a tool like an indexer or like an off-chain tool, you have many consumers of that data. Do you think there's a risk if one of these tools, maybe like even if it's Etherscan or if it's Infra or something that gets hit and malicious data is put in, is that a big attack target?
Yeah, I mean, I think about it for sure. I mean, we do all the enterprise like security features to kind of make sure that things are right. Like for instance, SSH keys, like simple things like that. We create those on Cubes, which is like Edward Snowden's OS, right? For storing secrets, we use Vault, HashiCorp Vault, which is like the most enterprise, secret store, most robust out there. And You know, every secret has MTLS, little things like that. It's a ton of work, you know, but those are like box checkers that you have to sort of get through, you know, to make sure that you're running something that people can't hack, because you're absolutely right, you know, especially, you know, in Fura, like it would be really hard to like hack in Fura and change, you know, chain data there, right? There's a whole robust, you know, consensus mechanism going on behind that, you know, that would be pretty difficult to get around. But when you're talking about centralized data stores and relying on that data and having people use that data to make transactions or decisions or whatever, absolutely, there's, you know, there's tons of concerns about people changing that to be able to, you know, do whatever they're trying to do or whatever, because it's a lot easier because you just have to access the database and update a record, you know. But there's like just a ton of like, you know, security procedures that you just have to make sure you're aware of, like key origination and you know, using proper secret stores, using identities wherever you can instead of like, you know, static variables, you know, or static passwords, you know, tokens all over the place, things like that, you know. It's a ton of work, but it's all like, these are not like unsolved problems. I want to say, like, it's like enterprise and banks, people like that, they've been dealing with this forever, you know. It's just a matter of sort of taking that stuff and bringing it over to blockchain, basically, you know, and seeing where it makes the most sense to implement. And for centralized data stores, it absolutely does.
You guys worked on a recent project together, Balanced Network. What are some of like the key features of developing on Icon, Galen? I'll start with you. Like, you've developed on a lot of protocols. The topic and theme of this event really is Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. You know, at one point, everybody was siloed and you know, tribalism a little bit in terms of like, oh, just use this blockchain, that blockchain. It seems like things obviously, which is great, going in the right direction of like opening it up, interoperable, you know, collaborating with each other, figuring it all out. Galen, you know, for a developer that's looking to potentially develop on Icon, what are some of the things that you like, that a developer would like, or why should one build on Icon in general?
So Icon has some things I like. It has some things that I'm also not so fond of. But overall, I think it's a pretty good platform. So I mean, one nice thing, and it really differs from the other ones, is Solidity has been a really heavily used language. Solidity, and in particular the EVM on which it runs, is really heavily used in smart contracts. And Icon doesn't have that. They have the system Score. It's I believe smart contracts on a reliable environment, I think is what it's short for.
That's it.
But yeah, it interprets a lot like Python that you upload for all of your smart contracts. And Python, I'd say, is a much easier language to use. There's just a lot more resources out there. It's a nicer language, I think, than Solidity. That said, there's just so much of a wealth of Solidity code for blockchain applications and well-tested, audited ways to do certain things that just because Solidity was there first, it's easier to do secure things that way. Python, you just don't have a strong set of audited by OpenZeppelin set of contracts that, you know, many teams have been over and nobody's found a way to steal money out of it. Every single thing is untested and there's just a lot more uncertainty there. So that's sort of a downside, although it is easier to develop with. I'd say the blockchain in general is pretty nice to work with. It has had issues sometimes with uptime, but overall it's pretty fast. You have pretty good transactional throughput. The fees are cheap and it's easy to develop on. So I'd say overall Icon's been a nice platform to use.
Nice. Any feedback there, Robert? You want to tack on or anything, or you know, how was your experience? Obviously, you've worked with multiple chains, and you can maybe compare and contrast to others. We have people tuning in that are trying to figure out what is blockchain, and we have people that are trying to figure out what blockchain should I use, right? Two different things. One, I'm trying to figure out what is a blockchain, and then two, I'm trying to figure out what's the best blockchain for me. So you worked with a variety of chains and ecosystems and communities. What are some of your thoughts, maybe at a high level, not only with Icon, but a few others that, you've taken away and maybe opened your eyes a little bit, or you learned more about, or just kind of, we're moving in the right direction as far as being able to develop on a blockchain. And we kind of touched on a lot of the tooling and the infrastructure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not really a chain maximalist kind of person, so it's not like there's the best blockchain. It's the blockchain that's sort of like best for your purpose, right?
Totally.
Icon's interface is, their smart contract language is different. It's written in Python now, but it's going to be written in Java soon. They're going to have Java smart contracts, which is going to bring a ton of new features. And Java is the most popular programming language in the world. So, and this, it is like, I think, well, there is an EVM based Java language that recently got announced, but I mean, when everything gets released, Icon will have probably one of the most, built out Java-based smart contracting language, which is really exciting. I think that can bring in a lot of different use cases, particularly since Java is kind of like the enterprise programming language, du jour out there, right? And Icon's fast. The interface is very similar to Ethereum. You shouldn't expect that things are going to be very different as far as like the outputs and how the event logs get dealt with and different things like that. There's a lot of crossovers from there. It's fast, it's easy to use. Generally it's like a very well-rounded blockchain, I would say, for its purpose. It's not like, going too hard in the paint in any kinds of like specific features that would sort of like edge out different use cases or whatever. It's just pretty generically good, and does what it's supposed to do, whereas a lot of other blockchains, they're just sort of like, slower block times. You can't do this, but you can do that type of things. Icon's got a little bit of everything.
How do you guys feel about chains being interoperable with each other? At first, I kind of just come to realize this recently, just kind of in general, like there's interoperable being able to like swap tokens, but then there's also, data, right? Like being able to transfer data in and out. And then like some of the security risks that pose to that. How do you guys see like chains being interoperable? And we're obviously talking about base layers and ones and twos. And like, do you think it's good for, either community? Do you think that like provides risk? One thing that I've heard is like, people want to their chain or whoever they're developing on to be interoperable with another, but it's more beyond that, like on the fundamentals. And you might see it more, Robert, on kind of, these different metrics of what should matter when you connect to another chain, not just for, hype reasons or whatever, but really there's like security, technical issues, philosophical issues, and it's not literally just bridging. So do you think like bridging chains is like a good thing, bad thing, or, to what degree do you see this as beneficial?
I think it's just absolutely necessary. It's not a matter of if you should do it. I think that anybody who's not doing it is basically gonna, not survive type of deal. And you can't just create like little self-contained ecosystems and think that you're gonna get all the users to just, buy into your one chain. It just has to go in that direction, And I think it'll be good for Icon in a lot of different ways. Obviously BTP, the blockchain transmission protocol, which is Icon's bridge, right? That'll be coming up soon, and it'll be introduce a layer of interoperability with Polkadot that should gain access to one of the more an extremely exciting ecosystem over there and a lot of activity. So in that sense, Icon is going to sort of like join the network of chains and fill a more specific purpose when that comes out and everything like that. It'll be part of the broader ecosystem. So yeah, it just has to happen, kind of deal from my perspective.
Totally. What about you, Galen? You kind of feel the same sentiment there? Like it's required?
Absolutely. There's no single world currency. There's no single world financial platform. People just sort of use what works for them and then eventually have to make them talk to each other. I think it would be very hard to have a single platform do everything that everybody wants. And platforms that don't operate well with others will probably be used a little bit less.
Nice. Let's move over to DeFi a little bit. You guys worked on a DeFi project together. What are still some of the obstacles? And maybe I'll start with you, Gavin. What are some of the obstacles that DeFi still has, the challenges? Is it still UI UX? Have we come a long ways? I've been noticing like hybrid, CeFi and DeFi like coming together to aggregate. Is this all good for either user, or like what's your perspective on where DeFi lands? What 1 year into kind of after the DeFi summer boom?
Yeah, I think DeFi is a really cool concept. Definitely having applications, letting people, imagine any financial product, create a smart contract for it, and now you have a marketplace. That's really cool. You can test ideas out really fast. You have a similar concept with derivatives. Like you can come up with anything, write a contract, and it's a derivative now. And then maybe the really big ones get more like commoditized. But you have the same concept with just any parties interacting on a blockchain. I think some of the downsides of it is, especially in a smart contract, certain things just aren't as fast. They don't work as well. You don't get the same quality of execution as you would on regular centralized exchanges. So if you look at like the most popular way of trading money right now in DeFi, you have the AMM DEX. On a centralized exchange, if I don't like the price at which I'm trading, if I have a limit order, I just move to the price that I like. I come up with some here. I think the fair value is. I come up with. I trade at that price. On an AMM contract, my money's stuck in the pool. If maybe the rest of the world or a very large exchange where most of the volume is decides it's at a different price, I'm now just on the hook for whoever wants to, trade. I am on the hook to trade at the price in the AMM pool. So I think there's some aspects of things that centralized finance just has better execution on that haven't made it to DeFi.
Oh, Galen, you muted.
Sorry about that. I think my audio cut. So I think there's some things that haven't made it to DeFi, but overall, DeFi is improving quite a bit, and it's getting better every day.
Yeah, just to bridge on that. I mean, like we're such in the nascent stages of all of this type of stuff right now, and there definitely has been a critical mass where you're starting to see like a lot of different projects sort of building on one another. Where you have like AMMs, now you're getting more options providers and different projects like that start to fill up the landscape and everything like that. And these are, again, just like, financial tools that people need to express, other real world value items, and they empower all kinds of different use cases and stuff like that. So, I mean, I think we've seen a boom in the interest in especially, DeFi with AMMs and everything like that. But you're going to start to see more and more different solutions that sort of like solve some of the pain points around that. For instance, like, doing speculative executions on different options trades and different things like that, or, monitoring your accounts and having, different pain points associated with that sort of like relieved. There's just a lot of different little things, impermanent loss, which is something that we're working on the side in Geometry Labs, dealing with, tools and instruments to be able to handle that, which is, sort of one of those like kind of scary topics that people don't really quite understand a lot of the times, but they know they're going to lose a bunch of money if certain things sort of happen around it. All those little, concerns that people have to be able to engage in this sort of like decentralized finance system that's evolving and everything like that are just going to, it's going to be more usable, it's going to be more inviting, and it's going to be safer, and all the different things that people were sort of promised from the get-go in blockchain and whatnot. It just takes time. This is the development. Distributed systems are really hard, and things take time, and they will, they'll happen.
Oh, absolutely. I would say if I look at DeFi now versus DeFi 2 years ago, it's much better. People get better execution quality. It still has problems, I think, but it's getting better every day.
To kind of piggyback off that question, people are probably looking at blockchain and then looking at dApp. How does a dApp add value to a blockchain, right? You kind of have this blockchain, people build on top of it. What do dApps do to create or add value to a blockchain in general? Does it bring more people to it? Does it bring less people to it? Does it help, create a utility for that token? Some people think like, what's the token for? Like, what does it matter? So maybe I'll start with you, Robert. Like, what is a DeFi dApp or protocol? Like, how does that impact a blockchain?
Yeah, I mean, when I think about that, I just think about it in the most generic sense. I mean, the dApp is just business logic that gets processed on chain, and so it's just another interface for you to build any kind of generic sort of logic around the blockchain and everything and whatnot. For DeFi, it's just it's the layer that makes it all happen. You're encoding all of your financial rules into this dApp, and so it's just the building block to me, and more and more of these dApps, because they're all public, right? All the blockchain code that you see out there, you can download it, you can view it, you can change a little bit about it and rebuild your own sort of, product around it or whatever, and so as more and more people are sort of building these things, I think sort of best practices are going to be like, sort of distilled out, and it's going to be easier and easier to be able to build sort of, your own individual, like decentralized finance system. Maybe you want to build your own DAO, or maybe people want to build neighborhood banks or different things like that are sort of more true to sort of the what blockchain is supposed to be and everything like that. It's all those little building blocks, and as sort of more of these different DeFi apps come out, you're going to see an explosion of different variations of it that might have been just small tweaks or whatever, but that small tweak was novel enough to open its up a whole other opportunity of different sort of DAOs and different decentralized structures and things like that.
But yeah, what do you think, Galen? Like, we get more dApps building on blockchains. What does that do for like the original, I don't know, token holders, like the community, the validators? Like, is that good for them if people are developing on them? Again, we have people watching this conference trying to figure out what blockchain is, what people are building, why should maybe they, look at one chain or another or whatever, multiple communities or multiple dApps. What kind of value does when people are building projects on a blockchain, does that do for, the protocol itself, like, and everybody involved? There's community members involved. There's token holders, there's validators, there's nodes, this, that, and the other. Like, does that drive more value to everybody?
I mean, in terms of, if you want to see probably one of the most recent protocols that had a large dApp layer come online, you look at Binance token, which was worth $20 or $30 prior to the dApp layer coming online, and then was trading at over $300 afterwards. If it's a question of does having a dApp layer generate value for the token, I would say it definitely can, especially if you look at them. In terms of does it give more usage to the network? I would say absolutely. A lot of these layer ones were created with the intent of launching all of these dApps in the future, and until dApps have started to launch, it's just speculative. It's saying I'm buying this asset that will give me, maybe it'll serve as money, maybe it will allow me to purchase computing power on this system, and until those applications are there to actually realize that, it's just speculative. And these applications give people a way to actually spend the platform tokens that they own.
No, thanks for that. And that's kind of with that question to both of you, just trying to paint a picture, right, of like why it's important for a blockchain to have some utility on it, to have the infrastructure. And we've kind of just came to this point now over the last couple of years of like people just building base layers and protocols and like nothing on top of them, to all of a sudden infrastructure, and people knew that, like there was no infrastructure, there's no tooling, you couldn't, it was a headache, right? And people are trying to find where they should go. Ethereum obviously did a great job. They have challenges and hurdles and concerns, but they still have a large community. Icon, same thing, like they're coming around, they have a dApp layer, an application layer, they have a strong community, they're being interoperable, right, with multiple chains, which is great. And so that's kind of what I was getting at, really, like, if people are looking into the space, trying to figure out like what the purpose of a dApp is, what the purpose of a blockchain is, what the purpose of everything from a development standpoint, resources, why, when one is looking at that, should look at all of it, right, to figure out what's best for them. I think we're all believers in a multi-chain verse. There's going to be a lot of chains for different reasons, and in general, and enterprise, and all the above. So the last question, before we wrap this up, knowing what you know now, what excites you, Robert, going into the future, knowing that things are evolving? Sorry about that. Knowing that things are evolving at a fast pace, what excites you moving forward?
So, I mean, I have to contain some of the excitement about things that I actually have an ability to work on, and actually change. And so, yeah, I'm really excited about a lot of the work that we're doing with Icon as far as the off-chain infrastructure. We're building out a microservice. I should remember who I'm talking to with some of the level of details and some of the technical sides. But we're building a full domain model of the blockchain so that all of the different components, like I think I mentioned before, accounts, transactions, logs, contracts, all these different components are going to be expressed in proper business objects that a lot of like enterprise people who are building would sort of expect that be around. So I'm pretty excited about contributing a lot of that kind of stuff. And I feel like it will make the blockchains a lot more usable when you have that kind of data properly decomposed into the right like objects and whatnot. But I just think in general that blockchain is going to just be more usable. It's going to be like, you're going to have more of those aha moments that you sort of like really aim for as a developer or a learner of any type, that you're trying to sort of like get to the point like, okay, now I get it. I just put this little bit of code here and all of a sudden everything's persisted there, A lot of people coming from traditional sort of development backgrounds have a lot of pain points around different data challenges like consistency. Consistency is really hard to achieve a lot of the times in distributed systems. And that's just sort of like inherent in blockchain, And so that's like, as soon as a lot of like developers start to see like, oh, there's, blockchain is not like, a pain to implement, but it really just solves real world use cases that are pain points that I used to have and used to have to write all kinds of code around to deal with. Now it's just as simple as, integrating with the blockchain and whatnot, I think as soon as we start to like get closer to there and, kind of like really nourish those aha moments for our developers, that's when we're really, I want to say that's when we're going to take off, that we're already doing it, but just more of that. And it's just going to be more usable. And that's how it's all going to come about,
How about yourself, Galen? What excites you, man? Both of you have been involved in this. Both of you have been involved in the space for a little bit, and building things.
I'm having some audio troubles right now. Give me just a second if you got something for Rob.
He just ended.
I mean,
no, that's good, man. Thanks for highlighting that, though. I think like what does excite us is we are getting to that point where maybe, well, not really. We got work to do, but things are coming around that we could integrate and implement. We're not from Web 2.0, 3.0. That's kind of a challenge right now. There's a shortage of talent in terms of blockchain developers. Like, should you need to be a blockchain developer? Not really. I mean, there's teams working on that type of technology to, no code, low code, for people, business analysts and other types of roles in the space. And then, training Web 2.0 to Web 3.0, or are people just going to be native to this kind of environment, which, at some point probably, but still, like, I think like you hit the nail on the head. Just all of these things are coming together that kind of excite for, another wave of development and innovation. And like, we've been chatting in this conference now, and it's like, we don't know what we're going to build, right? Like, people are kind of building blockchain for Web 2.0 stuff, like legacy stuff, but ultimately blockchain is going to open up other business models, other use cases, other applications, DeFi, right? Peer-to-peer stuff that we just haven't thought about. Nobody thought about Facebook and like, these other Ubers, right? If somebody would have said invest in Uber a long time ago of giving your car up, I bet you people would be like, no, like I'm not going to give up my car to, for people, strangers to get in. So, this is kind of and this took time, right? With the internet boom, nobody thought of these certain things. And same thing with blockchain. We're building out the core infra to get to that point of excitement of like, what are we going to do? So Galen, I think you're back. What excites you going into the future? You've built a lot of projects. You've done a lot of development work. You advise a lot of projects. You probably obviously see trends. What's kind of on your radar that, maybe it's not here yet, maybe it will be, but if not, like what excites you?
Well, I think one of the most exciting things is just projects that are getting easier to use. Like when I am explaining, I was trying to explain the other day about how to do accounting and tell someone how much money by looking up their holdings in a pool, and it was actually really complicated to try and figure out how much money and this wallet they were monitoring had, as they were like putting money in a pool, taking it out. And just things that are getting easier to use and getting closer to the workflows people are used to at their bank. I think that's cool. I think the ecosystem's getting closer and closer. Every new application that kind of raises the bar there. And soon, I think it'll be things people are, even who are not very advanced, are comfortable using. That's probably the most exciting thing for me, just it becoming mainstream.
Nice.
Just to extend on that, I mean, like blockchain's all decentralized, right? And by its nature, it's inviting to random people from anywhere in the world to be a part of, and like the community that we deal with, like on our calls, we're, talking with people around the world always, and so just the fact that all the code is open source, anybody can get involved and people can take part in sort of like this decentralized democracies that are, people are building on their own out there, is honestly some of the most exciting stuff happening on the planet right now. I mean, that's, it's what is, it's the fabric that, our future is certainly going to be made up of,
Exactly. I think from giving up all of our data and information to what we're used to, right? Traditional user UI, UX, to gaining control of that back. As you mentioned, open finance, democratizing accessibility into financial services, right? It's beyond just kind of, I'm in San Francisco, so I live here, and there's these other emerging and frontier markets, right, that now have accessibility and providing, I don't know, access to like Tesla stock, like is kind of crazy, right? What DeFi is doing. And so I think that's super exciting. And not only that, transparency, security, and again, accessibility to some of these tools, it provides a little bit of freedom for everyone. And I think this peer-to-peer technology opens up doors for a lot. And you guys have worked on it for quite some time, and you guys are adding value in a variety of ways in some capacity to make sure that we flourish, together as a whole. So I think we're up on time, but Robert, where can people learn more about updates, insights on Geometry Labs? Where can they, tune in to get that?
We got a Twitter, so you can tune for updates there. You can look at our GitHub. Push out a lot of open source code, so you can check that out. Any developers who want to help out and contribute, get involved. Always happy to kind of like work on PRs and different things like that together, obviously, but yeah, that's probably the best way.
Nice. Galen, are you on Twitter? Where would people find you?
Oh, yeah. Twitter, I mean, you go to the Mousebelt website, and then I'm GE Danziger on Twitter.
Awesome. So everybody tuning in, we had Robert Cannon, CTO of Geometry Labs. We had Galen Danziger, CTO of Mousebelt, myself, Adam, from the Mousebelt team. Thank you for tuning in today. We talked about a lot of things from DeFi to infrastructure to tooling, to blockchain's real impact and what it's doing for all of us. And you may or may not know it, but at some point your products or services will be touching blockchain or crypto. So again, thank you all for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. Hopefully you're enjoying the conference, and we'll see everybody later. Robert, we hope to have you back, man, at some point, or at least somebody on your team to do a follow-up and talk a little bit more.
We love it.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of a dollar can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some important tips. The Bitcoin halving will always give you 2. How do you think we got here?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 9, Game of Chains. We're back with another event, and this time we're exploring side chains, all the innovation that's happening on layer 2, and just talking about from a macro level all the different blockchains that have been made so far and what's happening in the space currently. I'm Roshan Rajkar, one of your hosts for this event, and I'm very excited to bring you a new guest on our show today. With me here today, I have Justin Benon, who is the co-founder of the Boson Protocol. Justin, welcome to the show. Really excited to have you here today. And yeah, just to start off, I think it would be really interesting to know what interested you in the space to jump in and how'd you get in?
Sure. Well, thanks for having me, Roshan. It's a pleasure to be here. So yeah, my journey into blockchain was really through, I guess, a bit of an unusual route in that I started out, I studied physics, and then I ended up doing a master's in digital and got really sort of obsessed with what I kind of termed like the physics of business, right? Which is like business models and value flows and feedback effects and all of these kind of different loops. I did this master's in digital focusing on network effects and platform business models. And I used that to, I was working for a kind of analog company called Priority Pass at the time. And I used all that kind of platform theory to grow them from like 50 million to about $1 billion turnover platform. And then, just this continued interest in business models, network effects, led me to, discover that there's this whole new area of business with things like tokens and token powered network effects. And you could program, blockchains to do different things. So it was like having an expansion pack to the business model toolkit. And so that's where I started getting into blockchains. But then I also realized that that these blockchains and decentralization enabled you to fix some of the real problems of platforms, such as excessive extraction and unfairness and this tendency towards market failure. And so yeah, that was the route. I ended up doing a second master's in blockchain, and that was the route down which I kind of fell into the rabbit hole that we're all in.
Yeah, it's always interesting to hear when like people come from the traditional world and into blockchain, and then it's really hard to leave because there's a lot of problems, a lot of innovative things happening around you. And I think we're going to get into some interesting topics, but I want people to also understand kind of what you're building and your ethos of what's important to you. So what's been important for you and your team the past year for the decisions and things that you guys are building?
Sure. So, I mean, Boson Protocol is a protocol set of smart contracts using NFT and DeFi infrastructure built on top of Ethereum, and that basically enables commerce between buyers and sellers, coordinates that commerce without the need for intermediaries and the excessive extraction that they bring. So if you think of something like Amazon, that would kind of sit in the middle between a buyer and seller, ensure both behave, ensure the exchange takes place, etc., and just generally coordinate. That's Boson Protocol seeks to kind of replicate that functionality, but in an automated and decentralized way. So to answer your question, primary metrics, well, as an evolving project, the primary metrics for us right now are two things. One is developing that core protocol layer to actually do the job that we need it to do. And for that, we've got, we've amassed some of the brightest minds in blockchain and beyond. So, we've probably got about 6 or 7 PhDs working in various areas, and, some really highly skilled people from, kind of game theorists, top research game theorists, behavioral economists. We have a guy called Aditya, who's one of the Ethereum 2 core researchers developing Ethereum 2, who designs our protocol. Our tech lead on the protocol is, one of the previously the MakerDAO top developers, etc. It sort of goes on and on. We've got advisors such as Dr. Primavera De Lippi, the #1 blockchain legal scholar, all working on this core protocol, solving the hard problems that will enable us to basically disrupt e-commerce with a Web3 version that we call decentralized commerce. So, that first problem is getting something that works, but that's not enough. I mean, there's many occasions in history where we've got an amazing piece of technology that no one uses. So the second part is building really cool products on top that showcase and drive usage and adoption. So yeah, we're building products across sort of 2 or 3 verticals that leverage boson technology and drive adoption.
Definitely, like user adoption and having good infrastructure is really important. So it's great to hear that you have like a very experienced group of people around you that are helping you build this. But what is your, in your words, like what is your vision for the decentralized autonomous commerce? I think it's a very new term, and how are you envisioning this being blended into our real life, so to speak?
Yeah, well, I think, the end state is that we have, boson representing like an internet of commerce. So you've got an internet, if I wanted to send you a file or a data packet, it's really easy to do it via TCP/IP. And if I wanted to send you, some money, I can do it using Bitcoin or, Ethereum or an ERC20. It's very, very easy to do, right? But if we wanted to conduct commerce where you send me a physical item and I send you some money, for that, we still need either intermediaries like Amazon or some, there are some kind of clunky early decentralized commerce protocols, but they still require human intervention. So our end state is having boson protocol as this kind of like TCP/IP for commerce, upon which a whole ecosystem of interoperable, composable, applications and components is sitting, that's disrupted. Instead of these big verticals like, Alibaba and Amazon, you've got an ecosystem of players. And, as we like to say that, we're looking to create maybe 10,000 millionaires instead of 2 trillionaires. And that's that's the end state vision for boson protocol.
Wow, I've never heard anyone, not just people talk a lot about the redemption, like an NFT can, for example, redeem something in the physical world, but you're talking about the actual exchange of like making things interoperable between both worlds. So kind of like while we're on this topic of what you're saying about TCP/IP, what's your perspective on the types of blockchains that boson protocol interacts with? Do you guys only use one blockchain or many?
At the moment, we're building on Ethereum, and we're building on Ethereum and integrating with Polygon as a layer 2, scaling solution. And we are pretty agnostic and pretty practical about, which chain or chains to build on. We expect to be, building a multi-chain in the future. And we are open-minded as to what solution emerges from in terms of scalability and performance. And the fact is, it's not always the best technology. I mean, history has shown us, QWERTY and Dvorak keyboards, Betamax and VHS. It's not always the best. There's a huge degree of social coordination. And if everybody is on one blockchain, then even though it might be less performant than another, it might, for us, it makes enormous sense to be on Ethereum because, yeah, we leverage NFTs, we leverage both NFTs and also DeFi infrastructure to sort of tokenize assets and enable them to flow around. And it's where all the other projects that we'll be interoperating with exist. but with the advent of sort of cross-chain solutions and stuff, I think those barriers will be reduced. And I think I see a world where there will be multi-chain, that it will be a multi-chain world where assets will shift between chains, and different chains have different, I guess, attuned for different attributes. But so we're pretty pragmatic, and our aim is to develop the best solution for our for our users and performance. So we have to be pragmatic.
Yeah, that's interesting to hear that you guys are building on Ethereum right now, but thinking long term about other layer 2 or scaling solutions. Because if the commerce in the real world is really going to shift onto these blockchains, it's going to be a lot for just one chain to do it all. The world's commerce. But I know we were talking a little bit before this as well. How do you think NFTs can be used for marketing and adoption within the crypto ecosystem?
Sure. Well, I mean, the way we use NFTs for Boson is, I mean, most people use NFTs as a static, scarce digital item, like a wearable, a pair of Gucci sunglasses or sneakers, or a piece of art, right? But we use NFTs as our NFTs are programmed, they have state. Our NFTs are more like one of those little mazes that you find on a coffee table where there's a little ball that rolls around. Our NFTs are encoded with a game that a buyer and seller plays, and depending on how they play, it slashes or rewards. So so our NFTs are quite different to the static case. They're stateful, but we're also Boson protocol is also very, very useful as a redemption mechanism for loyalty programs. We're also developing a loyalty program. I mean, one of the businesses I used to run was in loyalty, an NFT-based loyalty program. So NFTs have got such a wide range of utility, from being like an NFT voucher encoded with the rules that will release payments and unlock a physical asset, to also an NFT that is like a key that will enable that will conditionally qualify you to even make the purchase. So for example, in the loyalty program that we're developing, there will be certain types of NFT vouchers or certain transactions that you'll only be able to make, you'll only qualify for, if you have one of our NFT loyalty NFTs in your wallet. And so what that enables us to do is unlock things like, loyalty mechanisms, gamified quests, rewarding users for certain behaviors and branded quests, and rewarding token holders, reward all of these sort of things by assigning properties to this sort of loyalty NFT, and then that loyalty NFT unlocks other attributes. So I think a lot of the same mechanics, gamified mechanics and loyalty mechanics apply. It's just far easier to program these. And instead of programming them in these external database systems and then having to refer to these systems in order to apply the rules, you're actually programming the rules within the sort of transaction tokens themselves. So I see a world where NFTs are just composable, rule, and just a super gamified and loyalty driven commerce world. Really exciting.
Yeah, I'm glad you talked about that a bit. I know you have a background with rewards and loyalty points, and there's so much value that's just locked up and not liquid. So I think that's a very exciting space to watch. But from your perspective, with things like NFTs and also how you're also democratizing commerce, who are going to be the main people that are going to benefit? Is it, in some cases, could it be institutions? And
we've been raging for a while on who benefits, and with things like e-commerce and traditional e-commerce, current winner is big platforms like Amazon. And so Boson seeks to disrupt that. But strangely, in my view, also in the NFT space, which is a decentralized space, there emerge platforms that seek to control and extract, even in a decentralized space. And so I think there's a battle there between centralized and decentralized, kind of solutions for NFTs. And a big part of Boson Protocol's sort of vision and mission is to ensure that commerce in the metaverse is free and open, and creators and users all share in the value they create, rather than having it's a quite dystopian kind of future if you imagine a metaverse, which is like something from Ready Player One, where you've got this huge monopoly running the world and just siphoning all the value from everyone. So the future's not set, but we aim to ensure it's free and open, and the value gets retained by creators and users.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly feels like it sometimes, like in the financial world, that we do have these monopolies who are just running the financial infrastructure. And before blockchain and crypto, you didn't have a open protocol for money, I would say, like TCP/IP, for example. So what are some of the problems you see right now in the space? And I know we talked about commerce a good amount, but I want people to really understand why you're so focused on the commerce element. Like, do you believe that this is the item that's going to get the next like billion people into crypto?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think that there's this huge, well, there's two things. There's this whole challenge, between how blockchains communicate with the real world, and commerce is one very major example of that. And that there's this whole notion of the data oracle problem, which is that blockchains, how do they trust real world data? And an oracle and such as Chainlink are solutions to that. But there's another problem, which is how do blockchains trust sort of real world asset exchanges? So if I tokenize my car and you buy the token, that's great, you've got the token. How do you guarantee that you get the car? And that's like that's the asset oracle problem. So, and it's pretty fundamental. So for us, if that problem remains unsolved, then it has some pretty wide-ranging implications for Web3 technology. It means that either Web3 technology cannot interact with the physical world, without the need for some sort of centralized intermediary, right? Either a centralized intermediary or requiring sort of human, human intervention of some sort. And so that's a pretty profound kind of use case, and that's the one that we deal with.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to hear. And so I know one theme of the Boson protocol is like you guys want to kind of tokenize everything, or at least you believe we'll live in a tokenized world. So what are some practical or cool things that you envision when everything that we create or exchange can be tokenized? I think you call it the open tokenized economy. Like, kind of paint us a picture of how that ecosystem would work, because it doesn't exist, nothing like it right now.
Sure. At the moment, well, 10 or 20 years ago, if you think about commerce, it was all conducted pretty much face to face with physical items that you would go into a physical store, you would discover, you'd transact, maybe you'd hand over physical money and you'd get a physical item in person, etc. And then with the advent of the internet, certainly Web 2, platforms emerged where you had a digital representation of an item online, and you would use digital money to purchase a promise that you were going to receive a digital item, right? So essentially, when you go to Amazon, you pay with the promise that you're going to give digital money through your credit card, and you receive the promise that you're going to get a physical item, right? And over time, those promises are fulfilled. However, it all happens on a closed, it's like a closed market system in a closed database. And there's no, it's all within this walled garden, and you can do that on Amazon or eBay or Alibaba. But there's no, it's a bit like the early days of the internet, where you're probably a bit young to remember, but if you were an MSN Microsoft Network customer, you couldn't email an AOL customer. That was a big breakthrough innovation when they enabled it. There were these closed networks, and that's what commerce is like now. And it seems normal, but it's weird, right? But imagine a future where all of those items, all of those kind of, I don't know, televisions and cars and sunglasses, instead of being siloed within transactional databases, not accessible and searchable, that they are all represented in a common interoperable format in basically just on an open protocol, so that anybody can search for those items, and you can use things like economic agents, or these things all exist in a sort of an open internet of commerce. And it's it's a bit like moving from these kind of closed market economies to, if you look at like the commodities market, right? You can buy 10 tons of cocoa beans. You can do that on a digital commodities exchange in Shanghai, right? You can do that. But you couldn't buy, I don't know, 10 tons of bicycles, right? Because they're not commoditized like that. That's what Boson Protocol does. It tokenizes real world items into this common interoperable format and creates this like liquid digital marketplace for things. And because we use standard DeFi infrastructure, so we use a combination of, yes, we use NFTs for the redemption, but we actually tokenize into ERC20. So you can actually have these kind of green bicycles or, coffee bean flowing across DeFi infrastructure like any other ERC20. So, in the same way, Ocean Protocol is using DeFi infrastructure for data, we're using that infrastructure for things. And it's not a coincidence. I mean, Trent, one of the co-founders of Ocean, is one of our earliest investors, and mentor and advisor. So we believe we're one of a succession of projects that will be using DeFi infrastructure to tokenize different asset types.
Wow, it's so like what you just said, that's such a cool soundbite, and it's so refreshing to hear you talk about like real world commodities and items that we actually use, because I think not that it's bad, but there's a lot of people that are building more and more infrastructure only within the DeFi infrastructure. And like to your point, if we do the same thing again, it's going to be another innovative closed system, so to speak. And maybe we don't want that. So in your view, like if you're creating like this new economy, this new market, and if the traditional players, for something like commerce, they don't have the same type of control, how do you think we're going to keep, like, what's the incentive for competition, you think, in the future if they don't have things like being the gatekeepers to commerce?
Well, I think the incentive for competition is typically, either an altruistic, wanting to set something up to make a better world, or to, the incentive to, earn some reward. And we think that's perfectly, incentivizing innovation is exactly what we want to do. But, the system is skewed in such a way that the returns that you get for scale. So once you get to the size of Amazon, your effect on the market is so great that it's almost impossible for others to compete. What we want is a level playing field with, as we said, like tens of thousands of millionaires all operating stores and components, etc., and competing fairly and fairly distributing the trillions of dollars of profits from commerce, rather than it all aggregating to these mega players who then just keep eating more and more of the supply chain till it's impossible to compete. So we're absolutely pro competition.
Yeah, I don't think competition is bad as well. Like competition kind of encourages innovation. And kind of going deeper into that, like how do you think we can use game theory elements to increase adoption and also education inside the blockchain ecosystem?
Well, I think for adoption, game theory, I mean, we combine game theory and behavioral economics, right? So, and you know, that's pretty, like, for example, loyalty does that as well. It's not rational to, you know, people will, you know, if you offer people a flight and you reduce the price by, you know, like $100 flight, you reduce the price by $1, it has no effect on their behavior. But if you give people 100 loyalty points and they're worth a cent each, which is equivalent to $1, you'll get a massive swing of people moving towards the, you know, the loyalty. And so so these, you know, non-rational behavioral economics is such a massive factor. And I think, you know, that is encoded within a lot, certainly, you know, within Boson, for example. We rely on both rational game theory, but also behavioral economics to encourage the actors to behave fairly in such a way that, you know, it reduces the need for any human intervention to manage disputes, right? Because they're playing a game where it's in the best interest for them to behave fairly. So that's the first thing. But then also driving incentives, you know, it's using game theory and reward mechanisms which are baked into Boson, and also Boson is a you know, a way of rewarding, are really powerful tools for adoption, and really you know, I think one of the most powerful tools for adoption is fun, right? It's making things fun, making things interesting, making things cool. And, you know, the products that we're building on top of Boson have that. You know, Boson is a very deep tech piece of infrastructure, but we're building things on top, such as we're building this, you know, this whole virtual mall in Decentraland, and we have a vision of, you know, opening these malls across every world and every game. And these are places that are going to, you know, be like experiences for brands and experiences. And they're going to be like gamified quests where you go and do a quest in world and continue it, you know, in the real world, and, you know, can collect, you know, scarce and valuable Easter eggs and all of these kind of mechanics. You know, these are the things that drive adoption.
Definitely. And before I forget, since you mentioned Decentraland, I know that you all recently made a 6-figure purchase on Decentraland. I think it was one of the largest like purchases, like all cash or something like that, cash equivalent. Tell me about what was the ideology behind this purchase, and what do you truly believe for the next couple of years, the future of like digital assets as transposed to physical assets that we're all putting value in right now?
Yeah, well, I mean, the vision of Boson is absolutely this core piece of infrastructure. I mean, what I did previously is I built a digital platform that was a very deep tech piece of digital technology, and on top of that built these amazing core products. And pretty much that's what we're doing with Boson, except it's a blockchain platform. It's going to it just makes it really easy to do all of these transactions without an intermediary. And then we're going to build really cool products. And so our, you know, as I mentioned, we're building a virtual mall. You know, we're going to put a virtual mall in every world and every game. And that virtual mall will be this incredible space for creating kind of experiences, events, commerce experiences. We're working with the amazing team at Decentraland to build our technology into the fabric of Decentraland to make it easy for builders to kind of create experiences that enable their users to buy NFTs in world and redeem them in store and redeem them in the real world. So, for example, yeah, like, branded quests that you'll be able to go and do in the world, and then maybe complete in the real world. So kind of that involve purchasing one of these Boson NFT vouchers that's then redeemable kind of in store or via shipping. And so, yeah, we will expand across all worlds and all games and really facilitate this digital to physical commerce as this sort of bridge between the metaverse and the universe.
I think that's so innovative, and I've never really heard anyone say that specific thing about bridging both the metaverses. And it's just very interesting because, again, you're not just talking about redemptions, you're talking about things that you can actually use, like if you could physically use your digital assets, so to speak. So what are some of the partners that you currently work with closely, and are there any specific, I guess, blockchains that you're looking to expand to, or that you're just a fan of?
Well, yeah, I mean, partners, we're sort of announcing progressively. What we're doing a range of luxury, high street, and sort of mainstream brands that we're working with to create retail experiences, events, to create crossover event experiences. But what we're also doing is sponsoring a number of up and coming sort of digital fashion brands and giving them free space and even sponsoring them and providing them with the technology and exposure to grow and kind of grow this sort of nascent space. So an example is an incredible digital fashion team called Ouroboros, who are actually on the Outlier Ventures base camp, which we went through the inaugural cohort, and now I mentor the teams on that accelerator. And Ouroboros do these incredible digital fashion designs, and we're sponsoring them. We sponsored their show at London Fashion Week on Saturday, actually, and we'll be giving them space and advertising and all sorts of sort of technical and what other support that they need. So it really kind of starts there, but then also with the more established brands that are more kind of in the kind of physical world, really creating packaged experiences, and we pull together lots of expertise in 3D design and metaverse marketing and game design to create these incredible experiences for them that kind of start in world and end in store.
Yeah, well, thank you to you and your team for doing the important work of even supporting the next generation of startups and infrastructure. It's all so new, so always in the crypto world, you got to stick together and breed ideas off of each other for sure. And to kind of end things off, I want to give you a chance to tell us about any latest updates or things that we can expect in the coming months, and also how can people connect with you and your project?
Well, yeah, absolutely. In terms of updates, we will be continuing to develop the protocol. We're expanding from physical to being able for Boson being the decentralized exchange for anything. So physical, digital, like digital downloads, like Netflix movies, whatever, and then also on-chain items. So with a single interoperable NFT voucher, you will be able to exchange any type of asset at all, which is super exciting. But as I mentioned, we're building out these whole virtual mall concepts, and also a whole NFT loyalty program, all interlinked, and really just looking to fund and kickstart a whole ecosystem of loyalty, redemption, rewards, and commerce, and trying to encourage, sponsor, and support as many projects within that ecosystem as possible. I mean, our vision of the future is a fair, equitable Web3 future, and that means, you know, helping as many projects, and you know, in the same way that we've been helped. And so, yeah, if any of your listeners have an idea, whether it's a kind of a crypto or more of a physical idea that, you know, that's to do with events, experiences, retail, commerce, then please get in touch. info@bosonprotocol.io is the email, or on our Telegram or Twitter. And yeah, we're looking to really kind of fill that space with amazing talent and innovation.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Justin, for being on Reimagine 2021 today and taking us through the metaverse. It was really interesting to talk to you, and I encourage everyone to check it out.
Great. Thanks, Roshan. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you. And I'm your host, Roshan Mirajkar, and I will let you all tune back into the rest of the Reimagine show. Thank you.
We just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer their questions. The people are chanting, "When Moon, when Lambo." When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
Moo! Hey there! Moo Race the Cow here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Okay? On-chain governance. On-chain governance is a system for managing and implementing changes to cryptocurrency blockchains. In this type of governance, rules for instituting changes are encoded into the blockchain protocol. Developers propose changes through code updates, and each node votes on whether to accept or reject the proposed change. The beauty of on-chain governance is that amendments can be made to a protocol without a hard fork, keeping a single blockchain intact for all of its history. And that is totally off the chain.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking.
everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 9 Game of Chains. So we're back with our 9th event, and this time we're exploring really the innovation that's happening with side chains, with layer 2 solutions, and a lot of leaders and entrepreneurs out there are building the next wave of products in the ecosystem. I'm Roshan Marashkar. I'm your host for this event, and I'm very excited to be joined here by a new guest. With me here today, I have Roy Liu, who is the head of business and corporate development at Tron. Roy, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And I think just to get started, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you even got into the crypto space.
Sure. So before my crypto life, I was in the consumer internet, majorly doing the gaming internet for over a decade. And during my time early on in the crypto, early on in the consumer internet, I got into a due diligence process for Coinbase early on their Series A round. So I met Brian back in the day in San Francisco on the 4th and the Kings on Creamery. I bought him a cup of coffee, telling him that Bitcoin is not ready for gaming, and he laughed at me and he sent me a Bitcoin in return. So at the time, 2013, BTC is about $20. So that's how everything got started. So yeah, and I got involved in Tron since early 2018. So being through the up and downs, a lot of crazy moments and excitement moments as well. So happy to contribute to whatever I can to this platform.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool story. I really love the stories when it's like someone else in the space got someone else in. I think it's really cool, but it's been a very wild last year, and it's still like a wild year continuing. How has it been for you and your team in terms of have you seen a lot of retail interest and retail adoption past couple months?
Oh, without doubt, right? We see a lot of more adoption on the media, mainstream outlets, as well as various groups here and there popping up here and there. Not to mention a bunch of crypto influencers live on Twitter as well as on TikTok, being talked about crypto, and also one of the biggest, our best love or hate kind of a friend, Elon Musk, is being talked about crypto. Then that's a time crypto is definitely is getting onto the mainstream, and is here to stay for sure.
Yeah, we never had these different players kind of involved in the ecosystem before. And I know that Tron has been around for a long time and has a very interesting history of many applications, and Justin Sun being so outspoken about many things. What do you see Tron's role in the entire blockchain ecosystem as being?
Sure, I think Tron, I think Justin has been done a lot of amazing things. And I think first and foremost, my kudos to him being such a persistent player for so many years in crypto, learning from his early Ripple days to later created and led the whole Tron team to keep on innovating and increase on the adoption side. I think positioning for Tron is the problem solver, right? Where we see a lot of problems in the crypto space, and we try to solve it with our fast and decentralized network, and to make people actually can use it. I think that first and foremost, we solve the problem when we see proof of work is not becoming environment friendly, it's not so efficient, so we adopted DPoS at the get-go. When we see the stable coins being choked through the slower network from either early on Bitcoin network or ETH, and we work with the Tether and to support the Tether onto working on Tron. As of now, today, I see in Tron, the Tether on Tron has surpassed over almost 32 billion in market cap, versus Tether on ETH is a bit, over 30 billion market cap. It's amazing to see Tron with such a lifetime, such a short history, but with an engaging user base of over 5 million daily active users, to surpass the kind of usability of Ethereum. So we're also expanding a big time in other sectors, like aside from stablecoin, like DeFi. There are almost 7 billion in TVL on Tron right now, right? Versus on NFT, we have big plays there. As you see, recently there's a project called Ape NFT, launched on Tron, and it got a lot of traction there as well.
Yeah, exactly. You all have been able to accomplish really interesting metrics, and I know you guys have, I think, something like 2.2 million daily active users as well. So, how is Tron able to accomplish specifically, I guess, retention? Like, are you seeing a lot of use cases relating to creation, like NFTs, or what are the users using the most on the network?
Sure. I see like a blockchain is fundamentally, as a layer one, you try to solve as a financial serve a lot of financial needs, as in like as a building an infra for financial needs, right? In that regard, you basically to increase adoption slash engagement, you're really looking to see what's the key pain points of this whole blockchain ecosystem industry. One of the key pain point, as you stated before, that is how do we make a stablecoin usable again, right? I mean, stablecoin is a very important tool for people to transfer asset across the board, as well as for traders as well, and not to mention how it could be utilized across the various of DeFi protocols and use cases. So, I mean, we saw the opportunity back in 2019, and when Tether talked to us about running on Tron, we happily supported that. And Tron, I mean, we're a very small team, and the key thing we need to know is make sure that how to serve the key players in the space and make sure their solution runs scale and fast on Tron. And it's amazing to us, like the Tether on Tron started about 100 million market cap at the time, was peanuts comparing to whatever on Bitcoins as well as on Ethereum's, right? But now it's being really surpassing and taking a leadership role in terms of adoption and the usability, which contributes back into the re-engagement as a portion of that apparently contribute to the re-engagement. So it's not I think this is one aspect of it, to focus on the real use case. Second of all is to embrace the ecosystem, to make sure that the developer within ecosystem, they get the support they need. For example, we really encourage a lot of developer to participate into the hackathons, as well as in other development process. We give out grants and sponsorship to these developer teams. We just did, I think, a hackathon a couple of weeks back, and we received a phenomenal feedbacks. A lot of developers jumping on board. I see like given the slow speed on Ethereum, I think more and more developers that start to realize they need to have a Tron play so as to adapt to the user base there, given the speed, given the community, as well as to given the liquidity that lives on Tron. Like I mentioned, there are over 7 billion in terms of asset TVL that currently lives on Tron. It's never by all means like a small amount of a small number to be ignored.
Yeah, definitely. And metrics are very important in the space, especially ours. That's how we can kind of measure success, retention, same analytics that you would use for a normal business. And it's great to hear that you all are supporting more building. But I wanted to also ask you, how much do you think the proof of stake consensus mechanism contributed to Tron's success when you're comparing it to a lot of the discussions that are happening right now with people like Elon Musk talking about crypto is too energy intensive. So like all in all, what do you think about the future of proof of stake and what impact it will have in the crypto ecosystem?
I think a proof of stake is the right way to go. It's been proven that even if they're trying to look into that way. But you really need to have a community that willing to contribute. That's the right way to go, right? And I think at Tron, in a nutshell, we support EVM, but also on the other hand, we support DPoS. That is, I think, a super creative innovation to combine the best of combine these two aspects together to create a new layer of an infra for developers and the users, and it's been proven by the numbers that's being quite well, right? So that before anybody were to say like there's ETH 2.0 coming, they should definitely try on Tron, because if arguably it is some kind of, it'll really be there. It's already there, doing whatever ETH 2.0 is supposed to do.
Yeah, no, I really love that point of like the technology that you're talking about right now. People can actually use it today. So I think there's a lot of differences in the ecosystem where some chains are still looking to update or still deciding. They haven't had consensus maybe, but great to hear that you all are making development. So on that note, what's your viewpoint? Do you think that blockchains will always be in competition with one another, or do you believe there'll be more bridges in the ecosystem long term?
Sure, I think there's definitely going to be a lot of bridges. There are blockchains focused on different vertical aspect of it. Some are more vertically supporting corporations, some more for consumer focused. Definitely, there'll be a lot of business cases built on each other. But on the other hand, I don't see there needs a lot of different blockchains. If you remember back in 2010 or 2007, there are like a Java phones, right? There are different types of mobile phones. There are Java phones running JVME. There are Nokia's running like Symbian system. There are Google running Android. There's Apple running, Apple's running iOS. There's Microsoft running Windows CE. So yes, there are different ecosystems, so to speak, but end of the day, you know, you can see it's consolidation happening, and whichever system that has the biggest supporter and usability, the user engagement, to your point, wins and stands out and survives and stands out and thrives down the road to gain more and more popularity among the community, right? So you know, that's the way I see it. And the product of the ecosystem in the layer one side of it will keep on evolving, and but you can see history, it will not necessarily repeat, but definitely will rhyme.
Yeah, I think that's a good comparison for a lot of people to understand kind of what you're saying. But kind of going deeper, what do you think, like, you know, Tron is, a lot of people think Tron is a competitor to Ethereum. So do you believe that, you know, one day Tron or other chains will overtake Ethereum, or do those conversations even matter when we're just talking about things like mass adoption at large?
Right, with the mass adoption in mind, you don't see them a competitor of anybody of a competitor. I still remember back in the days, people say, "Oh, is Tron a competitor to EOS?" But where is EOS today, right? It doesn't really matter. The real matter is like how to collaborate with the developers and basically work with the top developers as you can, and try to solve their problem. So their problem is our problem to solve and help to their product, these DeFi product and other products to penetrate to the user base. That's the key thing we saw. We were focusing on and give them support, and either on the product or technology and or on the marketing side, however we can, or the creative side, however we can. So that's how we see that. So I wouldn't call that as a competitor. End of the day, the sole goal is to solve the users' issues. Our target is not the blockchain. Our target is the users of blockchain. So we're always being friends of the users of blockchain.
So what I was saying is I really love the way that you phrased that. I think a lot of people talk about the different blockchains, but don't really talk about like the different profiles of users. You have like institutions, retail users, all different types of people. But in your view, what are some of the main problems that Tron is looking to solve? Like, why even build this different blockchain? And just in general, why do you think some of the existing chains, you know, might not be best suited for all use cases out there?
Sure. I mean, when Tron started, we really tried to emphasize on the scalability and speed, and mitigate the transaction cost, right? Because we know from the get-go and from our consumer internet background, we understand to make it a really penetrative mass adoption, we need to make sure to get rid of these frictions, right? I think this is how Justin started Tron, and with that as one of the core principle. So to your point, like you know, so this is why we see that we need to solve to how to level up the game by making the blockchain scalable and easy to use and cheap to use, so as to make it more accessible to people rather than the whales only. Whales are important, but it's important, like long tails are important as well. That's how we can get the whole industry getting more adoption, right? So this, I think, to your point, this is our key focus, which is proven by these business cases like Tether, where you can see, because we kept on focusing, like we're so focused on scalability and providing the actual solving the actual problem of slowness and the high gas fee. You can see the market made their choice. It's like it's not Tron's money anyway, right? It's the market's money that chose to move these assets to be on Tron, so that I think it's being a very strong case already. And not to mention on the DeFi side. And on the DeFi side, we've been working with multiple partners. For example, we're working with BitGo on TRC version, Tron version of the WBTC, and you can see their adoption is huge as well. And total TVL, like I mentioned earlier, is almost 7 billion. So you can see this massive assets moving on to Tron because people want to enjoy the features of a DeFi, but meanwhile they also want to enjoy the ease of use and a fast transaction and cheap transaction fees.
Yeah, for sure. The main point is to make this technology more accessible to more people, and it's great hearing you say that, because I think a lot of people out there, they're focused on other metrics that were kind of old, like they were years old, but now we actually need users and strong business models. Can you tell me anything about, like, demographically speaking, are the use cases for Tron different? More in the Asian countries, do you see any difference in what people are using Tron for there?
No, not at all. I mean, it's a pretty widespread. I mean, oftentimes people relate Tron to Asia Pacific focus, which is because they don't follow Tron enough, right? Like, I mean, everybody uses Tether. I mean, Tether is not just a Asia Pacific focused product. Vis-a-vis DeFi, I mean, it's all decentralized, so it's not Asia particular focused. As a matter of fact, Tron's being listed on Kraken, TRX USD pair and TRX EU pair, and on Bitrix as well. The demand speaks for itself, as in it's pretty approaching to the Western users as well, right? The community is pretty active, over like 20-something million followers across the board on different platforms. A lot of them are, if not majority of them, are English-speaking communities. So I would say, like, it's pretty widespread, and be a fair balance between East and West.
That's a good misconception to clear up, because even me, I kind of had the same misconception. I know it's a decentralized protocol, but you always hear about how some blockchains have different use cases, in some regions.
I mean, I think this unnecessarily considered, assumption, as in, we're talking about decentralized community. Why does it matter which geo? Like, you're not say, hey, you're based in the East and I don't do business with you, or vice versa. I mean, right? It's a decentralized. If you want a liquidity, nobody would say, I don't want the liquidity coming from East or West. So why do you have to differentiate that? Does geo even matter? It doesn't matter at all. Do you care where the office is based? You don't care. Do you care where the founder is? You don't care. So why do you care? There's that, like, blockchain fine-tuned towards whichever demographic. I think it's not necessary.
Yeah, the whole point of these protocols they're completely decentralized and cross-border. No one gets discriminated. And right now there's a lot of money locked in certain regions that other parts of the world just can't access. So I know you're talking about a lot of people were building NFTs on Tron. Can you tell me a little bit more about any top NFT projects being built on Tron right now, and what does the future of that hold?
Sure. I mean, like one of the recent project regarding NFT on Tron is called an Ape NFT. So what is Ape NFT? It's essentially an ARC for NFT. Okay, a ETF for NFT. ARC, as you know it, has a good basket of assets, right? Run by Kathy Wood, super awesome product. The way we see the key issues for NFT space, there are two. One is MSRP. Nobody knows what's the fair market value. It's really hard to identify what's the right price. You can see some auction pushing some CryptoPunk to $11.8 million, or you can get some good pieces from people bidding for almost $70 million. The way we see that is we work with the top tier advisors and the artists to make sure that we can always pick the right art and pick the art at the right fair market value price. Okay, and also the second issue is that is the liquidity, because you don't see people exchange hands of the NFT pieces so often, right? Which is why it motivates us to build a kind of the ARC for NFT, because that basically builds kind of a liquidity for every draw on the street be able to participate to NFT if you believe in the future of NFT, rather than you have to either have to prepare tens of millions in your bank to make sure you can pay for one single NFT. So just making everything more accessible to every people.
Yeah, NFTs are key in the ecosystem. I'm pretty convinced now, because there's just so many everyday people have gotten exposure to crypto first through NFTs. So I think any way to make them easier is really, really great.
Yeah.
And on the topic of community, how does Tron deal with things like consensus and governance? Like, what role does the community have in determining some of the upgrades and developments you guys do?
Oh, sure. There's a huge community involved. Like we're like the nodes or witness in our terms called super representatives. There are a lot of them on the community. It's super decentralized, and actually now we keep on giving more rights and ways to the community. And this is a fairly decentralized ecosystem, and where people promote ways. If you can go to tronscan.org, you can see their active votes and the community members involved in the proposal here and there. And also, by all means, participating to the communities to see the discussion on these proposals and so forth. So there's active community dev team being engaging with every proposal and upgrades, so on and so forth, depending on the community feedbacks.
Yeah, the community always plays a good role, and I think ultimately determining what a lot of these blockchains, really should be building, to try to find product market fit. But over the next couple of years, what do you see Tron? If you could kind of predict, what do you really see?
I wish I can.
Huh?
I really wish I could.
You wish you could, but what do you all see yourselves really focusing on and working on? Because like DeFi and NFTs did not even exist a few years ago. So what is the next interesting use case or product you haven't seen on Tron yet, but you'd like to?
I mean, we've been actively working on the cross-chain stuff, and we see that this is a new trend. We see there's and also we hear from both infra level, community level, but also from application layer, that a lot of developers are coming to us and say, hey, we're working on, say, Ethereum, working on other layer ones, but I want to jump onto Tron, want to penetrate the user base, want to penetrate the access to the liquidity. It makes a lot of sense, right? It's everybody wants. And how to support these bridges in a smooth and seamless way, frictionless way, is one of the focus right now in pipeline. It's really hard to predict in the next year. It's even hard as hard as to predict in the next quarter. But right now in the short term, yeah, cross-chain I think is very important.
Well, that's definitely great to hear. I think that's how a lot of these different blockchains can benefit off of each other, and maybe even steal some of the network effects from each other, which is probably not a bad thing if you can share one user.
It's a big family, right? It's a big family, and arguably it's a similar demographic, and the people will need to see whichever is good to use. So we're happy to collaborate with other blockchains, layer ones, to see how they need our help, because we happen to be through kind of a cycles up and downs, right? Being through the development cycles, and arguably Tron is the platform that has NFT support, that have DeFi support, that has stablecoin support, that has all these all these different elements and Lego pieces to run an ecosystem with, and it got good partnerships around Poloniex, among the BitTorrent, among other platforms and exchanges, so that I think it's we're very open to work with any other layer ones, layer twos to collaborate, because because we share the same mission, right? To make sure our users, the users of a blockchain, can really benefit from the layer ones.
Yeah, for sure. And tell me a little bit more about what role did BitTorrent play in the ecosystem with Tron? Like, how did it help you guys get more adoption?
BitTorrent is great. I mean, BitTorrent is one of the early adopter of the blockchain technology, and we see a lot of new innovation coming to us. Like, for example, early on, BTT was one of the first IEO started back in 2018, but also based on the BitTorrent protocol, is being their BTFS being developed, which is similar to IPFS, but ran on over 100 million different nodes on the BitTorrent's network. So these innovations is outstanding, and there are other projects going on, as in there's a BitTorrent Live, BT Live. So essentially, it's leveraging the BTFS, which is highly decentralized storage protocol, but also live streaming content back and forth. So very excited to see that put into work and running, and people can enjoy the live stream content without any restrictions in terms of servers and so on and so forth, and everybody can contribute as a node provider, so on and so forth. So very happy to see that to put into actual production and test to work. I think yeah, there's a lot of innovation to that. I think this is the key for the industry to keep on tinkering and innovating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always excited to try out more blockchain based products. Even we use DLive to live stream our conference. I think just because it makes a lot of sense, and sometimes they're even better products, right? You get lower latency. But I think a lot of our audience members maybe don't understand a lot of the foundational building blocks. So can you tell us a little bit about what is how important is Tether to the entire ecosystem, and how is it a building block?
Oh, Tether is super important, right? Before Tether shows up, I mean, you can see there's several trials of stable coins, but there's never been Tether being such a widely adopted, right? It's super important. If you remember back in the days when people trade, there's ETH pair, there's BTC pair, but by missing a stablecoin pair, it's just making a lot of people harder to trade and or to understand actually what's the fair value of a crypto, right? I think Tether did a phenomenal job to basically let people understand, what's the fair value of the token or coin, and also make it more as a harbor for traders to park whenever there's volatility, so that they can take profit and or just stop loss into that. So I think it does a phenomenal job. But also, I think it's becoming a new norm for people to understand. Okay, there's a stable coin, which is a concept never existed before, and that helped more people to be comfortable to dive into crypto, because that kind of basically hedge the term crypto away from the volatility part, right? Because Tether or USDC or TUSD, I think they're all good products, and it provides the kind of a sense of a stability, so that people can understand, okay, there's crypto, and I can use crypto without having to expose myself to the volatility. I think this is super important for the wide adoption.
Yeah, the volatility is a turnoff for a lot of people, but it is part of some of the mechanisms just because of how liquid our entire ecosystem is. But I wanted to ask you about a couple last things. Like one of them was, what do you think will be the next country or region that will launch like a stable coin, and maybe it's like proof of stake?
I mean, I see a couple of conversations going on as a decentralized stablecoin. I think, you know, that pushes to given the DeFi's getting more and more adopted across the board, there are more decentralized stablecoins would be coming up board, be innovated and provide new innovative solutions based on it. We already have the DAIs, which is collateralized. We also have a bunch of algo stablecoins, which is non-collateralized. We're already seeing a lot of new innovations come in under the hood, trying to solve the issues on both ends, like rebalance issues on the algo side, but also over collateralizations on the collateralized side. So we see new innovations happening on that end. I'm personally super excited to see if that can be pulled off, right? That's really pushing the DeFi and the decentralized stablecoin to the whole decentralized ecosystem to the next stage. On the CBDC side, you know, I can see like there's a lot of good conversation going on in Latam and in Africa. I see that's definitely the trend. Which country? I don't know. Maybe maybe Panama is the next, because I don't know, because I see a lot of good regions being staying very crypto friendly, like UAE, for example, Singapore, for example, Panama, and you know, El Salvador is all very good pioneers into supporting, at least in crypto and early on adopting of BTC. I think it's good to explore practice to see their government officials to do more jobs and explore what could be what is doable over there for the stablecoin or CBDC side.
Yeah, and I think you hit it right on the head. Like education is a huge part of a lot of the roadblocks that exist. So one of my last questions is for the people like getting into the space that maybe want to try DeFi or want to try Tron, like one, you know, where should they go? What's the first thing they should do? And just want to give you a chance to, you know, let people know how they can connect with you. And yeah, if you want to tell us anything else about Tron and the latest developments.
Sure. I think the first thing people should do is just open their Chrome-based browser and go to the extension and search for Tron Link, which is Tron-based wallet. I think Tron's ecosystem being built super sophisticated, and the Tron Link adds a very good entry to the whole Tron ecosystem that get people to basically expose people to the recent development of the Tron's ecosystem on the Tron scans. If you go to tronscan.org, you can see all the performance numbers, the metrics there. Also through the Tron Link, which is a wallet, you can get access to the Just Network, which is all the DeFi building blocks on Tron, right? You can get over to Just Swap, which is a DEX on Tron, right? And other borrow lending products. It's all accessible through Just Link. And so I think that's the first thing to do. You know, you can get exposed to a lot of good progress happening on Tron.
Yeah, and lastly, how can people, you know, connect with you personally? And if you want to shout out any other like future developments or things you're excited about Tron, just to end things off.
Sure, totally. You can find me at Roy LXY on Twitter, ROYLXY on Twitter. So feel free to DM me there and follow me, and I definitely follow back, and we can have a conversation, carry out our conversation over there as well.
Thank you, Roy, for joining us here today at Reimagine 2021 version 9. It was a pleasure to speak to you, and good luck with all the latest developments at Tron.
Perfect. Thanks for having me. Have a good one.
Thank you. And I'm your host, Roshan, and I'll let you all tune back in to the rest of the show. Thank you for watching.
Cool. Thank you.
Oh hi! Frederick the Yeti here with another vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Automated Market Maker. An automated market maker is a type of decentralized exchange. The fundamental difference is that AMMs use a mathematical formula to calculate the rate, and not an order book, ask and bid orders, as on a traditional crypto exchange. AMMs brilliantly allow users to trade cryptocurrencies transparently by using liquidity pools provided by other users, who then receive fees as a reward in exchange for creating the liquidity of the market. In other words, the old order book of traditional exchanges is replaced by a smart contract which cleverly uses the liquidity pools created by community members to calculate the exchange value of the trading pairs autonomously. Smart.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag so they go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got 1,000,000 coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like Biff from my squad on the block. Chatting with a whole life. Chat rooms, we scroll at night. Bitcoin Ether, been told twice. Now I hold my ish like it's Moldavite. Going to the stars, cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I shield my shit coins, cause I'm overhyped. We can't to Lambo land. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled, wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzled. Now I'm going for hikes, have the mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble, now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodled to my last breath, not the one to half step. It's so strange, wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt, fueled by my research. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance.
Hi everyone, this is Paul from Public Mint. I'm CEO at Public Mint. I'm really happy to be here with this conversation with Adam.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference and a monthly series of events bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mousebell University program. Our main objective and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So again, thank you all. If you've been following us for the last year, it's kind of been pretty exciting. The demand has been great. The people that we're interviewing are just getting better and better. And today's going to be nothing short of that. So Paulo Rodriguez, CEO of Public Mint, how you doing today? Thank you for joining us.
Very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Awesome. So we were just talking a little bit earlier. You're calling from Portugal, and we were chatting a little bit. Maybe you could shed a little bit light. You know, this is kind of an international. We share this across various platforms, international, all over. People view this from 10 plus countries. And what's the scene like, kind of where you're at out in Portugal, the crypto scene?
Well, the crypto scene here in Portugal is really vibrant. I was talking about it earlier. So we have this crypto-friendly regulation in Portugal. So as a matter of fact, we happen to have a lot of people coming in from other geographies living in Portugal, which means that you have very interesting, talented people here. And we have very interesting discussions from Bitcoin maximalists on one side, you have corporate people on the other side, and we all get together and get really interesting discussions on how to move forward within this environment.
Awesome. And your project, we'll get into that because it does touch on the crypto side and it touches on kind of the corporate traditional side that, right. That I've read, with Public Mint. Is some of the problems really in the crypto space and the projects that are coming out to diversify, right, and kind of reach the masses. So let's talk about, well, first of all, everybody has a great journey into blockchain. Everybody felt some rabbit hole years ago, 2 days ago, enthusiasts. We have a lot of developers tuning in, a lot of students. But not only that, we have, investors. We have other leaders of projects that are either participating, that are viewing this right now. So talk to me a little bit of kind of your crypto path into the space?
Yeah, so I used to work for a clearinghouse and payments processor for over 15 years, and I went through the card schemes like Visa, MasterCard, and domestic scheme, and was also at a certain point in time responsible for the ATM development of applications on the ATM network. But at a certain point, I was responsible for the SWIFT connectivity of the Portuguese banks to the SWIFT network. As we call it, a SWIFT Service Bureau, which enables basically all the plumbing of the banks, of the Portuguese banks, to the SWIFT network and to the real-time gross settlement systems at the European Central Bank. And it was effectively when I was managing that mission-critical system that I came across blockchain. This was roughly around the Mt. Gox event, so a few years ago already. And at that time, the shareholders were just asking me, "Look, what is this Bitcoin? Is this a threat to the banks? What's going to happen?" And it was my responsibility to give them a view on how would that play out according to the SWIFT connectivity, to the cross-border remittances kind of use case. So they were a bit concerned, and I was responsible for doing that research, and maybe even created some working groups with the banks. But at the end of the day, this crowd is quite conservative, and I've tried my best to educate them and to bring them on board, but still. So I decided to move into the startup world. I helped create an innovation hub and a blockchain dedicated team in Lisbon for another company before embracing the Public Mint challenge. So it was kind of like 3 years or so when I was very fortunate to meet Halsey Miner. And just for the guys that don't know who Halsey Miner is, Halsey Miner was the guy that built CNET back in the 90s. So he's the founder of CNET and is one of the first investors in Salesforce. He helped Mark Benioff ramp up Salesforce. So this, to me, was really an honor and a privilege to meet Halsey and to be able to have his mentorship. He had a vision, an idea that he wanted to fulfill. At the same time, I met Jorge Pereira, who's the CTO of Public Mint. George and Halsey already have worked together building Uphold. I don't know if you heard about Uphold.
Yeah.
Uphold is quite a successful project out there. And there were some lessons learned out of Uphold. Uphold is very successful, but there were some things that could be done in a different direction. And that's where the three of us came up with this idea of building Public Mint. So this is basically my story, how I came to Public Mint, right?
No, that's crazy. I used to work for the bank too, and the whole SWIFT and wires and settlements and payments. It's kind of interesting. Like you have, some true insight into.
Well, the thing that really struck me the most hard to understand was really the fact that you have instant settlement already for a long time, but it's only between banks.
Yeah.
So at the central bank, you have accounts that are from direct participants or indirect participants, but they have instant settlement. But that's something in a closed group, in a closed environment. So there's not that ability for you and I to do instant settlement. And that was the thing that was really difficult for me to accept. And that's why I was so drawn into blockchain, because regardless of the technology, and you have different flavors out there, the whole idea is that you have instant settlement. My money, I can transfer to you whenever I want without interacting with some kind of gatekeeper that is holding effectively my money. So that's in a nutshell, I would say, the thing that brought my attention into blockchain, into this industry.
No, totally. I think there's going to be a true impact, that peer-to-peer, right? That peer-to-peer accessibility, transaction, no middlemen, right? And kind of working our way. It's I was just at the Bitcoin conference, and full Bitcoin and steam ahead. Price dips, no dips. Everybody's moving forward. That's for sure. So let's go ahead.
So I was just going to say that there's this ideal a Bitcoin maximalist, and I've had very interesting discussions with people that are on one extreme position and on the other extreme position. And we at Public Mint, what we think is that we need to find the silver lining, the path in between that makes it available for the masses. It's not just about I don't know, DeFi solutions that are really interesting, but at the end of the day, they're not available for the normies. They're just available for people that know what a MetaMask is, what Ether is, what an exchange is, and we need to realize that the world is much beyond those kinds of people. This is a small bubble of crypto people, right? What we're trying to do is really to bring that innovation for everyone and not just for a small set of people.
And let's get into it, I guess. So let's talk about Public Mint. Very interesting project. Looking it up, reviewing it. I have actually hadn't come across it until recently. And so, yeah, let's kind of give some insight, and we'll kind of go down kind of maybe the internal workings. I know you guys offer like solutions and even on the going back to this topic that we were just talking about, like you guys do provide outside of this crypto bubble. So before we get into that, or not the bubble, but a lot of projects get stuck within the industry and are having a tough time maneuvering, right, to get beyond the current users and crypto enthusiasts and believers. We do need to get to that second, third, fourth tiers out there. So yeah, let's get into Public Mint and kind of talk about what that is.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's a bridge, because you have crypto savvy people that one way or the other have some friction when trying to bring fiat on board and get access to fiat rails and to bank accounts. That's one issue from people that are in the crypto side. And you can argue that some of these people already live all in crypto. They don't need to have a bank account. You can argue that, but still there is the need to get access to the legacy world, so to say. And you have on the other side of the fence people that don't know anything about blockchain, don't know anything about Bitcoin, but they hear things like 10x or like 8%, and they're stuck with a savings account where it's less than 1%, right? So there's this disconnect between these two sides. So what we envisioned, and this started 2.5 years ago when we went to the OCC to present our idea, because at the end of the day, we wanted to work with banks, not against banks. So there was no clear, explicit say that, yes, we approve, but they didn't say we were on the wrong path.
Yeah.
So basically what we decided was really to move forward. And what that means is that at the core, we have banks. So banks hold the money, the fiat money, like dollars, euros, yens. The banks hold the money. They are the regulated entities to do so. What we do is kind of like what Swift did for the banks. So there's this technological layer on top of the custodial structure that works with digital representations of those dollars. So you decouple the ownership of funds from the movement of funds themselves. Let me give you an example. If I were to send money over to you and I started from scratch, so I go to Public Mint, I create a wallet, and I deposit funds there, like a prepaid card. I top up my wallet, right? So what happens is that I'm triggering a wire or an ACH or a credit card into my Public Mint address. The money is sitting on the bank, one of the banks that works with us. But the digital representation is now available on my wallet, which is on the blockchain side, which means that from now on, I can send money to you directly in 4 seconds, instant finality, low cost, like 5 cents per transaction, because you're benefiting from the blockchain, but you're still benefiting from the fact that you're working with a fiat currency. So it's kind of like trying to get the best of both worlds, right? So that is the whole idea, is really to work with banks for the custodial structure, for anti-money laundering approach, to do all the sanction screening, to make sure that the money is legit when it comes in. But then when it comes in, it becomes much more powerful than the typical money that you have on your bank, because it becomes programmable and becomes available to exchange hands instantly. And that's what we believe is going to be a game changer from now on.
And so what about kind of like key storage and is this non-custodial or custodial? Like, is it, do the
You choose.
users, you choose? Wow,
You choose.
that's great.
So you have the crypto savvy kind of approach where I hold my keys and I want my keys on my side, and you create your wallet, you download your keys, and you have the keys on your side. Or if you're kind of like a normie kind of approach, you don't know what a key is, right? You don't even grasp that concept. So you just want a user and a password, and you're logged in. So that's why we've integrated with Google and with Apple in a way that becomes easy for a person to interact with the system, although the keys are being stored on Google Cloud, for example. So you have the security at the same time, but you have a more friendly approach to the usability.
And how did you navigate these partnerships or these, external parties that you're dealing with, your Googles, your Apples, as you're mentioning, I don't know, some of the other, credit card processing machines, you're dealing with, what was it? Some agency.
We have Prime Trust doing the custody of funds on the trust company side. So you have to find the proper path in between. So there's always the concern of operating within the boundaries of regulation, but at the same time trying to figure out a way of becoming a better service for the end user. And sometimes it's not easy. So if you are totally in on the crypto side, you have more flexibility, right?
Of course.
But then you buy into some issues in terms of how to cope with regulation. And if we are totally on the legacy side with banks, then you don't have any flexibility at all. So it's kind of like finding the middle ground.
How have you seen the evolution of maybe some of the, it was pretty tough to onboard, fiat payments and all that. Have you seen, and then you mentioned just a few seconds ago of like regulation clarity, compliance clarity. Have we come along? I know we've come a long ways, but to what degree have we? There's still room. There's still work to do, but have we kind of made a dent in terms of allowing jurisdictions allowing companies to flow a little bit easier?
Yeah, well, I'm biased on this one because due to my background in payments and working very closely with regulators in the past, so I fully respect the role of the regulator. It's really hard to be a regulator today because you need to give space for innovation. You should not stifle innovation, but when you see something bad happening, you need to find a way to protect the customers, right? So it's not easy for the regulator to keep up with the speed that innovation is happening today in the crypto space. But having said that, I think we've come a long way. We've done a lot of effort in different geographies, and you see all the CBDC discussion around central bank digital currency, which is quite exciting, right? We public mint, what we are doing is in fact a synthetic fiat version of dollars on chain. So it's kind of like the natural path of central banks to go on that route also and find a way to have a central bank digital currency. But that doesn't mean that it's a one winner all, right? You should have crypto on one side, you should have central bank digital currencies, and you should have different flavors for different types of customers. So I would say that regulators have done a good effort in trying to keep up and not stifling too much. But we all also acknowledge that there have been some errors in the crypto side, some fraud that it would be better if we hadn't. But still, it's just a fact of life, and it's a result of the trial and error approach that we have in the crypto space, right?
Are you a supporter of the CBDC?
I think we will get there.
Yeah.
Maybe not as fast as people think.
Yeah.
There is this catalyst of China because everyone else needs to do something about it. But it's a tough call for central banks to move forward into a CBDC because there's a lot at stake. the currency is a very powerful tool that people typically don't grasp and don't understand that the currency represents the sovereignty of a country, represents how that country maps into privacy. There's a lot of issues at play. So I think we will get into that. And I think the crypto space is going to help in giving some examples of how to get there. So yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I've seen this concept kind of within the platform in terms of, I think you have some integrated concepts of like centralized finance and DeFi.
Yeah.
Is that right? Can you explain a little bit of that?
Yeah. I'll tell you why we got into that use case. So we've set up the platform in July last year. It was up and running. It's a fully Ethereum compatible blockchain, but it's a fork in the sense that it's fully fiat native. So it doesn't run on Ether, it runs on dollars. If you want to transfer money to a friend of yours, you transfer dollars and you pay your fees in cents of a dollar. There's no Ether involved. And once again, it's simply because we want to make it as simple as possible for everyone to use it without coming up with this friction of trying to understand what Ether is and MetaMask and all that stuff. So the system was up and running. We started to have a few customers using it for instant payouts to their providers or to stuff like that. But still, we understood that the customers on our network were stuck with the money there, just sitting there, right? And they had just one option, whether I find a partner to transfer funds to pay for products and services, or I need to take that money out back into the legacy world. And that's obviously not what we want. So we tried to figure out what was the low-hanging fruit in terms of the next use case. And the next use case is an obvious one, is giving some returns on your money, right? It's kind of like having a checkings account and migrating into a savings account, but in a blockchain kind of style, which means that your money is always available and it's easy to move around. So that use case we call the Earn, and we've launched a specific IDO for that in February. There's a light paper explaining all about the Earn app, but you can see it as an application that is running on top of the underlying public mint platform. So you have the underlying fiat native blockchain, and then you have one vertical, which is the Earn app. And that means that you have the money on public mint, and now you can decide. You can decide to click a button and put that money into Earn, and all of a sudden you get at least 6 to 8% APY just for the fact that you're relocating money into the Earn app.
And what are you holding? What does one hold when they're earning, and what are they earning?
So what the Earn app is it's kind of like a funds manager, right? It's the comparison is it's just for the sake of understanding. Imagine that instead of having an entity that is managing a fund, you have a set of people that can vote and say what is the best way to apply that liquidity. That's how the Earn app functions. So you have the Mint token, which is a very specific utility token that was created for the Earn app, and it means that anyone that holds Mint tokens is in fact a person that can stake their tokens and vote and say to the system where the money should be applied. So you have two sides of the equation. You have the normies, or the people that don't realize what blockchain is. They just have money on public mint and they click a button and they allocate liquidity. And then you have on the other side of the equation the crypto savvy people that have mint tokens that know where the money should be applied in order to get the best earnings out of that. And with that, you have 80% of that earnings going back to the normies, and 50% going back to the people that did some work and educated the system on where to apply the liquidity. Obviously, the destination of the liquidity is not everything. Mm-hmm. So Public Mint does a lot of due diligence and creates a portfolio of options on the Earn app, options that then the Mint token holders will vote upon. And those options are CeFi providers that we are already working with, or DeFi protocols. So there's a diversified portfolio of CeFi and DeFi in order to have a blended APY that comes back to the owners of the liquidity and to the mint token holders. That's how the Earn app functions, and it's just an example of a very simple application that is running on top of the public mint underlying platform. Others to come in terms of interesting applications running on that.
Wow.
But that was just the low-hanging fruit, right? You have money there. Well, the next step is to get some earnings out of that.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think just kind of the whole flow right now is very UI UX. Actually, how is your UI UX with all of these solutions?
We're going to launch. Yeah, we're going to launch an app, an Android first, and then Apple. And it's, well, you've touched a very important topic, which is all about UI UX. It's all about, once again, reducing friction to the end user. So it's what we want is a button to deposit funds and a button to allocate funds, and that's it. And that's how all blockchain applications should be. And that's why we think that Public Mint is enabling this bridge in order to have any kind of blockchain. And I've seen a lot of interesting innovation in the blockchain space, and they're just stuck there because they're struggling to get into mass adoption. They need to overcome the whole friction of people that don't know anything about blockchain, and they don't know how to interact with the blockchain system. So friction is something that should be taken out of the equation as much as possible.
Any risk involved? Anything that a user would have to be careful of? It looks like obviously you can manage your keys, not manage your keys. It looks like you're moving dollar in, right, which is understandable. It looks like you could pick and choose, or not pick and choose, but you kind of can, you provide a blended option of CeFi and DeFi. Are there any risks that one needs to pay attention, or is it?
Yeah, so if you deposit funds into Public Mint, the money is being, as I said, held in trust companies and banks. That means that your money is fully FDIC insured. So that's when the money that you have on Public Mint is FDIC insured, and that is very good. And
That's
I don't
great.
think you see that, and I don't think you see that a lot in this space. Now, when you allocate part of your money into the Earn app, that money is no longer FDIC insured, because what we're doing is putting that money into CeFi and DeFi protocols. So obviously there is some risk involved, and it's going to be totally explained in the terms and conditions of the people that get onboarded into the app. But what we did was still do the same good practices that banking do, which is minimize the risk by diversifying. So you have different players, different CeFi players, in order, if one of them defaults, and it might happen, we will do all our due diligence, but you never know, right? It's just like a bank. Some banks sometimes default, which is very unfortunate. And in our case, what we're doing is the same thing, is trying to diversify the portfolio and still reserve part of that liquidity into an insurance in order to mitigate that catastrophic situation that might happen. But still, there is always risk when you try to get some earnings out of your money. And that is very important because, this is just a side note, but the human being is a bipolar human being. On one side, we like to get huge return, but on the other side, we want to be fully protected. And that doesn't happen, right?
No, that's the complete opposite, actually, of how it actually works. And, we're kind of talking about the masses. We're talking about adoption. We're talking about utility. Democratizing, crypto and finance and banking and all that. I don't know if this is on the roadmap. How does this play into traditional businesses, right? We're talking about individuals using this. Is this on the roadmap? Is this down the road where, your Public Mint can be applied to different mom and pops or corporate structures? What's kind of the lay of the land there?
So, as I said in the beginning of this conversation, we have banks on one side, very slow to move, all the regulation constraints. So they will get into the CBDC discussion, but it will take time. Then you have a second stage, which is big corporates, right? And they might be interested at this point to do some interesting POCs or MVPs, just try to figure out. There is some risk involved, but they are still stuck in that ROI kind of approach. So what is in it for me for the next 6 months? And it's really difficult for them to move into a very aggressive approach like startups. And then you have the startups, and you have this interesting environment that we have in the blockchain space in different networks where you have full liberty to try it out. So what I'm saying here is that first we will start with startups, and those startups will eventually target like B2C solutions, like end users, and that will trigger liquidity, that will trigger usage into the system. Then the next step is, now that we have a momentum, now we can go to corporates, mid-size, big corporates, and then we will get to the CBDCs. Because at the end of the day, if you look at Public Mint, the underlying platform, we can perfectly be a provider of a CBDC in a white label approach. That is something that might happen, but not, obviously not at this stage. That's something that might happen when the time comes.
And is Public Mint kind of a composable platform too? Is it, can you plug and play? Is it meant, can others, leverage Public Mint into their own, like you said, further up the stack?
I have to give it to Halsey. Well, Halsey was as I said, was the first investor in Salesforce. So this whole idea of creating Salesforce for quote Salesforce for money, it's the same mindsets, right? So you have Salesforce for data right now, and the same mindset we would like to apply here. So there's this underlying platform where the common denominator is programmable money, and then you create verticals. Some verticals we might do it ourselves, what happened with Earn app, because they are so fundamental that can be part of the core portfolio, but we always encourage our community to develop their own solutions on top of Public Mint.
Nice.
And we already have examples of that. So we have, for example, we have announced very recently a situation where it was created a decentralized exchange on top of Public Mint. And it was completely autonomous. So we have the open APIs, we have an embeddable widget, people can play with it freely, and that was what happened. So we already have on our sandbox a decentralized exchange that it was completely done by the programmers with using our open APIs to access money. So that's where we want to be, is to really support the community, and that community will create two types of components. It will create B2B components, say for example, things like, what is my global position on Public Mint and other networks? That would be a nice component to be available on our marketplace. Or components like data aggregation or tax reporting, stuff like that, that don't have an UI. But on the other side, you can have things more related to end users, like DEXs, like IDO platforms, like AI advisors and stuff like that. So there's components that can be delivered to others for usage, or you aggregate that on a kind of a money Lego philosophy, and then you have full-fledged solutions to be presented to the end user. So it's fully composable.
Nice. Yeah. and how, what does your governance mechanism look like for Public Mint? I know you guys have like a couple things going on there. Can you elaborate a little bit on how the governance works, or what the purpose of that is for?
So I want to address it in two different layers. So you have the underlying layer, the Public Mint platform, and that, as I said, is a fork of Hyperledger Bezel. By the way, we've went through a lot of different solutions before we decided to go for what is called today Hyperledger Bezel.
Hold that thought, because this is Battle of the Chains. Battle for the Throne, Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. And I do want to hold that question, because I do want you to talk about kind of that process on the on a Hyperledger, Ethereum, where we're having a lot of discussions on projects, layer one communities, on the pros and cons, the advantages. So yeah, I would love to kind of hear that at some point too.
So we went through a lot of them, but at the end of the day, 2 years ago, we've decided to go for one that was called Ethereum for the Enterprise. It was called back then Pegasus from Pantheon. It was a startup from Consensus.
Yeah.
Then they've joined Hyperledger, which was great for us because I already had previous relationships with Hyperledger. Back when I was working before Public Mint, I was working at another company that was a founding member of Hyperledger. So it was interesting to see Hyperledger Bezo, and we were just using Hyperledger Bezo, again, as a fork because it's dollar native and not based out of Ethereum. So for that governance, currently we run with 7 nodes in different geographies, but it's still fully under our responsibility. We have planned on our roadmap the ability to evolve to a distributed proof of stake kind of approach in order to have vetted entities, certified entities to run nodes, but still at this stage, we have the network running as it is, and we're currently more focused on building verticals and creating momentum around the platform than moving into the distributed proof of stake. So that's not honestly on our first priorities at this point. That's the underlying platform. In terms of the Earn app, it's fully decentralized in the sense that the Mint token holders are the ones that decide what the Earn app is going to do. So there's different stages. There's a first stage where, and that's also described on the Lightbird. There's a first stage where we call the shots, and then there's a second stage where we can vet some of the decisions that were made by the community, and we will get to the third stage where the Earn app is fully decentralized and autonomous and managed by the Mint token holders.
And I think that's critical. You said a couple things there in terms of decentralization versus, centralization, or just kind of the phases of that. Like, people think it's just decentralized tomorrow, right? Like, no, it comes in phases. You got to build it out first, make sure everything, is cohesive.
You don't put an atomic bomb in the hands of a baby, right?
No way. Yeah.
You need to go step by step. And when you see that the baby has grown up and is mature enough to understand the pros and cons, then okay.
Exactly. And you definitely do have this hybrid approach. Why was it important to, I guess, have an Ethereum compatible option? Yeah. And is that also to other EVM?
Mm-hmm. The two main arguments were, first, community, and it's obvious that the whole community in the crypto space is all about Ether and Ethereum. You have others, and you have very interesting projects coming out now, but still, Ether is king. Yeah. And that is one very strong argument to choose Pantheon. And the second one was really, it was focused on the enterprise. Yeah. And as I said before, when we get to the enterprise, that's when things will start to get very, very interesting. And I can tell you, for example, when I was working at Swift, at the Swift Service Bureau, one of the things that was really interesting was to go for the supply chain finance use case. That's something that moves a lot of money in the world, because you have big corporates lending and borrowing money and manage their treasury, and there's a lot of liquidity pools on the value chain that are locked simply because the system doesn't work efficiently. So once we get to that stage, and I'm not saying it's going to be tomorrow, because we're still at the stage where we're building apps for the end users, we're creating momentum, and we will gradually enter into the corporates. But when they see the advantages of managing their treasury on an instant liquidity kind of approach, then it becomes a really, really interesting game, because no longer you need to wait 90 days for your customers to pay you.
Yeah.
You have your money instantly, which means that you can negotiate with your providers on a dynamic discount kind of approach. And that's something that's going to roll out within the next 2 or 3 days, 2 or 3 years, and it's going to be very interesting to see.
And you guys are going to be well positioned.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah. Couple minutes here as we wrap this up. How have you been able to engage your community, educate them, market kind of public mint, encourage developers, right? These, like, and you mentioned this to Ethereum, like these are kind of the critical important factors. A bunch of other chains are doing their thing, carrying momentum, but Ethereum has a lot of resources, content, material, right? How do you engage kind of the public mint ecosystem to further adopt and encourage them to develop and use the platform more?
Again, it's a challenging exercise that we're very happy to address, which is as follows. So we have, for example, for the Earn app, we have people that entered in the IDO, that invested in the Mint token, and we're very happy to have their support. But it's at the same time, you need to try to, for one side, manage the expectations of a quick buck, and on the other side, educate people for the long run. And that's what we always try to say to people. We're in it for the long run. We want to really make this a successful project for years to come. It's not just I've been in the first ICO bubble, and I've seen a lot of things that were really crazy.
That was crazy time.
And you still have those crazy times today.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say here is that things don't happen overnight. So you have to wait for things to settle and to evolve in a sustainable manner. And that's what we're trying to do. At the same time, trying to manage the expectations of our investors and trying to figure out the best way to bring value to them. But it's not easy. It's not an easy task on these days, because you have people going into DeFi protocols, winning 100x on 2 days, and then they want everything to give them 100x in 2 days. So
doesn't it's hard to manage. You have to bring people back to reality, set the expectation, that's very high risk.
And explain what we're trying to do here.
Exactly.
Right? The Earn app is just the beginning. It's just the first of many to be running on top of public mint. And as I said before, first end users, then the corporates, and then we will get to the big players out there.
No, I mean, I think you're adding value. I think you're contributing, to what, the reaching the next billion people, or whatever in the rest of the world. And you guys are doing a hell of a job executing along the way from.
Yeah, one of the things is really to, as you said, execute. We need to stick to the roadmap, execute, create trust. People need to understand that we are here to deliver and not just for the quick buck. That's what we plan to do.
And I think you just mentioned it coming up on the horizon. You're doing an Android app. Do you have any other things on the radar that we should be on the lookout for?
At this point is so we have the dollar already available, and now the Earn app. Then we'll get into other currencies.
Nice.
And that means not only fiat, but also the ability to integrate with a stable coin.
Great.
Which means, once again, that whether you are on the legacy side or you're on the blockchain side, you have an easy way to bring money into the system and start using it. So not only fiat currencies, but we will have some integrations with stable coins to enable the ability for people that are in the crypto space to easily get onboarded into public mint and be able to use their wallets.
Nice.
That's the next steps, and those are the most urgent ones that we need to focus right now.
No, that's great. This has been a great discussion, eye-opening, definitely unique, right? Like I've chatted with a bunch of projects over the last 9-10 months, and everybody, is doing their own thing, but nothing like public mint at all.
Well, we don't have the resources of consensus yet.
Yeah, not yet.
But what we really try to achieve here is really to engage with the community, and the thing that we've tried to develop right from the start is really the ability to make it easy for anyone to develop their own solutions on top of programmable money. So again, as I said, we have an open API, we have an embeddable widget, which is kind of like a PayPal widget that you can put on your web portal, and boom, you have an ability to have fiat rails with KYC embedded for customers that want to bring money from the legacy system. That is available for people to use, and at this point, it's practically free. So we're engaging with the community and bringing more and more people in for them to understand the advantages and to try it out in our sandbox. That's our current approach, is really because it's not just about us, right? It's about the community. It's about bringing use cases. We have some ideas of use cases that might make sense, but those are our biased ideas, right?
Yeah. Yep.
If you talk about NFTs, for example, man, we've been talking about people around NFTs, and they all say the same. NFTs, if they could be listed in fiat currencies, it would be a lot easier for people to use them. If they could pay it with fiat instead of going through the motions and friction of crypto, that would be a lot easier. So bring them on and develop them on top of public mint. That's a no-brainer.
Do you offer any bounties or grants or any kind of programs for developers, incentivize developers to come kind of maybe propose these ideas or work with you?
On a case-by-case approach, we might consider, if we see that it's really a very interesting use case that can bring liquidity and usage really quickly, we would support that. Yeah,
that's great. And where can people learn more about Public Mint? Where should they go? How do they get updates and insights?
Well, you have our Telegram group, Public Mint, and you have our website, publicmint.com. And you have publicmint.io, which is our developers portal where you can find all the documentation and access to the sandbox. You can even check out the explorer.publicmint.com, which is our blockchain explorer, where you see all the transactions happening.
Nice.
So all there for you to see.
Great. Well, it's been a pleasure.
My pleasure. Thank you for the invitation, man.
This was a great discussion for everybody tuning in. We just chatted with Paulo Rodriguez, CEO of Public Mint. We got an introduction to the platform, the app, the hybrid approach of providing an awesome solution for CeFi and DeFi opportunities for its own users. How we bridge from fiat to crypto. I mean, the list goes on. We chatted about governance and kind of the strategic utility of leveraging blockchain for a specific purpose. And I hope, everybody, learned something new today. Feel free to check out Public Mint. Make sure to go develop on it, go read up on it. And, let's reach the next billion people. So Paulo, again, thank you for tuning in to Reimagine, participating. We hope to have you again, someone from your team, to kind of do another follow-up in the future and kind of and touch base.
Thank you for your kind words. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. My name's Adam, host today from Mousebell team, joined here by Paulo Rodriguez from Public Mint, CEO. Great discussion. Check them out. And we hope you enjoy the conference. We'll talk again. See you guys. All right, Paulo.
Oh, hey there, baby. Me, Elvis Presley here with another vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. DAO, Decentralized Autonomous Organization. DAOs represent a new approach to the management of decentralized crypto projects. All token holders of a project managed via DAO can propose improvements to the project and vote for the proposals of other users, thus becoming, to all intents and purposes, proactive contributors to the project. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hey, this is Pavel Baines. I'm CEO of Bluezell. I'm happy to hear the Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference, Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. That's a topic and theme of this month. We do a monthly series of events bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above. That's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator, or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mouseball University program. Our main objective and goals are simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Again, thank you for joining us at the moment. We have an exciting interview today, an interesting interview. One of my first meetups, early 2018, when I got into the space. This was one of the first meetups I attended here in San Francisco. They were strong then. They're still going strong, and we're happy to have him here. Pavel Baines, how you doing, man? Co-founder and CEO of Blue Zell. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, Adam. It's funny that you brought that event up. I totally remember it clearly when we went there just for Token Fest. It was great.
Yeah, exactly. Time flies. Feels like a million years ago. You guys have been going, super strong. You're all over YouTube as well. Anybody that's tuning in, you can catch Pavel here. Just Google Blue Zell. He has a few interviews talking about kind of his past, what the project is. I'm going to do something a little bit different this time around. I will get an intro, Pavel, on like what your quick journey into blockchain, because everybody has a cool, rabbit hole story of how they stumbled into it. We would love to hear that. And then two, kind of how that led you to Blue Zell. And then, I'll kick it off from there.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So I came from the video game space, digital media, did stuff with like Microsoft, Electronic Arts, Disney, Warner Brothers, like name it. Got kind of tired of that. I was taking a break. And then one of my friends brought up Bitcoin, just like, everybody else does. And said, okay, what's this all about? Started reading it. And I was like, whoa, just totally fascinated because it's combined like everything. It was cyberpunk, it was science, it was mathematics, it was finance, it was political science. It was like, oh, all this cool stuff wrapped up into one product. So started going down that rabbit hole. With that, found my co-founder, Neeraj, and we were just saying, let's just do stuff in blockchain, dev work, whatever, and just get going. Then from that, we ended up moving to Singapore because we thought, oh, if this stuff takes off, we'll probably be in Asia. Fintech finance capital, and came out here. And then Blue Zell morphed into what it is now of storage, the decentralized storage, because we're doing some projects for banks on the blockchain. And we realized that if this stuff takes off, the first layer is decentralized, but that could authenticate transactions. But if you're storing files, customer information, if that's not decentralized, well, then everything is broken. And that's kind of how Blue Zell morphed into what it is now.
And
decentralized storage.
Yeah, and I remember kind of the pivots, and I'm glad you brought that up. How critical were those pivots? Like, we have startups, we have entrepreneurs, we have founders tuning in, right, to this conference. And I'm sure at some point, either you stick with your gut and like you believe in what you're going to do, or, you maybe take a little risk to kind of pivot, adjust. Maybe you didn't plan for it. And how did you navigate kind of going from, point A to where Blue Zell is now? And were you confident, in these changes of kind of what you guys were developing and building?
It's weird because I came from the traditional startup space, and crypto startup space is actually different. And in that, I say, in the typical startup space, you'll pivot fast, find it. And we're applying that methodology to do it. But then what I realize now, looking back, in crypto, what we realize that you have to let the market catch up. So if you actually look at it, I think in crypto, you shouldn't pivot as much because the stuff that we were actually doing then and said, oh, this stuff's not working. There's not enough consumers. We got to go enterprise. And then from there, let's go decentralized. But if you actually if you think about the guys who stuck with just saying the market's young, we have to wait it out and just wait it out. Eventually it catches up. Like I remember Kraken at a point was almost bankrupt in 2015, 2016. I talked to people who knew them indirectly. They're like, yeah, we don't know if they're going to make it. But once the market caught up, it did all right. A great example is DEXs. 2017, everybody's excited about DEXs. 2018, there's no volume, nobody's using it. But the Kybers and all those guys who stuck with it and said, we just gotta survive long enough that the market catches up, DEXs took off. So in that thinking, there was a while, like maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, when we're like, there's not enough applications being built here. Maybe we need to move away from storage. Maybe storage isn't it. Maybe we should pivot. But we ended up just sticking it through, saying maybe everything is just 2 to 3 years behind of what we thought. And eventually Web3 will catch up, storage will be needed, and then we should be at the right, as long as you're around at the right time, then that works. So I'm almost saying the opposite of typical value startups, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
In this case, you almost have to wait it out. It's weird.
No, you're totally right. I think you have to weather, if you can, right? You got to weather the storm, because you're right. We do move quickly. If you have good foresight and kind of, understand what's going on, it might take a little bit of time. It might even take a little bit of longer time. Obviously, you got to run lean, and obviously stay on top of the market in terms of what everybody else is doing and kind of what makes sense. And hindsight right now is 2020, but when you see everything now, you're right. We did see it a few years ago, and it was so advanced or kind of like interesting, new. God, at that time, you're right. It wasn't like the time because everything else was being built, infrastructure, blockchains, consensus, mechanisms, trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work, a bunch of forks of Bitcoin, which, isn't always the right solution. So where do you fall in terms of like decentralization versus centralization to the degree? Some people want full decentralization. Some understand like you're going to be in the middle, and some, are not, maybe don't believe in decentralization as much. You bring up a good point. You're only as decentralized as kind of like your most centralized point, I guess, of failure, or where you're at in the stack. Where do you fall in terms of like, does everything need to be decentralized? Do you think it's good for some verticals or industries?
Some verticals definitely can be centralized and okay. Like let's say you're an NFT and you're a walled garden. IP is what matters. So you're using the blockchain to authenticate property ownership, but it doesn't have to be in an open marketplace where anybody can come. Maybe a walled garden works. I think also right now, I think eventually everything will gravitate to being fully decentralized. Right now, usability and consumer interaction matters most. And then as they get educated and, like I said, the market catches up, things will just start becoming less centralized and move towards decentralized. So I think it's just part of the process. Maybe 2 years ago, I would have thought different, that no, everything's got to be decentralized from the start. But now what we're seeing is just get the people in, get them comfortable with the product. Friends of mine who got into crypto in the past year, let's say from September 2020. Hey, where should I buy it? Where should I keep it secure? I'm like, they're relatively small amounts. So I'm not telling them go get a ledger and do this. I'm like, if it's in Canada or the US, Coinbase, these exchanges are good. They're not going anywhere wrong. Keep it on there, save yourself the headache. But as they're getting educated more along and getting more into it, they're like, hey, maybe I'll buy more. Maybe a MetaMask or a ledger wallet and keeping custody myself is cool. And I do want that. So I think centralization is good as long as we're bringing people in and then let them kind of find out the options and they'll move towards that path. You're mute now.
Sorry about that.
There we
go. We were, I was just doing an interview and we were just talking about that for this conference in terms of like, getting it going, building some momentum, getting people in, right? And then having some optionality in terms of maybe a hybrid approach, custodial, non-custodial, or however you want, give them the option, once they're in, once they know how to use kind of the infrastructure of crypto. So let's talk about BlueZell a little bit. Like, give us a backdrop of what you guys are working on. What have you been working on? And like, why is it important that BlueZell, has targeted this specific kind of area within blockchain, data storage?
Yeah, it was my CTO. He's really passionate about it, saw it. And like I said, going back to your thing, that infrastructure is going to be needed. if you have successful apps, they need better infrastructure to support. As those apps grow, they need better infrastructure. And so once again, we saw that the decentralized storage is going to definitely be needed, especially around data. Like we're seeing how our data is used, manipulated, mined, all that stuff, and ownership and how it should be protected should be there. And so then what's interesting for us is over the past couple months is kind of grown past the database because of stuff that was going on in the market, is that you can start as a database and do data storage, but then because how we built with Cosmos and other things, the modules that you can build on top actually allowed us to go more breadth. So instead of just being a database, we can actually do full decentralized storage. So we can actually do files and that are specific that can manage the database as well. So we definitely see as, you know, DEXs eventually took off, then decentralized storage infrastructure is all going to take off because these apps are going to go and then be like, we need better backends for all these things, and we'll be there. Otherwise, they're running the risk of, I mean, let's say if you build an application and you have it on all your data and your files are stored on AWS or Google Cloud, and then all of a sudden, you know, there's a network failure and something goes down, now your app's not accessible. Or you're doing good things and I don't know, let's just say one of the AWS MongoDB guys just has it in for crypto or whatever and says, you know what, all crypto products, let's just stop giving access to them because we think they're doing this and that. All of a sudden, all your application backend is gone. On a decentralized network where it's stored, it's like, no, you can't take this stuff down because it's all decentralized and the network's managing it.
Can you talk a little bit about the infrastructure? How's Bluezell built? Like the inner workings of it, the stack?
Yeah, I mean, without going, I mean, I'm not a tech person myself, but without, and maybe that's actually better. Going out into the big aspect of it, just so think about it as you got Ethereum, you got Bitcoin, you know, every transaction is validated by the network, all the nodes, you know, who owns it, all that stuff gets processed. So Bluezell works the same way. The blockchain we're using is Cosmos Tendermint, so we have our own Bluezell network there. All our nodes, instead of just processing the transaction, they're basically storage devices. So Adam, you join up as a node. Part of the thing is you got to provide X space storage onto it in case it's used. So you're providing the storage and at the same time processing the transaction. So I have an application, I store some data, all the nodes come together and saying, yeah, this is Pavel's application. He's a rightful owner. This data is from that application. And boom, you guys all come to consensus and it updates the database for my application on that. So it also stores and updates and authenticates that all the right people made the thing. So if a third party comes in and tries to change it, they're like, wait, these private keys don't match. None of this is, we don't have consensus here. We're not going to change this information. So instead of, and then what you get in turn, if you're the storage provider, is you process it, you provide storage space and you made sure it was secure, right, through the Cosmos Tendermint. And for that, you earn part of the network fees.
You touched on a couple things here, Ethereum, a little bit, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Cosmos. One of the themes, we've done What the Fi is DeFi, we've done NFTs, we've tried to highlight, right, kind of what's going on in the market, highlight just trends that are happening, highlight various teams and projects that are focusing on certain areas of crypto and blockchain. And this one is Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. And really the theme is around like layer ones and base layers, layer ones, you know, layer twos. What made you choose, you know, when people are trying to understand what a blockchain is, they're trying to figure out what is blockchain, what's doing this, what's doing that, what's the purpose of the blockchain. What was your path to determine Cosmos was the best option as opposed to X, Y, and Z out there? Was it timing, you know, at that time? And then maybe, you know, moving forward, you know, has everybody else caught up or, you know, or whatnot? Because Cosmos has been around a long time, so has some of these others. But I would love to get your perspective on your decision to choose, you know, what platform to build on.
Yeah, so what it was, so we're building our own consensus engine first. And, you know, we spent a lot of time, our team doing it. But it's like every time we took 3 steps forward, we took 1 back. Like, oh, it's almost done, and then something would break, and it just kept going. And eventually, we had to just say, we spent a lot of resource on this. Enough is enough. We can't keep doing this for the next year. And fortunately, at that time, Tendermint had just come out, and that was around the end of 2019, and had been tested well. And our research team, CTO, went through it, and they're like, okay, it's got the speed that we want. It's going to be interoperable so that other chains come in there and join, Cosmo Tendermint is IBC, inter-blockchain protocol, communication protocol. So if people connect to that, that means we're automatically connected to all of them. So that was a big thing. So the speed of it, the interoperability, and then also it's a modular approach that if we want to add new things to support, like oracles or file storage, or let's say even a DEX or an automated market maker later, we can actually easily do that. So it's just adding modules to our piece. So it gave us that flexibility. So I would say, to summarize, it was a speed, it was interoperable and flexible. It's on mute again.
Sorry about that. And those are critical aspects, right? Like, I think obviously speed and flexible, reliable. I've heard that story too of developing and trying to build their own blockchains and their own consensus, mechanism, and just it's tough. It's hard to do. Resources, human capital, financial capital, like can really be. Are you keeping an eye on anything now that you like since other chains have come out?
Yeah, personally, I mean, I'm liking Solana, just the products on there.
Yeah.
I mean, a good example is, so I've got a 13-year-old kid, and she started yield farming in the past couple of months, just learning, right? Just play around. So I got her using Solana and Radium, just because it was easier. Because I think if I did it on the Ethereum-based ones, it might have been just too complicated and waiting the transaction flow. And if I want her to learn and just understand, go in there, click away. And this kid plays Fortnite and Minecraft. She's not going to sit there and wait for Ethereum transactions and things like that. So I think on that usability factor, it was really good for her to understand. So now that she's learning more, she might go, well, I like these products on Ethereum better. And maybe she'll be more warm to like, hey, EIP is coming out. Eventually it'll be fixed, or maybe she'll do it on Polygon. But for her, the usability factor was really nice. So that you have to, as much as, we all love Ethereum and all of that, and still Ethereum's got the best developers everywhere, you can't ignore that user factor of what my kid does, right?
Yeah. No, yeah, totally. Makes total sense. And how do they when you plug in Bluezell, a user wants to leverage the platform, like how do you guarantee that your storage is there? Like how does one like it's going to be there down the road, right? I think these are some of the concerns in storage. Like we trust AWS and for all the right reasons. But how can one trust this decentralized aspect of these various nodes providing storage and my information is going to be there, like, I don't know, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the road?
Yeah, it's I mean, going back to what we were talking about, pivots and all those things and understanding of linear timelines. I think all of us you were there in 2018. I think we overestimated where we were in the world's scope. Like we all thought that everything's gonna be in blockchain in 3 years, enterprises are coming, and we were just so off the mark there. So, I'll give a good example. I was reading this thing and they said 10 years ago, and I was in Silicon Valley then, is that they said people were concerned at a point that all the startups coming up in the infrastructure backend side were only selling to startups. So it's like, oh, we're only selling to other startups like us. Is that a real market? But what you understood was that was needed to battle test the products so that the bigger companies could come. Like these products like Cloudflare, Heroku, they were really just startups or early adopters and doing it. And you couldn't go to, everybody talks in blockchain is like, when is enterprise, when commercial use, mainstream? Well, that didn't work in the startup world of tech. So it's not going to do it here. So I think what we got to do is go through that battle testing on smaller projects, showing it. I mean, a good example is Matic Polygon. I was talking to Sandeep maybe like 8 months, almost a year ago, and they were frustrated. Like, they learned, why isn't everybody using us as a layer 2? It's clear that you need it, and doing that. And he came to the realization that Ethereum is battle tested at 4 years deep as of last year, and saying they have that, people trust it, and they'll deal with the slowness. So we just have to have more projects going, even small ones, showing that we're battle tested and ready. And then you have the wave come in. So going back to, there's probably a long way about saying, but I just think in our space, we have to just come realistic that these are still mass experimental, whether a person trusts AWS or a developer, even though Ethereum is still relatively new in the big scheme of things, it's still more battle tested than Polygon Matic.
Yeah.
And then it needed that time to do it. So we're kind of in that same space now where we're moving to more to utility, doing more things. We're going to have developers coming on and hopefully become more battle tested over the next 6 months. And then you get that inflection point.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of our discussions here with Reimagine, everybody tuning in, right? That's kind of the point of these discussions really is about education, adoption, understanding what Blue Zell is doing, understand what you've been doing for, people think that blockchain kind of just came out like in the last few years, but ultimately it's distributed systems, cryptography, this has been around for decades, right? And so it's just kind of maybe come full steam with other technologies kind of catching up and making this now more available to use with the advancements of just innovation in general. But talking about that Matic thing, like, yeah, I think it's still the argument with Ethereum, like you just said. I remember I've known Matic. Yeah, they're one of our partners for the last few years, and I remember when they came out too. That confidence. Like Ethereum, everybody understands it, but I would say like the tides are turning. Matic, Polygon is obviously blown up recently. People are kind of understanding, kind of what they've been working on for quite some time. So regarding like AWS and some of these bigger players, are you concerned, or is any, do you think like they could change their business models into like a decentralized aspect? Can it go from, centralization to wiping out kind of, the new Web3 startup world, or do you think they're going to stick to what they've been doing and kind of let, the Blue Zells of the world, take over in this new space?
I mean, history shows us that everybody thinks that just because they have money and this and that, it's really hard to change big organizations. Yeah. They're so complex. It's not like they can be like, they make a 5-year roadmap or a plan, right? And you have all these divisions, they're all aligned. If Jeff Bezos says, okay, tomorrow I want to go full decentralization, he can't be like, okay, stop everything. It's like you got all these layers that everybody has to get in line. You have to sell it into every single group.
Yeah.
That takes time. Like if you talk to, we all have friends who work in corporations, right? And you go ask them, like, why aren't you guys doing this? It seems so much faster. And they're like, yeah, we try. You know how hard it is to sell it in and do that? Like, I'll give you the best example. Forget about AWS. Cloud computing in late 2000s, like 6, 7, 8, it was obvious. Let's just use the cloud to store everything.
Yep.
You know how long it took for enterprises to start actually saying, we want to move from in-house premise to the data centers to cloud? Like, it's still going on. Like, and it seemed just such a no-brainer. And why did it do it for a big company to do that? Because they just like, well, I don't know. We got to test it. We got to do it. There's people's vested interest of protecting their job, because if it goes to cloud, am I going to be gone? So if you go decentralization, you're going to have internally all these people fighting against it. It's not a matter of just like a startup where I can be like, or my CTO will be like, hey, we got to turn on a dime now because things are bad, or we got to do this. Yeah, sure. Okay. You're not going to get that. So realistically, if history shows is that by the time they start catching up or understand it, they might just say, let's just partner with those or invest in them or just buy them. Right?
Yeah, you're right. Maybe the acquisition, because you're right. Cloud, during that period of time, people are like, I'm not taking my servers off my property, taking them out of, they're like, that's crazy. And now, everybody's pretty much migrated over.
I'll give another example of it because it peeves me off. In 2016, so Microsoft realized that they were behind in mobile and they should have been doing it. They invested into Outlook. They spent all this money and they couldn't catch up because it wasn't in their DNA. They were late. Then I remember in 2015, 2016, they went and bought all my favorite mobile apps and rolled them into Outlook now. So it was, one was called Sunrise. It was a Google Calendar. They had basically bought it. I know it was Sunrise, but it was a Sunrise calendar. It was a beautiful product. They bought the whole thing. Then was it Wunderlist? It was one of the to-do apps that they went and said, the one I was using separate, they bought it. Every single one. There was a mobile mail, iOS mail application, email application. They bought that. That basically turned into the new Outlook. So they realized that it wasn't in their DNA. So it's not so easy. I guess that's my long way of saying it.
No, totally. You're right. I didn't even think of that. Like either they try to make a move or they acquire or, try to build it internally. But either way, those are tough decisions at the point where, teams like yourself have already been doing it and moving quickly, nimble, flexible, and, understand the lay of the land. So as I mentioned at the beginning of this, I kind of want to touch on some of the applications, right? We've kind of just chatted about the stack, the infrastructure of Bluezell, what you guys are doing. And some people are probably like, all right, well, how does this impact me, right? Or give me some examples of how people are using Bluezell. And I think those are fair questions. You think of protocols and platforms and networks, and at some point, users are not going to know it's on blockchain. That's kind of what we all kind of envision, on the back end blockchain, but you don't really know what's going on. The UI UX is you're used to that already from what we've been using. And so before I get into some of the partnerships that you have over the last few months, can you talk about what Bluezell actually offers? Because I know you're like we just talked about data storage, but you're also you're also an Oracle. Yeah. Talk about some of the things. Talk about some of the things that the solutions, the products, the services that you offer. And before I go into the partnerships, I think you have like a few buckets of like what you guys provide.
Yeah. So I mean, the big thing in this space is compared to a few years ago, is that you're always looking for that killer use case, something that people can wrap their heads around. And be like, I'm going to use this for that. And I think over the past year, the two best ones that have gone up that actually apply to us are DeFi and NFT. So a good way to show about NFTs is NFT storage. So right now, that's how example what our file storage solution does. And we're going to be rolling this out very quickly. And exciting stuff. So Adam, you buy an NFT. I sell it to you. You got it. It's proven that, hey, this is the authentic NFT by, I don't know, whatever artist, right? Adam is a new owner. We know who the IP owner is, and we know who the owner of this art piece is. Great, blockchain does that. But that JPEG or video file of it, that's sitting on AWS. AWS all of a sudden, let's say, start censoring things. They don't like that artist or what they represent, or whatever reason, take it down. Now you lost your NFT, right? Because you're not storing it in your home. It's actually people forget that NFT is sitting on a server somewhere, on a data center. So what we said is we modified our product saying, you know what? Take your NFT, store it on Bluezell. Now it's stored on all our thousands of nodes out there, replicate it. If one node goes down, doesn't matter, they're all up. Nobody can come change it because you're the authentic owner, right? It'll always stay up, it'll always be there. So now so the blockchain, whichever is built it on, that NFT, they authenticate you're the owner, but now where it's stored or actually sits, you can have assurance that, hey, I'll always have access to it. That's probably the best use case.
Yeah, no, that's great. And what you're telling me is that does it matter where the NFT was minted or created or developed from? I don't know, Polygon or Tezos or Ethereum. Does that matter?
Well, what will matter is the platform that does it. That's our customer. So they would basically say, hey, offer to you, Adam, that, hey, you got the NFT from us. It was minted here. You can store it on Bluezell, or we'll store it in a decentralized manner for you. Click here and boom, it's there. They might not, our theory is that you might not even know Bluezell was behind it.
Yeah.
So our customer would be the platform. You wouldn't be our customer, it'd be the platform.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's pretty cool actually. And I'm assuming I guess we'll kind of go down some of these partnerships as of recent. So I guess we'll just start with the most recent one, like Genshiro integrates you guys as a price feed data provider.
Yeah. So now that goes into our Oracle side.
Yeah.
The reason we can do these oracles is because we have a database, a decentralized database at the heart. So what that means is all our validators are also providing storage. We're saying, go get these price feeds from the XYZ places. It comes in. You guys have basically all the validators go through a special 5-step algorithm process of saying this is the right one. Boom, they make it available, and now that product can grab it. Now, what makes us unique is because we have decentralized storage or decentralized data storage. So right now, oracles, they'll get prices at that moment, and sometimes even products like Chainlink will take a long time to sync up and saying, hey, this price was valid from like an hour ago. We can do it much faster, like minutes. And also, those guys keep real-time the price of what it is at that time. Because we have a database behind it, we can actually do a history of all the prices for like whatever amount of time. Now, without getting too technical, what that means is if there's certain products that are doing flash loans and they're getting attacked on, we can basically, because we have a history of prices that's stored in a decentralized way and we have that database, we can run analytics and algorithms that basically, if a platform is getting under a flash loan attack, something will signify it because our Oracle or decentralized database will catch it early and saying, hey, something's wrong here. You might want to shut it down. So that's really the big benefit for that use case is that you're getting decentralized data storage, decentralized price oracles, and you can basically get event security warnings.
Wow.
Now to add to that, when we talk to platforms, what a lot of them have said is that, you know what, we're not going to rely on just one Oracle because that's too risky. We're going to want like 3 or 4. And because we provide a certain unique offering that's different from the others, makes them feel better. Like, okay, we're covering all our bases.
Yeah, it's like another layer, or another feature that one doesn't have, and now they're kind of diversifying. Not only their partners, but yeah, their critical, I don't know, inputs, right, or external inputs, and partners like yourself to provide a few extra layers. That's great.
Yeah, easiest way to be like they're hedging the risk,
which
is a smart thing to do if you're a DeFi protocol.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great feedback. And so what kind of marketing do you guys do to, like, everybody knows the Chainlinks of the world and a few others, right? So how do you guys market yourselves? You guys have been around a long time. Do you guys have like a big marketing plan? Is this just kind of performance and execution to drive, inbound clients to leverage you guys? How do you guys educate or work with the ecosystem to use Bluzelle?
Like right now, I mean, a lot of the marketing side is done on token, consumers who are interested in the product, supporting community. On the biz dev side, it's really what we found now is just showing demonstratable products or use cases that are easy, right? So like right now, our file storage, our data storage is in mainnet, but our new cool stuff that's going to happen in the next month, the upgrade is file storage, and the oracles will be on mainnet. And we've got a couple partners who are already using it, testing it, so they're going to go to mainnet. And then once that's there, we can go back to all the companies we've talked to and saying, here it is, it's on mainnet. Here's how it is to integrate. Here's how quick it is. Boom, boom, boom. And we should be able to sign them all up. So everybody's really interested. They're just waiting like, hey, can I use this right now? And that's where we've gotten
to. No, that's cool. And so I want to go a couple down some of these others, which I'm not familiar with this next one. Wasabi. Looks like that's another partnership to reinforce data reliability, accessibility, and accuracy. What kind of partnership is this?
It'd be the same one. Like, it's all around the Oracle.
Yeah.
So what they like is that, hey, it's fully decentralized. We get faster price feeds, and the whole thing about security warnings, flash loan attacks, be able to leverage that.
Awesome. And Shield Finance, same thing?
Yeah, so they're doing in the insurance side. There's certain things that they need insight into of price feeds. And once again, it's really hedge their bet and have a different type of Oracle solution, a different value prop that comes to them.
What kind of work goes into these different partnerships at a high level? Do you got to do a lot of customization? Do both teams participate? tailor solutions to fit, both tech stacks, et cetera?
It would, I think the early ones they do, because we've got to understand what are the price feeds, what are the common things. After you do a couple, you figure out the common things that they all require. And so then I think we're at that stage now where integrate them in, show how it is. So then all the other companies that we go to, we're like, hey, you just got to go with this. And like, oh, you guys have already covered all the bases because we did it with the first 3 or 4. Like, for example, the stuff that we're doing with, you'll probably bring it up, Mintable on the NFT side. I mean, this was stuff that we were talking to them about. We said, we can do this. They said, well, can you do this? And we were able to actually work out the ideal solution for them, which we think can affect the entire industry. And that's why we're able to do Bluezell 2.0 and add file storage, because that work that we went through, those months of them, we were able to like check off, hey, this is what's needed and we can do this. What are the requirements? We're like, okay, we can run with this now. So it's always the first couple, but I think we've got really good product use cases that we'll be able to roll out. And I see that the snowball effect will happen, that they'll all be signing up very quickly because a lot of the homework, legwork has been done.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you guys have some product market fit, like definitely, and it seems like you've had that for every step of the way as best as you could. Do you guys have a token?
Yes, we do.
And
the token is BLV.
Yeah, and what's the tokenomics? How does it work for Bluezell?
Yeah, so right now it's hey, you want to store some data on it, you got to pay in Bluezell, right? Later on, you could probably do with other ones because of interoperability and different chains. And that's a side note. If you want to provide storage on the network and earn fees, well, then you have to stake Bluezell on there because we got to make sure you're a proper validator, and then that's how you earn. And then the other things that people are doing right now is just staking through our delegator network because we're using Cosmos, so users can do that. We're also working with other pools to provide some liquidity pools that they can use BLV and earn somebody else's tokens. And then, like I said, we've got some developers teams also trying to explore what DeFi would look on a Cosmos network over Bluezell and those type of opportunities.
You kind of just mentioned liquidity pools with Bluezell tokens. That's kind of interesting. Like, how does that work? You provide liquidity Bluezell tokens and earn like on another platform in the DeFi space?
Yeah, it was just something that customers are asking, saying that, hey, we want to use DEXs, we want to use these other products, so we need some liquidity on there so we can create some. Basically, we're taking obviously everybody incentivizes their first staking rewards. So we're basically taking our budget for those staking rewards, saying, well, if users provide liquidity on Uniswap or something, then hey, it's almost like staking without staking on our platform, and we'll just reward you in those. So it's not like we're creating more inflation. We're just saying we're just using the same bucket. We're just doing them in different ways now.
Elsewhere, yeah, no, I think that's good. Good utility, good value, right? Like you just said, you're kind of just listening. Like how important is the Bluezell community? Like how important is it to engage your community, the Bluezell developer community, right? With content material, like, I found some of this information, the blog post, like we talked about earlier, like Ethereum has a strong community, which is why people use it. What have you noticed? And you just told me you kind of listened to some feedback. How important is that to you guys to listen to your crew?
100%. It's like, I'll give a good example, and I laugh about this. So I was looking at some post the other day, and it was I was showing to my wife, and maybe because we're all just crypto nerds, we just think differently. So it was The Rock. We all know The Rock, right? And talking about his energy drink, and he was saying, "Hey, thanks to everybody out there for making, Zoa Energy the #1 thing on the market. We did this. It was a hard week," and he just basically. He's shilling without shilling, which is okay, but he's just thanking everybody. And we said, at the end of the day, all he's saying is, thanks everybody for making me super rich this week.
Yeah.
And he's thanking his community and his supporters. And I was like, and I said, I was like, but I didn't get anything out of that by doing that. You're not a public company. And people let's just say if you have Apple shares, no one's out there doing like memes or creating education to get Apple, because you don't really get anything out of it, like the shareholders don't. I was like, if Zoa was at or The Rock was this thing was tokenized, and he's like, hey, we're all in this together. This is the cool thing about crypto, is like everybody who's using the product is incentivized to use the product and see it grow and tell everybody about it, because then we all grow together. And come on, at the end of the day, they financially get better. So, you know, the Rock thinking is community is complete bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's really, I was like, at what point do people recognize like, hey, Rock, I mean this, I create an Instagram post and I tag myself in it. But at what point do they realize that I spent the money, I did all the, but I really didn't get anything out of this. He did. So I wonder if there's going to be a crossing of the chasm where all products will start understanding that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know that's one thing. That's one thing with crypto in general, and it's been like that. And you mentioned it earlier, like all of the aspects of economics, psychology, obviously gamification, and like, you know, working with the community to have them contribute, right? And everybody, not everybody, but you get rewarded for it in some respect. And I think everybody has done a good job, you know, in this space to try their best to do that.
Well, I'll give a good example is, I mean, the artist The Weeknd. I listened to him 10 years ago when he was underground. Nobody even knew what he looked like.
Wow.
And that's a whole thing that people said. People were supporting it, buying his mixtapes. People were going to like these dark shows, pop-ups, and supporting. And then you feel a sense of pride with any artist that, wow, I just saw this guy go from here to here and get bigger and bigger. And you want to feel proud about it. But what if at that initial stage that he's like, you see this guy coming up and he's like, I'm going to tokenize my entire future.
Yeah.
And put it on a smart contract. So as we grow and we do it, all my early supporters through smart contracts are getting even just a small piece of his revenue throughout. Like a guy like that who built himself up, he might have just like saying, yeah, now I have more control over my music, can do more stuff. And my fan base is all the way supported. Like that is massive, right? And like I said, I think people are going to catch on to like, you know, that good example of all these celebrities launching these ventures and thanking their community and supporters. I think as inequality goes more and more, people are going to catch on to the gig and be like, fuck this, right?
And you kind of answered
all this work for this guy.
And you kind of answered my question, or I was going to ask you, but you kind of went to it anyways. Like, so are you, we just had this NFT event. Are you a believer in NFTs in some respect?
It's funny. Somebody just asked me that, like, they're like, oh, now you're into NFTs. I will say, like,
and I heard you talk about the residual, or like, you know, residual payments or in perpetuity, right? Like artists can now earn a little bit as it gets resold or whatever the case is. Kind of the control is maybe back in you know, into their hands, where maybe they can make a little bit more money and not give it up and stuff like that. So what's your take on NFTs?
I think the concept of it fully, like I've always thought that potential is there. Where I fought against people like 6 months ago and I was like, hey, market proved me wrong on certain things. Or maybe I'll be proven right later, but who cares, right? Whether I'm right or wrong. But I think the concept of it, fully back it. I think where we're in this period is that NFTs aren't tech. And this is where people in crypto still don't understand. They think everything is tech and can be solved. NFTs are still talent-based.
Yes.
And talent will always win out. So right now, having low barriers to entry and people coming in, sure, that's good for certain marketplaces and things happening. But the talent is content. Content
is what drives
it.
Yeah.
Is what drives it. So I think we're going to have a weed out factor where the NFTs are going to go there. I also fundamentally believe that storage will be important, but NFT platforms, I don't know what role they'll play, because I think it'll just become shop. They'll be like an e-commerce site. If I'm an artist,
yeah,
why not just do a plugin? The tech's not easy, and I'll just have it on my site. I'll have my own walled garden and have everybody buy from me. Why do I need to go to any of these platforms per se in the future? So I think in the future, those platforms are going to have to start to understand like what value add they gave as well, or for all the users. So they got to start thinking about that. Yeah, so I think in that space, the concept of NFTs and where it can go to is going to be amazing. I think right now we've just scratched the surface.
Totally, yeah, and you're right. It comes down to talent. I was talking about that too, reading up on it. Like, if you're not that good or popular, it may help, but ultimately, like that token's not going to make your content better. It'll make it accessible, but obviously you need to have a following, and people need to, you know, value like you as an artist, musician, you know, whatever the case is. So that brings up a good point, though. It's not it's not tech. People are buying the NFTs for the actual product or the actual, they see some value with the content creator, like in general. So we'll see what happens.
With that, to add to that, I would debate people on this because I came from this industry, and they're saying, "Oh, music needs to be disrupted because these record labels take all this money and do this, and all the blockchain will solve that." And I was like, I disagree. I say record labels might change, but they play a role. And they're like, I said, not all artists are crafted from the start that they can make themselves like The Weeknd did, right? A lot of them need to be molded. I was like, I don't know what era of music you grew up with, but I grew up in the 90s. So Bad Boy Records, Death Row, I'm a hip hop head from the beginning. I was like, yeah, sorry, Death Row, Dr. Dre, they molded artists and created them and made them better. Puff Daddy and these guys did. Like, it's not just, hey, we're just signing contracts. It's like, there's a management, brand, marketing, and coaching. It's just like, if you're a basketball player, how many people who are just raw talent make it all the way through without a good coach, going to a program like Kentucky or North Carolina? Like, sorry, that plays into it, right?
Yep. By the way, All Eyes on Me is one of my number one albums, man. BIG too, Wu-Tang too. No, that's kind of those are some interesting points. We kind of running up on time here, but we've chatted quite a lot about a few things with Bluezell. Everybody tuning in. This is Pavel Baines with Bluezell, CEO, co-founder, and we've chatted about the infrastructure, the stack, the applications, his recent updates in the last few months, the use cases that his clients are leveraging, how to use the tech. And I wanted really just to kind of showcase how people are using Bluezell. They've been around for quite some time. You could catch a bunch of YouTube videos with his interviews. I kind of wanted to throw a fresh taste to kind of extract, the whole tech part of it and really just apply it of how, your customer bases are using it, how it differs from what Web 2.0 is and how the everyday person, is using their current technology and kind of how you're similar, but just on the back end, a little bit different and kind of the advantages and disadvantages. So I hope I relayed that today. I hope you had a good time, Pavel. And like, where can people, where can people learn more about getting updates about Bluezell and kind of insights and things that you have going on, the roadmap and all that?
Best thing would be go to bluezell.com, scroll to the bottom, you'll see our main links. I would advise everybody going to Telegram and Discord because that's where a lot of the people are there to help and communicate. Discord is really good because our team is actually faster on there, so they can answer direct questions. If people need customer support on staking or development, they can be on there. So those links are the best just off our website.
Awesome. And the theme for Reimagine, 9.0 was Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. He chatted about some of the other protocols in the space, but ultimately why they chose to develop on Cosmos and plenty of reasons on why they did that. Flexibility, modules, being able to build and continue building either verticals or even within Cosmos for different solutions, products, and services. So that's been great. And I appreciate your time to kind of elaborate on all that stuff. And I just think it's important, going back to education, people that are coming into the space, people that have been in the space. I think it's important to recap, refresh, not only from our discussions, right, like a couple years ago of infrastructure and building, which you are infrastructure, but it's evolved now, and now you're providing other things, and it all makes sense. And we chatted about kind of, were we ahead of the game, behind in the game, weathering the storm, and you guys have done it all to be able to provide, add value and impact, not only Web 3.0 kind of devs, but like, down the road, potentially, enterprises or small businesses or individual developers and startups, whether that's centralized or decentralized. As you mentioned, you're only as decentralized as your like centralized point of part of the stack. So I hope you had a good time, man. We appreciate it. And we hope to have you back, actually. If not you, somebody else on your team, to give us another update in a few months and kind of take it from there.
For sure. Thanks, Adam. Totally appreciate this. This was fun.
Awesome. All right. Have a good one, man. Nice talking with you, and we'll see you again.
Greetings. I'm Captain Cluck, and I am here with another vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Impermanent loss. The so-called impermanent loss is a typical feature of the process of recalculating the exchange prices of pairs in liquidity pools. It represents the temporary loss of part of the funds of the liquidity providers due to moments of high volatility of one of the tokens of the pair. When the price of one of the two tokens moves rapidly, a price difference is created between the spot market and the liquidity pool. This opens up large arbitrage opportunities. This results in the final value of the pair held in the liquidity pool being lower than if the two tokens had simply been held. You know, sometimes I want to simply be held too. True story.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, and today we're bringing you version 9.0 of our virtual conference series, Game of Chains. We're exploring all the latest innovations in Bitcoin and Ethereum and asking, will a new chain take the throne? And if so, who will it be? I'm excited to be joined by Fawn Long. He's an assistant professor at the Department of Computer Science at University of Toronto and the founder of Conflux Network. Welcome, Fawn. How are you doing?
Great. Nice to be joined here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. So tell us some more right away about Conflux Network and how they are working to enable a secure and interoperable flow of assets and data.
Yeah, so Conflux is, I think, the first public chain that managed to get high performance, 1,000 transactions per second, and confirmations in sub-minute, and without sacrificing decentralization or security. And if you think about a lot of, I would say, scaling up the solutions, people are talking like sharding or some supernode or like elect a committee. They all actually, sacrifice a little bit of either security or like decentralization. And I think the technical wise unique part of Conflux is we managed to build and make it running the first chain that managed to hit the 1,000 transactions per second and fast confirmation without sacrificing those. And we are keeping the original idea of the permissionless blockchain where people can join and live at any time, and people use POW, can use POW to contribute to the chain security, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's a unique technical part of the Conflux. And well, we are also, I would say, the only state-endorsed blockchain in public blockchain in China, where we receive, I would say, government research grant to do our research, I would say, our public chain development. And that's, I would say, the non-technical aspects of Conflux, if you want to know, like what is Conflux and what's I think unique about it.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. So 2 things to know about Conflux. One, you have, this unique proof of work system that is able to stay decentralized, but also scale, and the only state-sponsored blockchain in China. And we'll get more into that later. But I think for the people who are just tuning in, anyone who's just joining us at Reimagine 2021, I suggest you go to our YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button, see all the great interviews that we're doing with blockchain leaders all over the world. Last month, we did a NFT event, and I think there's just a lot of newcomers coming to the space who may not be familiar with some of these problems you're describing and what makes Conflux so unique. So, for example, Bitcoin is very, very secure because it's very decentralized, and but unfortunately, by being so decentralized and requiring the type of consensus that it does, makes it very hard to scale, right? You can't have very fast transactions on it. So maybe to the layperson who's tuning in, maybe you can explain a little bit more about what proof of work is and what these issues of scalability, decentralizations are, and why they're important.
Yes, I think the central part of like recent blockchain debate is how to make blockchain scale and how to make blockchain, I would say, meets the needs of the increasing demand of the blockchain systems. The reason why why Bitcoin or Ethereum is not scalable is because it uses the straightforward, I would say, consensus algorithm where we, agree on the longest chain or heaviest chain, and then the transactions on the chain of the blocks becomes transaction history, and everyone just agree on that transaction history. And it implies that, okay, well, everyone need to agree on this chain, and if there's a fork, then something will be wasted. And also there are forks will also make the chain unstable and make the chain less secure. So that is why Bitcoin or Ethereum have to operate with relatively slow block generation throughput. I mean, either the block has to be small, or the block generation rate has to be slow, right? So Bitcoin is like 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes, one block, 1 megabyte block. And the fee for Ethereum is controlled by gas, but usually the size would be 50K to 100K block, and every 15 seconds. But well, if you look at a transaction, right? Transaction needs to, even simple payment transaction, simple value transfer transaction, you need to have certain informations like who is the sender, who's the receiver, the amount, the signature, timestamp, those kind of information you cannot omit, right? Otherwise, it's not a transaction anymore. And those information together would need to occupy at least, I would say, roughly 200 or 250 bytes in Bitcoin, Ethereum, a little bit less, like 150 bytes. But I mean, you can do the math and then figure out that those kind of bytes, the amount of bytes per transaction required, given the total amount of space that the block has and the slow block generation throughput, you'll realize, okay, Bitcoin can only sustain like maximum 7 transactions per second, and then Ethereum a little bit more, but it would be certainly less than 30 transactions per second. And if you do smart contract, it would be way less. So that's why scalability problem exists. It is a problem because it just makes everything more expensive of using those using those blockchain platform, right? When there is an increasing demand and the supply is limited, then basically people are beating up, right? And that's why you're seeing, very high transaction fees on Ethereum, right? While just in the last month, sometimes you will see, well, maybe you have to pay $50 or even $100 for even transfer like stablecoin tokens across. And that is more expensive than wiring, right? It's like we started accusing the banks, they are slow, they're expensive, they're inefficient, but then we end up with a system that is more expensive than, than doing bank wiring. So that's why we really want to solve this problem.
Absolutely. So how exactly is Conflux solving that problem? What is the transaction rate? What are some of those big numbers that you can share that are impressive about the product that you've built?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the way that Conflux solves this problem is we change the structure of the blockchain, or it's no longer a chain. We call it a tree graph structure. So basically, it's a direct acyclic graph, the DAG, with a tree embedded inside the DAG. And with our new consensus algorithm that built on this tree graph structure, we can accommodate concurrent blocks, so that concurrent blocks no longer threaten the security of the chain, and the transactions included in these concurrent blocks no longer be wasted. It will be merged into the total order that is confirmed, so that every block will contribute to the throughput. And because forks or concurrent blocks no longer causing trouble to the security, we can afford to increase the block generation throughput to a speed that will bring the high performance to the overall system. So with our consensus algorithm and also the end-to-end, I would say, re-implementation on a lot of different layers of the system. I mean, consensus algorithms is one part, it's a bottleneck, but well, in order to reach the high performance we desire, we'll also re-implemented I was redesign and implemented the storage layer, how we store the blockchain state, and also the network layer, etc. So it's a new consensus algorithm plus, I would say, end-to-end re-implementation of a lot of different layers of blockchain. We managed to hit, I would say, for simple payment, more than 3,000 transactions per second. And if you're doing smart contract payments, a smart contract transaction, you can also easily hit more than 1,000 transactions per second. And the confirmation you need to wait is sub-minute. On average, I would say less than half a minute. So that's the performance number we managed to hit.
Excellent. Congratulations. So for people who aren't super technical, kind of trying to understand what the difference between a typical blockchain or a tree branch structure might be a little difficult. But I think the main thing that consumers need to know is how is this going to benefit them, which is you have achieved 30,000 transactions per second, 1,000 transactions smart contracts per second, and a wait time, transaction time of on average less than 30 seconds. So that's excellent to hear. For anyone who wants to learn more about the science behind this and all the research you've done to build this chain, where can they find the white paper? Where can they find some of your research?
Yeah, well, our papers are actually online on archive, and also they are, well, we also have technical papers linking our website. So if you can go to confluxnetwork.org and go to developer resources, technical white papers, there are a lot of technical documents about how this actually works. And yeah, we would love to more people to download those and learn the fascinating techniques behind Conflux.
Absolutely. So encourage everyone to go check those out if reading that kind of stuff is your jam. Speaking of all the research that went into developing this chain, you are a professor. And have been working in conjunction with a lot of universities. I saw, on the website, you're partnered with multiple universities, government agencies. Can you talk a little bit more about, being the only state-sponsored permissionless blockchain in China and some of the support you've gotten from the government and universities?
Yeah, I mean, well, I actually joined the blockchain space from academia, and well, the reason why started the conference with the group of co-founders, and it's because we first just I think at the end of 2017, early 2018, we gathered in an event, and then we were talking about just the scalability problem is a very interesting research problem, and I come from a background of doing system security research and programming languages and also distributed systems. Those are very related blockchain area, or it's part of blockchain. I mean, blockchain is the intersection of systems, programming languages, and cryptography. So yeah, a group of people are saying, okay, let's do research together, and we have this initial idea of, well, why not we can change the blockchain structure a little bit and to scale it up. So it first starts as a research project, and then once we have some initial research result, and that was actually the last that was actually the last ICO height, peak, right? So, and that's why well, there is investors come and then say, let's not try to make this stay as a just research paper, make it a real project. And then that's why we started this conference. And yeah,
did you think at the time that you might want to do an ICO and launch a token to raise money for your project?
No, actually, Conflux never, I think, launched ICO, and it's not saying. Well, it's not. It's because we decide to stay within the regulatory lines that the government drawn, and most of the team members are, I would say, top scientists and engineers based in China, and we want to stay regulatory compliant, and there are rules saying that ICOs are not legal in China. So that's the reason that Conflux only raised, I think, monies for the project. Conflux only raised the monies from the private investors to build this one. It's not because we don't want. It's just we want to stay with regulatory compliant. I think back to the topic of being the only, I would say, being the only state endorsed blockchain. There is a lot of, I think, misconception about Chinese government would never, support any permissionless or public chain, and they, in fact, I think it's like Chinese government are really looking for ways to invest in blockchain technology. And there are, for example, 2019's political bureau meetings where those top leaders studying blockchain and they say, we need to invest in blockchain technology. And the Chinese government have been emphasizing multiple times that we want to invest in blockchain technology. But on the other hand, I think Chinese government are very cautious about the stability of the financial system and also the volatility of the crypto market, and they wanted to avoid causing the crypto market or those causing problem, and that's why sometimes you see, there are announcements from Chinese government saying, we don't like the speculation, and let's cool it down, and let's try to not stop the leveraging product. That's recently, for example, Huobi or OKEX exchanges. They closed their leverage product to Chinese citizens. So it's this is parts that Chinese government are saying that they don't like, right? But there are so from if you think about the public chain part, I think the part that tricky about public chain is there are always probably a native token behind the public chain, otherwise it will not be a public chain. And also another fact is most of the, I would say, all the teams who are doing, I would say, public chain in China either did some sorts of ICO, some kind of pump and dump, those kinds of activities which are not very, I would say, not staying within the regulatory line, or there are parts that government would not like and don't trust. So the reason why we are being the only one so far endorsed or by the Chinese government is because we are, since starting from the start, we always believe that in order for the current blockchain to move on to the next stage, we have to stay regulatory compliant. We have to at least talk. If you think of blockchain as a new world, right? Being the citizen in the new world does not mean that you have to hate the old world. Probably for the new world to advance, you have to talk with the old world, and we always try to stay communicated, having a reliable communication channel with the old world, and then stay regulatory compliant, because we sincerely believe that's what we need to move this whole space to the next stage, right? If we have to bring new kinds of applications, something that is meaningful for the real world, for the old world, into this new space, and we should go beyond, pure speculations and leverage speculations, right? So that's because we are doing this, we stay within the regular compliant part from day one. We have to keep executing the strategy, and also because the team behind the Conflux are really the top scientists and engineers in China, and it's a group of people that naturally, I would say, probably the government can trust a little bit more. That's why we are so far having this, I would say, status being the only one. Yeah, it shows that it's not like impossible to for Chinese government to support and public chain. It's just probably all the team never tried, right? They never care. And
yeah, so you kind of addressed some of the misconceptions maybe around blockchain adoption in China, and I think the things that you said make a lot of sense, and I think you see the same thing in the US. Of course, government agencies are going to warn against crypto for the average consumer because of all the speculation that takes place, because of all of the price fluctuations, because of things like ICO scams. They have a duty to protect their constituents and say, be wary of cryptocurrency. But that doesn't mean that the US is not investing in blockchain technology and researching it and funding research grants for a lot of different projects. And I think you're totally right in saying that the kind of blockchain adoption that people imagine in their heads, where everybody has a crypto wallet and people are able to transact large amounts of values across border, and really find this financial freedom and make money off of their own money and stop giving it all to the banks. It's not going to happen without kind of taking the hand of the old world into the new world, right?
Yeah.
Any other, just for our audience who's tuning in from all over the world, who's trying to learn more about crypto? I know I have friends who come from journalism, and they are most excited to hear about things that are happening in other countries and what's going on with regulation and things like that. Just any other insights about blockchain adoption in China? Do you think that a lot of people know what blockchain is now? Is it, when you go to meet friends, do they still say like, what are you talking about?
I think the fact is, most people know the word of blockchain, but when you say it, then their reaction is, okay, wow, you're from blockchain, then tell me, can I buy Bitcoin today, and whether it will go up and down tomorrow? You see, here's the problem. I mean, it's a problem, in a lot of places, but also in China, which is, on one hand, you have a, blockchain practitioner, or like, people maybe they also participate with the speculative market, but at least we stay here because we believe blockchain technology will greatly impact and change how the world functions in the future, right? Change all sorts of area, and revolutionarily, change like supply chain, change the finance industry, etc. But on the other hand, there are a lot of people, treating it as Las Vegas, right? And then say, oh, yeah, and then can buy it, and then that's actually what I call it. There's a lot of social gap, and the area as a whole, the field as a whole, need to overcome. Something special about China is, because of I would say because of the political bureau meeting at the end of 2019. There's a lot of like political drive inside China in different cities where government want to show that they care about the blockchain. they are trying the blockchain technology. They're following President Xi's command of trying something about blockchain. So this creates a lot of demand about the blockchain. And this blockchain is the demand of this world sometimes rather than the technology. That's the observation behind, right? So it's not saying it's a bad thing, but because I mean, the real adoption for blockchain maybe it's disruptive, right? Because suddenly if the management system, government is a blockchain, then that means it has to change how the current way works. It's more maybe in the end it's more balanced, more transparent, and everything will be better, but the process will be painful and may affect someone's interest, right? They may lose some power, or they may no longer can do things behind the box and behind the door. So that you see that so this dynamic actually creates, I think, one thing is that there are a lot of need of the word of blockchain, but maybe not the real blockchain technology. So you see a lot of things like alliance chain or private chain or those kind of I mean, if you take the blockchain technology, I mean, alliance chain, maybe you can count it as a blockchain or some sorts of consortium chain, but sometimes they even just take it to the extreme of private chain, or just okay, we have a 4 node, and those 4 nodes are put in the single room. This makes no sense, right? It's so makes sense. Okay, but this is what I mean. A lot of I mean, it's getting better, but I think that's there's a lot of need of blockchain technology. But on the other hand, people are in China are they're trying to adopt, but it's like they're not fully prepared to embrace it. So they're kind of, embracing the world, not embracing the techniques. So that's one interesting phenomena in China. And it's not saying it's bad, right? I mean, I would say that the first step is you have to embrace the word of blockchain. Then maybe you will move more forward, and the more people know what the blockchain technology is, and then say, oh, we should get a real blockchain, not this fake one. And and we see things are moving forward in this direction. So one observation in China is because there is need of blockchain technology. I'm just saying that because this is kind of political mandate from central government. There's a lot of a need of a blockchain, just this tag or this word, and there are a lot of, I would say, semi-blockchains being deployed on different cities, and the real blockchain, will say the public chain adoptions is still slow. I think recently we've seen a lot of requests of our technology because maybe we are the only one right now indoors. In the past, people are stay a little bit far away from public chain applied to the real area, because either public chains are just too costly, you can't do it, or because they are not really ready to embrace a true blockchain, or it's because they don't want to deal with the crypto asset that always would be sitting behind the public chain. But I think the change is there are changes underway that is, I would say, keep moving forward. So that's one interesting thing I think a lot of people know is sometimes you hear the word of blockchain in China does not, maybe if you take a closer look, may not be meaning the blockchain that in the West.
Yeah, absolutely. So it sounds like blockchain has become this buzzword because the government has said we need to invest more in it. And so everyone's throwing that word around. But they still have some of these problems like we talked about at the beginning of the segment, where they aren't fully decentralized, or they have some security issues, or which Conflux is trying to solve with the public chain. And then also you said, I think anyone in blockchain has this experience where the social gap of knowledge is that most of the people who are talking about blockchain or cryptocurrency are asking you, should I buy Bitcoin? Will the price go up? And so I think the goal is to educate them on the benefits of blockchain and crypto, how this can actually help their lives, or products that they might actually use. And I think the big thing that is on everybody's mind now, we did a virtual conference series last year. So anyone just tuning in, we're doing Reimagine 2021 right now, the virtual blockchain conference series. We've got a YouTube channel. Go over there, hit the subscribe button, check out our version. 3.0 was what the FI is DeFi. And so speaking of, products and applications that actually benefit people, that isn't just speculation, what are some of the things being built on Conflux right now? I see that you have some interesting DeFi applications. Tell us some more about that.
Yes, I think there are two kinds of applications that happening in Conflux network. So one kind of application is, we call it Ethereum spillover. Basically, it's like Ethereum is too expensive, and there are, there are applications like in Ethereum that people. There are people realize that they can't afford, right? They simply can't afford to use Ethereum, and so they are moving to cheaper chains or more advanced, like in terms of technique or TPS, more advanced chains, and that's also includes Conflux. So we have those kind of Ethereum spillover type of applications, which is DeFi. We have DeFi applications there, and we have also stable coins there, and those kind of I would say application. We also build I would say cross-chain bridges, shuttle flow, which is very convenient to cross different chains. So shuttle flow connect Conflux to different chains, and there are also projects which are using Conflux as hub, where to hopping between chains, right? Where Conflux is actually a transition chain. So that's one. So one direction that a lot of applications on Conflux are going is this kind of Ethereum spillover types of applications. Then another emerging type, which is more exciting, is there are starting to have applications that exploiting new things and exploiting applications that are more connected to the real world, right? We have people developing, developing the supply chain management applications for specific areas in China, and they want to use Conflux as an infrastructure. Or we are collaborating with I think Shanghai Construction Association, and then they're saying they want to use Conflux. They're working on using Conflux as a platform for managing the building's life cycle, right? So you build a building, and then you want to maybe make its design document, put it on blockchain, and certify that, so that maybe in future, if there's a maintenance problem of the building, or even unfortunately the building collapse, you can figure out who is responsible for what. Those are very interesting applications, and it fits well for the public chain. There are also, I think we're talking with the government, and there's a project of managing the renting information in Shanghai. We put it on the Conflux chain just to manage it. It will be encrypted, but we will put those information, use use Conflux to generate certificates, so that those information are certified, so people cannot manipulate those kind of information. The reason is I think last year there are kind of scandals in the renting market, where the renting platforms actually takes renters' money, but they do not get send it to the landlord, so it causes a lot of social problem. Yeah, there are such scandals. The internet renting platform, they take, so it's like they charge renters like 1 year upfront and give renters some discount, but in the end they give landlord like a monthly basis, and then they use this the money they charge to expand their business, but then the money, their chain collapses, and then it causes a social problem of renter says I paid, and then landlord says, oh, I don't receive the money, and then company goes bankrupt. But there's a lot of it causes a social problem, right? And so government are thinking, okay, we can use the blockchain to figure out who is renting what, and then and who actually whether you receive payment, and eliminate this renting platforms room for this kind of manipulation, because this is really disruptive, right? So yeah, so that's another application. So we believe those are more exciting, because we always believe that in order for the blockchain space to move to the next stage, we have to use blockchain technology to apply to something that matters to ordinary citizens. Otherwise, everyone, if you talk about blockchain, other people will still keep saying, okay, whether Bitcoin, I can buy Bitcoin. So they always still thinking like a blockchain is just equals crypto asset and equals to speculation, and that's bad. And even for example, the NFT domain, Conflux is investing a lot on the NFT domain, and there are a lot of new NFT startup building on Conflux, but we are moving on the different direction as most of current NFT. The NFTs on Ethereum are focusing heavily on art and like expensive collectibles, right? Where there's artists and generate a digital art, and then they sell it with massive amount of dollar signs, and then people catch his eye. Oh, that's so cool. But I always believe that's one part of how NFT could go. And where we are going is we are inviting project where they would take, like existing IP, like maybe like the IPs from games, from those, then generate digital collectibles, but it's not for, it's not form of art where each single ones will sell it for like millions of dollars. Instead, it's collectibles for, for ordinary people, for even just normal people that surfing the internet. If they're interested in the IP, interested in the game behind it, then they can collect this, and we can use the digital aspect of those collectibles to create, kind of rules, like they can be combined to forming new ones. And so it's like treating the Conflux as a platform rather than, as a way of payment, and then do, this would require the underlying chain to have much more, I would say, performance, because you will issue more, and then each one will be less in terms of the value. That means you cannot afford people, to pay 100K, $100 to, to generate this NFT, right? So that's why I think this kind of would be very suited to use Conflux, and that's a lot of people are doing. So yeah, so basically I would summarize the second direction is we're using our unique positions in China and encouraging new kinds of applications coming to the blockchain world, utilizing the low fee, low transaction fee aspect of Conflux. And I really hope some of those applications would go to, go to have impact and changes how ordinary citizens, how ordinary citizen life would be. And that would be something really valuable for the blockchain world. I mean, because that means that more people would know, oh, blockchain, it's not just for speculation. It can actually help my, help something in my life, right? That would be really rewarding.
Absolutely. So, two of the big directions that Conflux is going, Ethereum spillover. Ethereum is too expensive, so people are looking for new ways to do these swaps and different kinds of DeFi projects, building on Conflux, as well as some government and other pilots, supply chain, real world things that people need to use in their everyday life, certificates for rental properties on the blockchain. That all sounds super exciting. So before I wrap this up and get some of your thoughts about, our theme and what the, this third generation of blockchains are, you're an academic. I was a philosophy professor before moving to the blockchain space and run our Mouse Belt University program. We've reached 100 schools in 24 countries, and I talk to students all the time. So I always like to ask my interviewers, tell us a little bit more about your background. I know you were a competitive computer programmer. How did you get to where you are today? How did you get into blockchain? And do you have any advice for students who maybe have a similar background and are looking to do the same?
Yeah, and I get into blockchain, I think, through my research, actually. I mean, I'm at my research area before blockchain becomes a thing. I mean, my research area was, distributed systems, system securities, programming languages those are areas that are closely related to blockchain. And that drives me naturally. I mean, that's just a drive. That means that blockchain technology have a natural attraction to me, right? And I decided to invest more on blockchain because I realized, first of all, blockchain is technology that will significantly change how the society functions. I truly believe that. And because blockchain in the end is a technology that can generate trust between, two parties that never met. And this is so powerful because, the human society is built on trust, right? And if you have a new way to, or I would say more convenient way to generate trust, you will change how the society functions. And that's the first one. I truly believe this direction of technology is revolutionary, and I want to be part of it. And the second is, I realized that by the time that I'm 2017, there are a lot of problems in the blockchain space. I feel I can do something about, right? Through my, my background, my technical capabilities, my talent, I can change or affect how this technology go in future, and that makes me feel like I can make some impact, and that's what drives me to to do more research on this, and then step and step, and then say, let's just create a public chain project, and that's how I went into this. And I would say my suggestion to a lot of, especially computer science students or like graduates, I would say that blockchain is a very rewarding new area. Is like if you are the adventurous type of person, you definitely should look into this. And especially your background probably is similar to where I'm, like you're doing systems or like securities. And yeah, so you definitely need to take a look about what's happening in this area, because there are a lot of exciting things going on here.
Awesome. Yeah, great advice. I think also you kind of gave a testimonial of why you should get involved in this space, that it's been very rewarding for you. So thanks for sharing that with all of our students tuning in. And just to remind everybody, we're here with Reimagine 2021, the virtual blockchain conference series brought to you by Mousebelt, and this is version 9, and our theme is Game of Chains. So BTC ETH has come under fire lately. It's too expensive. The transactions are too long. Gas fees are too high. It's bad for the environment. And so I think people are wondering, who's going to be the next king on the throne of blockchain. So just wanted to wrap up this interview and get some of your thoughts about what are your opinions? What do you think the future holds for, Bitcoin and Ethereum, and what are the projects or the new chains besides Conflux that you're most excited about or that you've been following?
Oh, so I think the areas that I'm very interested, which I think eventually I will try to persuade the Conflux team to invest in that direction as well, is how to combine the blockchain technology with zero knowledge proof techniques. And it's always fascinating to see a lot of brilliant people manage to make this sophisticated technology, which was still, I would say, considered too expensive to apply, gradually they make it, shape it, and make it, I would say, cheaper or more practical. And I think it's very close. I think now in the next 1 or 2 years, we will see probably, smart contract built with some degree of zero knowledge proof, and zero knowledge proof can enable more things. It's always fascinating to see, these lines of research. So I'm naturally interested in a lot of those projects that help to make progress in that direction. That's the one that I like most, I think, besides Conflux, of course.
Yeah. So you're kind of looking at any chains that are starting to utilize zero knowledge proofs. Any that stick out in your mind?
Well, there are several L2 solutions. Trying to build on Ethereum to do that. And yeah, I'm closely follow all of those. And also, I think there are projects or DeFi projects like trying to use zero knowledge techniques to, protect some of DeFi transactions, and that is heavily needed given the current status of the Ethereum chain. Basically, whenever you send a large transaction, the hackers, the miners will just try to front run you with a front run transaction, the MEV, all sorts of things. So yeah, that's it is driven by the need, but also it's fascinating to see that those techniques are gradually being more practical. And I believe like within 1 or 2 years we will see such techniques becomes mainstream, right? Becomes saying people are just keep using that. But of course, before that, probably Ethereum need to, if in the end it stays with Ethereum, then Ethereum needs to figure out how to reduce the cost, because well, no matter how much practical is made, it will means more computations, and the current transaction fees is already crazy, and probably people won't be able to apply techniques that make it 3x or 4x.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think anyone tuning in should, if they're interested, go look more into some of these layer 2 solutions and these projects that are implementing zero knowledge proofs, etc. Thank you so much, Fawn, for joining us one last time. For anyone tuning in, where can they find more about you, your work, or Conflux?
Yeah, so if you guys are interested in Conflux, then please go to confluxnetwork.org, and that's where you can find all the materials about Conflux. And I want to say that, I mean, another thing that most of people are, I mean, I find is fascinating is the kind of project that is expanding the horizon of the blockchain area, like the projects that expand the blockchain to new application domains, like while beyond the speculation, beyond the current like hype of DeFi, how you apply blockchain technology to something in the old world, affect how old world functions, right? Let's affect the real world functions. And I believe those kind of applications are the future, and that's how we need to look for, because only after we can make progress in those areas, the field as whole can move forward.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much again for joining us, and thank you everyone for tuning in. We've been speaking with Fawn Long. He's the founder of Conflux Network. Stay tuned, everybody, for more from Reimagine 2021.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Yeah. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I know. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. But I didn't. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Yeah. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Fuck, I shouldn't have done that. But I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke. And my brother hit me up on the phone, sparked my interest. What up, bro? Told me to quit my job, I should invest. I'ma do it. Told my boss I ain't coming back, just to impress my co-workers. Did my brother just fuck me over? Is that incest? Weird. 1% daily I was getting back. Already lost all my ether on the parody hack. Now my girl's all stressed, so I told her relax. I'm just waiting on Mount Gox to mail me back. Still waiting. All these motherfucking scams got me saying, damn.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Damn. Big neck promised me 100 grand. Liar. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Sorry, then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I fucked that up with a bad investment. BitConnect put me in debt. Had full faith in what I spent. Had a sublease just to pay my rent. It's like a foreign language, how do I vent? Got me tapped out on what I spent. Might lose my crib and have to pitch a tent. I just hit a wall, caught a president. Thought crypto was heaven sent. Still holding on like James Bond, trying to moonshot Neil Armstrong. The market cap was right on track. Used to Uber, now I'm walking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I still hold her, no looking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Damn. Big neck promised me 100 grand. Liar. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Sorry, then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Damn. Big neck promised me 100 grand. Liar. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Sorry, then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Big neck promised me 100 grand. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Damn!
Well, hello there. Lord Squatchington here of the Royal Society of Big Feet with another vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Liquidity mining. Liquidity mining is a process on an AMM platform that provides an asset to a market to receive rewards that may be denominated in the platform's tokens. This technology is quite controversial, since it has both an advantage and a drawback. There is a high risk of fluctuations in the price of provided assets. However, the benefit is obviously in the reward. The liquidity providers can sell the native tokens of the platform. And if there's one thing I remember from the old days of the Empire, it's selling off the native tokens. Yes, quite.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
My name is James Gillingham. I am the CEO and co-founder of the company called Finex Flow.
Hello, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We have a very special theme and topic for this month. We've done What the Fi is DeFi. We've done Tales from the Crypto during Halloween. We've done Happy Hodl Days, and NFTs just passed, which was a great experience to kind of educate everybody that's watching during our conference. So this month is Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne, which is very interesting. Basically, we're reaching out to a lot of our partners and industry leaders to really discuss the pros and cons of certain chains over others, integrations, and the advantages of doing that. So we've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mousebell University program. Our main objective and goals are simple: increase adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. So we seek to educate our audience as much as we can on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So I've been doing a lot of talking already. I have a special guest, first time appearing during the Reimagine conference, James Gillingham, co-founder and CEO of Finex Flow. How you doing, James? Pleasure to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Likewise. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, exactly. So we've been doing this, for about a year now. Time has flown by. COVID is, I maybe passed us by now. But a lot has happened in the crypto blockchain space. Never stops, 24/7, 365. Your company here knows all about that. But first we dive into that, a lot of our participants, speakers have a super cool Bitcoin story or the way their journey, how they got into Bitcoin, blockchain, crypto, and fell down that rabbit hole. So we'd love to kind of since you haven't been on before, we'd love to hear how you ended up in this space and what led you, into blockchain.
Yeah, sure. So, well, I guess initially when I first left school, I left school very young. I left at 16 years old, just turning 16, because I signed professional contracts to play professional soccer or football, depending on where you're located around the world. 2 years later, I was injured. I couldn't necessarily play anymore, so I moved on to become a trader. So while I was a junior trader and then worked my way up. After a few years of working in the investment banking world, I then moved over to a fund of hedge funds as part of a team managing $4 billion. After being there for about 6 months to a year, I kind of didn't really enjoy working there. I had a boss that was just not very sharp, and I was just like, this isn't for me. So I reached out to a buddy of mine and we started developing algos. So because I was an FX trader, we started trading FX and developing the algos, and ended up leaving the company where I was helping manage the $4 billion. And then moved straight into the algorithmic trading company. So we were developing algos. We took $50,000 to $1 million very, very quickly within the traditional world. Now, the reason why this is important is because one of my employees at that time joined the company, and he said, "Hey, James, have you heard of this thing called Bitcoin?" I was like, "No, what is that?" Right?
What year is this?
2013.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Early.
It was early, right? Like really early. And he was like, "Yeah, do you know what this is?" And I was like, "No, I've heard nothing about it." He's like, "Oh, well, all my buddies are in it and I've put some money in. Do you want to come in with us?" I said, "All right, okay." Well, at the time, I think pounds, because I'm British, right? So the pounds to the dollar was like 1.8 or 2 to 1. So I put 10,000 pounds in, 20,000. So I ended up with about 400 Bitcoin. Right. So at that stage, it was nice. But I mean, I was, to be honest with you, I was an absolute skeptic. Right? I turned around and said, "What a load of rubbish." it's not going to work out. But I've got some spare cash. My buddies are going into it, so why not? Then a year and a half, 2 years later, obviously the Mt. Gox, the MT Gox issue happened, right? And that was my BTC gone, stolen into the abyss. So then I was the kind of guy that was like up until 2017, Bitcoin's a scam, it's a fraud, people are stealing, it's nefarious activity. So I've done that whole cycle of believing, like not believing in it, then having it stolen, then thinking that it's an absolute scam, to getting back into it, and then realizing actually no, all of my opinions about it was totally incorrect and actually wrong. And then since 2017, I started trading multiple accounts, trying to get in and out of Bitcoin, Ethereum. I was actively trading the majors, and that's what really fed me into building and developing Finex Flow, because I wanted to be able to get global best price, so pricing. I wanted more liquidity, and I wanted accessibility, and I wanted to be secure and safe, right? Because obviously, since the Mt. Gox, the MT Gox issue, I'm extremely secure, or thinking about cold storage, warm storage, hot storage. What does all this stuff mean, right? So that's what happened. And then back in 2018, 2019, I thought about some I was thinking about how I could develop something like an aggregator, because I've done some feasibility studies. So I was looking around and saying, why is nobody else doing this, right? So but coming from the traditional world of being a traditional trader, trading Forex, derivatives and stuff, there's always aggregated liquidity pools, right? Because you want deeper pools of liquidity, more people to trade with, you get better execution, you get better pricing, right? That's it. But there was no one else. Basically, when I thought about this, everybody was fighting over becoming the next exchange, right? So there was exchanges popping up, exchange. And I was like, why are they all looking over there when they should be looking here? Like, I couldn't quite understand. So I reached out to my fellow co-founder, Thomas Blaskasinski, sat down with him and said, because he's tech, right? I'm business. I have zero coding skills at all, like zero. I can't read a line of code. But I sat down with Thomas and was like, hey, can we work together? And are you able to build this thing? And he's very French. He was like, yeah, it's very simple, right? Being extremely Parisian, right? So he's always blasé about it. He said, yeah, simple. We can do that. So we went about middle of 2019. We set about creating and developing the company, which we now have today.
So what kind of, a lot to unpack there, and we'll get into all of it. Well, first of all, let's try and clarify that Mt. Gox thing, right? We probably have some skeptics still about Bitcoin being fraud or unsecure. What are your thoughts now, knowing that it really wasn't Bitcoin, it was, the infrastructure that was used? When, right now people probably think, or maybe not anymore, but still, let's just assume, Bitcoin is hackable. Like, I don't want to lose it, blah, blah, blah. It got hacked, it got stolen. But can you just explain kind of what, not in great detail, but just what happened, that it had really nothing to do with Bitcoin other than, Mt. Gox's infra?
Yeah, so basically back then I knew nothing about nothing, and neither did my buddies, right? Like we were all new to this thing, that we were just like, what are private keys? Like what is a private key? I have no idea, right? What is hot storage? What's cold storage? So basically with MT Gox, we stored our private keys on the actual exchange itself, right? So it's like leaving your wallet and sat in a bar and opening up your wallet to this guy you've just met and going, do you want to reach in and take like $100 off me, right? Of course they're going to just reach in and that's it. They would take it. So the infrastructure issues, which actually came off the back of that, right? So off the back of Mt. Gox and the issues that happened there, now we have warm storage, cold storage, extremely cold storage. There's all these other ways of securing your crypto in a safe way. Obviously, the more cold that you get into what I class as like ice cold, then obviously your keys are super secure. But then you have to make sure that you're able to access them, right? So it depends on your liquidity levels. If it's for some people like me, a long-term hold, so I just stick them in ultra cold storage and forget about it, right? But then like leaving your funds in centralized exchanges as well can sometimes be a risk, because as we know, centralized exchanges generally go down sometimes, even during the last fall when we were at like 50,000. We went down to 30. I think
Yeah.
that most of the major exchanges stopped pricing, right? And you couldn't actually get in and out of your account, right? You can't get in and out. So that means that your assets are tied up. So that's also something at FinexFlow that we've totally counteracted to ensure that even if the underlying exchanges or protocols or whatever it goes down, then custody with FinexFlow is still safe and secure. But I'm sure we'll come on to that later. But yeah, the private key issue is just ensure that if you're looking to go into crypto, never ever give anybody your private key, and make sure that you have all the seed phrases and all the passes, and make sure that you don't put it on paper, because I've also had buddies of mine that have written down seed phrases on paper, and after 6 months the paper or the ink has dried out, and you can no longer look at your seed phrase, right? So make sure you get yourself a nice metal some seed phrase. You can buy them for like from $5 or $10 on Amazon, and you can put your seed phrase there. But and also just make sure that your private keys are safe and secure and left in some kind of secure custodial vault somewhere to make sure that only you have access.
Yeah, I mean, we just we actually had to perform like an emergency urgent seed phrase recovery a few weeks ago, successful, which was great. But I don't know how that ended up happening. Somebody had called us to help them like save their assets. So it's important, everybody watching, right, to make sure that you manage your keys appropriately, securely, and make sure you don't forget or where you put them. So let's go into DeFi, which will lead us into FinexFlow. And some of the obstacles and some of the biggest obstacles in DeFi you guys have tackled, and you've just touched on some of it, in right now. But I'd love to figure out kind of your experience on the DeFi side, and then let's talk about the solutions that you guys are providing. That way, coming from your background, we do have people that are coming from, I come from banking as well. I came across Bitcoin in 2012, 2013, and I sent a wire for Bitcoin for one of my clients. And I was like, what are you buying? It's 100,000 though. I was like, wow, I forget what the price was at that point, a few $100 or something. And, hopefully he held, at least had some diamond hands. But aside from that, yeah, let's talk about some of the obstacles. People are tuning into DeFi. They hear decentralized finance, open finance, peer-to-peer. And you just talked about a lot of the hurdles that DeFi has, and you're overcoming them, over the last, couple years, and probably especially over the last, 12 to 18 months has been a great, open finance DeFi boom. So what are some of the challenges that you experienced? And then let's handle those, and let's figure out what FinexFlow is providing to tackle that for, a UI UX, which is a big problem, to make it, better for more adoption and more people to use.
So number one, if you're new to crypto, you want it to be simple, right? Like just really simple, plug and play, right? Most DeFi protocols, unless you've kind of read up a little bit or you watch a YouTube video, some of them are quite hard to really understand how am I actually going to be able to swap my assets, number one, right? So like what you mentioned, the UI UX part of it is quite important. That's something that we really solve with keeping our UI super user intuitive, really simple, easy. It's something that we actually set out to make sure that we have mass adoption. Now in decentralized finance, there's so many great, amazing things and so many things that are not so great, right? And we're trying to solve the things that are not so great and still keep the very essence of decentralized finance. So with regards to like front running, for instance, so right now, if you're executing a trade on Uniswap, and then all of a sudden somebody like an algo will or a bot will pay a little bit higher gas fee than you, and then basically you will be filled at a worse price, and then they will sell just above you. So they will buy, sell, and basically sandwich you, right? And what they're doing is that they're draining ETH. And these algos, these bots are going all day, every day. And from friends and buddies of mine that are very big in the market, like numbers from these bots, they're making millions and millions of dollars every single week. So if you want to make sure that you're safe and secure around that, you need to work out a plan of, okay, how am I going to counteract these kind of bots to get them to stop like taking funds from me, right? So what we developed at Finex Flow is a model which is in the traditional world, which is basically best execution. But what we've basically also executed is when we go into a decentralized environment, when these bots like try to front run, they may be able to get in front of us, but they can't get out before us. So we will actually get out the position and unwind it before that they've even executed. Or what also can happen is within our system, we automatically monitor the amount of gas. So if we so if, for instance, we're paying a $50 gas fee, right, then we will automatically add on top of the gas fee post like drawing the execution, so you can increase the gas. So we increase the gas so that we jump above them. So we're constantly so we're always getting the best price, because something that we're really working towards is global best price for all execution, right? We don't want any of this kind of nefarious activity. Obviously, within the traditional world, front running, right? If you ever front run anyone, the regulator's going to come and arrest you, and you're going to be put in jail very, very quickly. But in a decentralized finance, who is it? Nobody knows, right? Because you're just plugging in with your wallet and off you go. The features of decentralized finance are things that I really, really love, especially like the lending and borrowing as well. So being able to borrow assets and lend assets, so without actually selling your underlying. So let's assume you've got a bunch of Bitcoin, but you want to be holding another kind of token. You can actually lend and borrow, and it's a real interesting way, because after working in banks for many years, I kind of got sick of the banking system, right? Like the little guy always gets shat on all the time, and I just want to make sure that we can interrupt and we can take the power away from these guys, where we can empower the people, right? Everybody deserves to have a right of really a level playing field. Whereas in the traditional banking world or banking finance world, there is no level playing field. It's the big bankers and the rest of the people, right? So by evolving the decentralized finance, essentially you can become a mini bank, right? Yourself, you can sit there, become a mini bank. You can loan, you can lend, you're able to borrow. So that is one part of the decentralized finance, and then obviously there are other decentralized finance that is really solving real world problems and real world issues, which is also super intriguing for me and I guess the company as well.
And what do you think in terms of where are we in terms of you're coming from the traditional side, and then the decentralized side, and you're working on a solution to provide latency and reliability and speed. Like, do you think at some point it will match a centralized system of matchmaking, order books, and like, will it be as quick as it is as people are used to, or is that going to be is that going to be a deterrent, or is DeFi more in terms of self-custody control, like as opposed to maybe as fast as a centralized system? Because a lot of people think like, well, why not just stick to traditional finance if you're looking for best execution and and this, that, and the other. But what you're saying is DeFi gives you, or at least your platform here, Finex Flow, gives you an opportunity to have a plan, even the playing field out.
Yeah, so something very interesting that you mentioned there is essentially the order book, right? So what we do is we aggregate centralized and decentralized exchanges. So by us aggregating, it's essentially like a league table, and the best price, the order will get routed into it, right? So it doesn't really, for us, it doesn't matter if it's a decentralized or a centralized exchange, or a market maker, or an RFQ, or a bank, because we're also aggregating the more traditional institutions as well, right? So we have so our liquidity is very, very vast. But when it comes down to best execution and enable to lower latency, it's actually a major challenge in crypto today, because in the more traditional world of finance, like for instance, if you're executing for FX, for instance, you have LD4, NY4, the Equinox data centers, right, which is where everybody houses their execution servers, and their execution centers are all based in there. So you're able to reduce the latency. The biggest issue for crypto today, even with the centralized exchanges, essentially that many people are using AWS, right? So it's the AWS cloud infrastructure. So nobody has any real rack space anymore, right? The actual larger market makers kind of do have rack space in the more like traditional LD4 in Slough in London, and MY4, etc., and JY3. But that's actually more of a, I think that's an evolution that crypto will take. And as we kind of communicate more, because right now most of the exchanges and decentralized exchanges are silo markets, right? Because they all look at each other as though competition, right? And they're like, no, we want to be the biggest, the baddest, and the best, right? But it doesn't actually work like that. So in the traditional world of finance, JP Morgan speaks to Goldman Sachs, and Goldman Sachs speaks to Barclays, and Barclays speak to HSBC, right? They all communicate because the pie is more than big enough to make sure that everybody can eat, and everyone has a very good business. But in crypto, we're still very much like the decentralized and centralized play yet. Like people have their own infrastructure, but there hasn't yet been that collaboration, which I'm really hoping does happen within the next like 6 months to a year. Is that there's a collaboration between the decentralized and centralized plays, where the server infrastructures are all in one location, or there's co-locations, or there's obviously multiple locations, and then latency will no longer really be an issue. Because if you're trying to aggregate somebody that's based in Japan, or you're aggregating someone that's based in Australia or the US or Canada or wherever, like the latency is obviously going to be different depending on ping speed, and it gets really technical. Now, if you look at traditional finance, they try shaving off like 5 milliseconds or 1 millisecond, right? Just to get the order in quicker. Crypto is not yet evolved there. It will get there, and at some point I'm really hoping that this collaboration can really happen between decentralized, centralized, and when that happens, we'll be able to look at those like metrics a lot more closer. However, right now it's more about gas fees and just ensuring that you're safe and secure with because miners naturally go to whoever's going to give them the biggest fee, right? Of course, that's what you're going to go for. You're there for the network. So yeah, that's the
and how do you see, like, there's tons of exchanges, right? It's interesting, dexes and centralized exchanges. Like, is that good, bad? Should it consolidate? Based off of what you said, like, I guess it may not even matter if they can all collaborate together. Now you have some depth and accessibility, like across the world. There's tons of exchanges, as opposed to in the traditional markets, right? There's the few major ones. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, look, as the regulations start to be rolled out, right? So I understand that the US are now looking at, the SEC are looking at it. I mean, Finex Flow, we've just applied for our broker-dealer license in the US. We've also applied for our European license, which is actually a CFD. And because again, like the European regulators, they're trying to roll out something called MiCA, right? Which is the European regulations. But it's going to take some time for them to be able to do that. And here in Singapore, we are regulated by the MAS. So as these regulations and these global regulations are rolled out, it means that lots of these exchanges right now, because let's be honest, some of the exchanges sometimes act in certain ways that aren't best for the purchaser of that particular asset, right? So when there's more credibility, when we actually have the regulation, that should ensure that these kind of nefarious activities stop. However, in the decentralized space, it's always going to be decentralized. It's a smart contract. You cannot regulate it because there is no company that's kind of underlying it, which is very, very interesting. So again, it's not not really looking for us to for us to kind of speculate on whether decentralized exchanges are going to be successful or not. That's the will of the people, right? But we just create our infrastructure to ensure that we're able to get our clients, whoever comes through us, into the best position they can be. So we really do all of the heavy lifting. So if there's 25 different decentralized and centralized exchanges, by coming directly to us, you have access to all of those. Right?
Yeah,
that's it. And if you see the price, what I'm now rolling out, which is what you see is what you get, right? So if you see the price, you get that price. If you see it, you get it. That's basically it. Whereas with other kind of like exchanges or decentralized exchanges, there's all fees added on and stuff. For us, it's whatever the price you see is the price that you get. And that's it. Done.
and how do you work with all of these exchanges? Do you reach out to them? Do they reach out to you? Do you have them on radar? And then what's the process to get them integrated into the Phoenix Flow platform?
Yeah, so the first stages were really us reaching out. So we were consistently reaching out to exchanges. I mean, the major ones, Binance, Coinbase, Kraken, FTX. You know, these kind of guys. We went after them because obviously they have the biggest pool of liquidity. And then after reaching out to them and basically negotiating deals with them, there's various deals because we put margin with each one of them. We basically get much better terms than what the average retail guy could get or the average investor can get because we're putting a lot of money at like as a margin pool, which means that we get like better tiering, right? So our execution's better, the pricing's better. So if you come through Phoenix Flow, you get much better pricing than what you would if you were to go directly to that exchange. So part of that process is onboarding. So we have to go through KYC. Like we have to go through like literally they want to know everything about us, what regulations we have, what licenses we have, because obviously they need to be super careful with the people that they're onboarding. Once they've kind of onboarded us, they then give us what's classed as a UAT, which is an account of execution. So we're able to look at the APIs. So we have out their APIs coming in, whether it's REST, web, or fix, depends on who they are. And then from there we pipe them in, we place the margin, we start executing trades, and we get routed. So now we have, I think we have about 15 aggregated right now. We'll have 25 completed. No, actually it's a lot more now. It's about 22 actually. So we'll have 25 in the next 2 to 3 weeks. But what we've also done, which I feel is pretty special, is that we've developed it so that FXF is the counterparty to all trades. So if people were to sign up to us, whether it's an institution or retail client, the actual underlying LP, whether it be Kraken, Coinbase, whatever, we'll never know who that actual person is that's executing. It's us facing off to our clients, and then the clients facing off, and then Phoenix Flow facing off to the liquidity providers. So that in itself also creates like a dark pool. So if anybody ever executes a trade through us, it's almost impossible to be front run because nobody knows. Like if you're monitoring, you've got 25 different venues in which that trade could be routed. It could go to liquidity provider 1. It could go to liquidity provider 3. So we kind of eradicate all of these kind of front running issues that are going on as well.
And so would you say at the moment, obviously you're targeting like strictly traders? What's the type of profile of a retail or even institution to come to Phoenix Flow to, deposit, use it? Is it mainly for trading? And do you see any other products or services that you may offer in the future? Like lending or borrowing or whatnot?
Yeah, we have a lot. So we have staking right now. We've also packaged up or in the process of packaging up our data analytics arm. So you might have heard of Glassnode and these other kind of analytics, or Wow Watcher and this other stuff. So we're packaging up all of the information from our liquidity providers, all the execution data, all of the speed of latency, all that information nobody else in the world has, but we will have, which is our proprietary information information. We will then combine that with obviously the wallets and looking at the various wallets globally around the world to see the ebbs and flows and to see who's selling, who's buying, for that kind of monitoring. And all of this data is coming into our data arm, which will be packaged up and sold. We also have a proprietary trading arm as well. So we're just about to launch our own hedge fund. It's been seeded with $10 million. So we're going to be start rolling that out. That's fully quantitative and algo driven. So we have a bunch of algo guys that are really, really smart. We've had the algos running now, I believe, for around 6 months. They've been up on average 30% month on month. So that's a really, really interesting piece of which we're now hiring execution traders, quants, risk managers, etc. So that's another part of the business that we're looking to roll out. And then obviously is what you already know, which is the kind of like the prime brokerage arm, which is the execution and getting the global best price by coming through one account, one portal, and only going through one KYC essentially. And then we are also looking at building. I've just set up and opened up a Wyoming entity. As many people are now looking at Wyoming. We spoke to the one of the people that work very closely with the senator yesterday, and we're potentially going to be setting up our own custodian there as well. So we'll be a registered and regulated custodian within the state of Wyoming, offering custodial services globally. So that's also another part of ourselves to make sure that we have MPC and all these other stuff to make sure that our clients are safe and secure when transacting. Because believe me, I felt the pain of losing coins and money.
Yeah. So it's interesting, right? We're hearing a hedge fund, prime brokerage, retail, services. Is this just the evolution of finance, right? Like regardless if it's DeFi or CeFi or whatever, would you say that one, is this the evolution of finance? And then two, to what degree, with your background and I'm assuming your Rolodex, like is the institution side super excited about this? What are they waiting for? Is the market still too small? And then I'm assuming you're positioning yourself for a lot of these players at some point when they get in the game. And do you know when they'll get in the game? So I don't know if that was a long question, but it's the evolution. Yeah, it's the evolution of finance. And you're positioning yourself well, but like I said, you have a prime brokerage, you have a hedge fund, you have retail services, you have data analytics, which is all on the traditional side. So would you say from your friends and people that you know, are they excited about what's going on? Do they care? Is crypto funny money? I'm curious to understand, obviously this is a whole new game. And just like FX, you were in FX, I'm sure it's crowded. Obviously you can still make money, but times have changed. Stockbrokers have changed, right? The markets changed. They're not like in the 80s, doing their thing. And this is kind of the new toy. So what's kind of your perspective on kind of that degree of institutions coming in and being excited and not excited, or is it too early?
So one of the main reasons why I was thinking about Finex Flow like 2 or 3 years ago was because I've got a lot of buddies and a lot of friends that are in the traditional world, right? That are in traditional finance, working for Goldman Sachs, the major investment banks of this world, right?
Yeah.
And I was talking to them like 2 years ago, and they were saying to me, "Hey, off record, we're kind of buying Bitcoin, we're getting involved in this," right? So it was like they were saying that they're doing one thing internally, like off record,
of course,
and then on record, their CEOs, whether it be Jamie Dimon or whoever it is, Bitcoin's a scam. We don't advise any of our clients doing any of this. And then in the background, they're buying. Of course, because they want to keep the prices low, right? Of course, they're not stupid. And then the rhetoric, which I was laughing at, right? So I pick up my Financial Times and I'm reading it, and I see, JP Morgan are now saying Bitcoin's the asset class to be in. I was like, well, isn't that a surprise, right?
Totally.
It's unbelievable. So yeah, I mean, look, there's many institutions that are buying. Many of them are in the US. Many of them are not buying like $1 or $2 million worth either, right? It's like 750 million, $1 billion worth, and they're all very smart about it as well, right? Like they're all buying OTC. So what OTC means for for anyone listening is that you don't go to an exchange. So you're not going to a Coinbase or wherever to buy your Bitcoin. You are calling an OTC dealer. Essentially, an OTC dealer is someone that's holding a lot of Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever coins that they're holding, and they will actually give you them off market. So it's off chain. So you're receiving those coins essentially without having any price impact. Right. So receiving those coins, receiving, there's no price impact, but you keep on hodling, right? You keep on hodling. And that's what's been going on now for about the last year. The sell-off was actually quite interesting, because there's lots of people in the market, you know, saying, oh, it was manipulation, it was China, it was this, it was a sell-off. Look, to be honest, the markets have from the long, it was about 4,500, right? Long. It went up to 50, 55, 60, right? It went around there. People, of course, what people don't realize is if you're in from 4,000, right, and you're up at 50, of course you're going to cash out. You want to cash out your chips, right? Wait a little while, wait for the market to do its thing, to retrace a little bit, and then you got to buy it back up, right? Whereas everybody, like the amount of questions I was getting about, oh my God, it's melting down, it's all ending. I was like, this correction is a 50% correction, maybe a 60% correction, right? The corrections that I was in when I was in 2017, and the correction was like 90%. Like crypto's come a real long way. So so I'm sorry about a protracted answer, but yeah,
that's totally. So what I'm hearing is that they're accumulating, they're in this space. So is it still too small? Should we be worried about regulation and all that? Or do you think there's enough momentum now that, you know, they're going to work it out, figure it out? If banks are in it, banks have enough power to say, you know, let's work this out and not squash it. Not that you can squash Bitcoin, but you can probably do some damage, you know, if you can't hold, you know, buying and holding and restricting, you know, certain aspects of crypto in general. But what I'm hearing is, you know, it's going to be a new asset class, right?
Well, right now it is its own asset class. It is a new asset class. It will never be squashed now. It can't be. The market cap is too big. So basically, the banks were kind of like trying to bully retail guys, right? To say don't get involved. And then what happened is because the market was volatile and it kept on going up and up and up, the clients of the banks are saying, hey, Mr. Banker, like I want to get involved in crypto. What's going on? And what's happening is the pressure's got so much is eventually the banks have to say, okay, we will do it. Now they're all executing, and the family offices, and you know, it's not only the banks, it's also various other institutions,
foundations, endowments,
everyone's looking at buying.
Yeah.
Correct. So it's now like no other asset class in the world. So what the reason why I'm so bullish about Bitcoin is very simply this fact. We know that there's only a certain amount of Bitcoin that are available. Right, the Bitcoin contract has been checked by some of the smartest minds in the world, and they have all concluded that there's only a certain amount in the world. Now, if you look at oil, right, so if you're an oil trader or you want to buy oil as an investment, if you look at art, if you look at diamonds, if you look at gold, there is nothing else that has like an end, like a finish. You know, there's only a certain amount. Gold, yeah, you can excavate more. Diamonds, you can excavate more. Artists, there's always artists that are going to be painting more. Right? There's always going to be more. But with Bitcoin, as soon as we get to the end of mining Bitcoin, where's the price going to go?
Yeah,
like that's it. There is no more available, right? So the price is in my opinion is going to be super bullish. That's what the institutions can see. That's what they want to obviously take the glory around. However, anybody moving into crypto also needs to be aware of the volatility, right? Because it is extremely volatile. It's not like other asset classes. You can literally, like I've seen people back in 2017 having a portfolio of $10 million and then it got wiped out to zero, right? Like it can. So you have to be super, super careful, very prudent in your approach, and mainly, like anything, just don't be too greedy, right? Like when I'm trading, if I'm setting out, and if I say, okay, where's my take profit going to be, right? So is it going to be here? Am I happy with that amount of money? And when it gets there, don't get greedy. Don't say, oh, actually, I'll leave it a little bit, because with crypto, we never know what's going to happen, right? You never know.
Totally. I know when it went sub 50, that's when I went in. I thought I was going to go 45. It's funny because my dad asked me, like, how low can this go? I was like, probably like 25. This could like easily cut 50, 60, 65%. I was like, I don't know if it is. I thought I was going to hover around 45. Sure enough, right? All the way down to 33, got pretty close. So it's interesting, but yeah, I'm super bullish. I'm actually moving over a lot of money into it, just long term, right? Like by the dips, the correction, the retracements, whatever. And yeah, you got to be very prudent. You got to do your research, and like especially in crypto, this thing goes, like you said, 90%, low. The swings and the volatility are gut wrenching. You just gotta think long term and diversify, as they say. Cool. So a couple other things, and we'll kind of conclude here. But I did want to touch on two things. The first one is, you guys have a token.
Yes, FXF.
And how is that incorporated into the platform? How do you use it, and what's the purpose of the token?
Right. So the token is a utility token, right? So right now it's in order to reduce trading fees, right? So the cost of execution will decrease drastically by using FXF. We're also working on a lot of other use cases, right, for the token, to ensure that obviously the utility is added. But right now, the key core primary purpose of holding FXF is to pay trading fees in order to be able to reduce them and get better execution, basically.
Nice. Thank you for that. Last question. How you guys are leveraging Ethereum and Tron? The topic of this kind of conference is around, different blockchains, the pros and cons. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. So game of chains, the pros and cons of blockchains, technologies. What was your decision in the Ethereum and kind of Tron, vision, and then kind of bridging that together? A lot of people maybe underestimate, but there's a lot of blockchain technologies and networks and stuff, and they all do something different. Some do the same, some are compatible. So everybody has their preference. What's kind of your decision making on the Ethereum and Tron side?
So we've just literally we have an ERC20, which is obviously Ethereum. We've just listed and created a bridge to PancakeSwap, so Binance Smart Chain, and we're now integrating with Tron. The reason why we're creating the bridges for multi-chain is two aspects. Number one, Ethereum and gas fees are just ridiculous sometimes, right? So it's just like to buy $100 worth of tokens of FXF, you have to spend $100 in gas. I mean, that for me is absolute. I don't want people that want to take part in our project and buy our token and hold it long term to be paying $100 in fees. It's ridiculous. So we then automatically were looking at other blockchains in order to reduce the fees for our people that want to take part in us. Like it's our duty to try to get the best price for people wanting to buy FXF, right? And then a secondary reason is that we can offer crosses and pairs that nobody else can in the world, right? Because we're a brokerage, we're not an exchange. Because we have one portal, one account, we can have all the coins that are listed on Binance. We can have all the coins that are listed on FTX. We can have all the coins that are listed on Uniswap. We can have all the coins listed on FTX or whoever else it is, right? So we have all of those coins that maybe because certain coins certain tokens only list on certain exchanges, right? Because they go and say, oh, I'm going to have a centralized exchange listing. So they go to Coinbase, for instance. So by us, we aggregate all the coins into one account. And then what we also do is that we can offer Tron pairs against Ethereum pairs, and we can offer them against BSC pairs. So you can do cross-chain pairs trading, which you're unable to do, I think, pretty much. There's only a few other places to be able to do that, which are normally protocols, but there's no centralized place in order to have a consolidation of every token, every coin, and have cross-chain pairs as well. So that's something that again, I'm trying to build something that's more accessible to more people and give more options. So you could have a Tron pair against an Ethereum based pair, and you put them together. So that's the whole point of us building that more opportunity for retail and institutional investors to take advantage of.
Yeah, some accessibility and interoperability amongst that. Are you looking at, maybe not in the near future, but do you look at other blockchains right now that are kind of cool, or that are on the radar?
Yeah, so I really like Solana, to be honest with you.
Everybody's been saying that, yeah.
And Solana, Matic.
Yeah.
Matic's one that I've been looking. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's Matic's pretty hot right now. I was actually a big advocate of DOT as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of cooled off a little bit low. There hasn't been much really going on, so I'm not too sure what's really happening. But I'd really say Solana and Matic are the two ones that are on the radar.
Yeah, we've had Solana, participate in this. I interviewed Anatoly last month, and then Matic is one of our partners, and they've been around a long time, actually, Matic, and they stuck to their guns, and they're kind of making it out on the other end after a period of time. But that's a good solid team. So no, that's interesting, and we've kind of gone over time here, but James, it's been a great discussion. So some of the things we've talked about was DeFi's biggest obstacles, how Phoenix Flow is tackling some of those hurdles and challenges, and providing services to not only retail but institutional. And you guys are positioning yourselves, for the long term here, coming from the traditional side of finance. It seems like you're setting yourself up for success, hopefully. So I wish you the best. Last question: do you think you're going to turn into a bank or what?
To be honest, the old way of thinking how banking is, no, I never want to be a traditional bank. I'm being a crypto bank, being forward thinking and being fair to customers. Yeah. That would be something that would be pretty cool, right? Building and developing a full bank that isn't like working just for the bank and making money, but it's actually helping individuals, right? So being a socially aware and socially conscious bank would be very, very interesting. But the traditional world bank, no, I don't want that.
No, that's interesting. You point that out, and I think that's critical and very important, because I think. The reason why I asked that is because you start providing services, and you start here, start there. Before you know it, you pretty much have assets, you have users, and that's good. I mean, I think people gravitate to that. They do want a one-stop shop. They don't want to deal with multiple accounts and interfaces and dealing with noise and stuff like that. So that's why I asked that. But I think. Yeah, in the crypto bank, fundamentally is way different than what we're all used to from the legacy side of traditional banking, and so that's good to hear. That you have thought about it, but that it is going to be completely different moving forward for everybody.
Correct.
So cool, man. I think that's it. Where can people learn more about Phoenix Flow, updates, insights? If they want more information.
So we have a bunch of different ways of keeping up. Twitter's one of them, obviously. Telegram, we have a very active Telegram group of about 20,000. Make sure you go to the official channel though, because there are a lot of spammers of fake accounts out there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, I would say that they are the two main options. We obviously have Facebook and Instagram, but they're not really used. It's mainly the Twitter and some Telegram are the best ways. And then our website is www.finxflow. So it's FINXFLO without the W. So just FLO at the end.com.
Awesome. Well, it's been a real pleasure, man. We've chatted for almost an hour, and I hope to either have you back or somebody else on the team to get some updates in the next few months, and continue the discussion as this thing evolves and the pace of innovation picks up. Right, all the time. The market's always moving. Technology is always evolving. So we'd love to have you back there. Everybody, thank you for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. This is James Gillingham, co-founder and CEO of FinXflow. It was a real pleasure, and we hope to have you back, and we'll see you again.
Cheers. Thank you so much, Adam. Really appreciate it. Take care.
Awesome.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Well, hey there, baby. It's me, Elvis Presley. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Airdrop. An airdrop is a method of distributing cryptocurrency in which market participants do not need to exchange their existing assets for a new one, but rather receive it as if it were free money raining from the clouds. Recipients get their airdrops based on some prerequisite factors, such as holding a parallel cryptocurrency, baby. That sounds so good. I think I'm gonna name my next album Airdrop. Oh.
This goes out to all my OG holders. Legend Gang. Coin Bros. I just woke up in the morning, check that market cap. We up. Shout out to my dog, what you barking at? What up, dog? A package at my door, man, I've been waiting. Hope the UPS guy ready for a conversation. We gon' talk about this crypto if you like it or not. Shut up, Jordan Belfort, bitches, shit ain't in stop. I'm that dude reppin' that blockchain on the block. Talking crypto with my neighbors while they taking a walk. And my girl love talking crypto with me. Got my son straight, ICO picking with me. Legend gang, man, I keep it with me. Better take a long lunch if you with me. We gon' talk about it, we gon' talk about the dip. John McCaffrey told me Bitcoin to $1 million, or he gon' eat his own dick. Ever seen a grown man eat his own dick? What? No, hell no. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear we talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a piss. I'll be talking crypto in the Uber or Lyft. Talking crypto when my daughter's making the wish. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a seat on the bus, riding to a meetup. I'm talking like-minded people there to greet us. I'm talking Krispy Kremes, endless margaritas, man. I'll be talking crypto to the dude in the mall cleaning sneakers. This is peer-to-peer, ain't got time for waiting. No. This is peer-to-peer, don't need no bank statement. I got the QR, tenant for that fast payment. Ooh, that's not matching up right. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. Yeah, we the coin bros, all we talk is that crypto, baby. So if you ain't about that, get the F out my face, dog. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
We talking crypto, we talking crypto.
Look at the camera, say we talking crypto.
This is Shenting from Peru Combo. I'm the CEO of the company, and thanks for having me to join the Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in this space. We have an exciting theme and topic for this month, which is Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne, discussing about layer ones, protocols, networks, the pros and cons, and having some fun. For all of you to understand kind of why everybody's doing their own thing or why they're building within a certain ecosystem. And I think we highlight that so everybody can get educated and really kind of dive into the various blockchain technologies and solutions available. So we've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above. And that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mousebelt University program. Our main objective and goals are increasing adoption, use cases, real world applications, pretty straightforward. We want to see people using these things, understanding these things, and really getting a grasp as much as we can, because it is the future. So we seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So everybody tuning in, again, thank you for following us, supporting us over the last year. I have an exciting guest today. First appearance at the Reimagine conference, and we're happy to have CEO of Furu Combo, Swang-Ting Chu, and we'll go by Chu for the rest of the way. How you doing? Thank you for coming on the show and talking with me.
I'm good. Thanks for having me here. The title of the event is pretty awesome. Very exciting about this.
Exactly. And I think, we're going to get into it, but for those watching Furu Combo and kind of that ecosystem, they do work with various protocols, which we'll dive into in a bit to understand maybe why they chose them and maybe how the integration is going and the purpose of that. So without further ado, Chu, everybody has an exciting Bitcoin story of how they fell down the rabbit hole, how they got into crypto blockchain. And, we'd obviously love to hear yours. So please give us some insight into maybe what you did before and then how you ended up in crypto and how Furu Combo came to light.
Yeah, this is a great question and also my favorite question. And seems like a must ask question, like what's your Bitcoin story, or did you start with white paper, or what's your story? So I started a company Dingo maybe 7 years ago, and at the very beginning we are building mobile payment system for the USA banks or also USA retail users. So the reason that we are building that is because we want to use technology to help people to transfer their assets in a more efficient way, and also safer and then cheaper. So compared to your banks, the mobile payments will be a better solution. So during the cooperation with the bank in the USA and also a lot of different banks around the globe, we found out that the banking system is a very ancient one, and then it's about like 30 years old. So at the end of 2017, we decided to pivot to blockchain, to use blockchain, this kind of technology, as our backend to run the whole payment system. So that's how we decided to pivot from the mobile payment to blockchain. And how do I know blockchain? Since 2012, before 2012. I used to participate in a NASA program called SITE or SITEA, something like that. It's a program that they encourage you to download a screen saver and then help them to calculate the data they collect from the outer space and then try to find the aliens. So this is something like edge computing or cloud computing in a engine stage. After that, my friend says, hey, there's something called Bitcoin. This is really similar to, download something and then use your computer to calculate something. I'll say, oh, okay, I like to use my computer to calculate something. So I just run Bitcoin. But at the point, I don't know what is Bitcoin, or I don't know where's the, what is the white paper. I just download it and then, run it. After several months, I decided to close it. I didn't feel like, oh, what is Bitcoin? So I just closed it. But I remember very clearly, 2013, the Bitcoin price is at around like 1,000 per Bitcoin. I sold it on Coinbase. Coinbase is my first exchange I use. So I think, oh, this is crazy. How come those data or those stuff, I don't know what to call, on my computer worth this much money? So I decided to cash out half of them to see is it real. And then the money shows up in my bank account. I was like, oh, holy shit, Bitcoin is real. This is something huge. So that brings my attention to what is a Bitcoin, what is blockchain. Yeah, so that's why I know Bitcoin, blockchain, and then also the story behind why we pivot our company to blockchain. And after blockchain, we pivot to blockchain. We built a lot of different dApps, all DeFi dApps. We have a Dingo exchange, which is an order book style exchange, and we have Deflast. We have Furu Combo. Yeah, so the reason we built Furu Combo is that we saw so many dApps on the internet right now, and then each dApps, they have different user experience, and also when people are doing the farming or they are doing trading on the DeFi space, they will have to hop into different website and then try to do their own trade. But that's not very efficient. So that's why we invented Furu Combo, help you to collect, combine all your trade together, and then within one meta transaction, keep you more efficient and then give you a higher profit.
Awesome. And we'll get into kind of Furu Combo and how it works, how it operates. And before we get into that, like, well, two things. What excites you more, or are they kind of the same in terms of is it blockchain? Or is it Bitcoin that excited you at first? Is it the technology aspect, or is it kind of, I don't know, the ownership of your own kind of money and currency, and kind of taking that perspective? What excites you more? You think, is it the technology blockchain aspect, or is it the freedom of democratizing like finance and currencies?
I would say if we are talking about blockchain, I would say it's the profit really getting my interest on this, because my story is I sold my Bitcoin and then I have some money, but at the time I didn't read a white paper. But after that, I started introduce to my engineers and then talk with them. Says, hey, can we use blockchain or Bitcoin at the moment as a backend to run a mobile payment system? But at the time, Bitcoin is too slow. Still, it's very slow. And then Ethereum comes out. Ethereum is faster. So we think maybe this is something possible to this. But speaking of the freedom of why we are focusing on DeFi is because I believe that the decentralized finance is the structure of the future of maybe the financial system or the internet. This is the right structure. So we don't want to spend time building the engine system. And the second thing is that I think DeFi really provides the permissionless, or you can say open to everyone, because I think the financial system or the financial service on the planet should be open for everyone. You shouldn't say, oh, you will have to pay like $10 US monthly management fee to keep your account, or if you have like $100K US, and then you can open our premium account. This is something like the internet. This is something like health insurance, or your public transportation. This is the human right for everyone on the planet to store your money in a right way. And then I don't feel like government can force you to not to do something, because if you earn the money in the right way, this is your money. You can use it whatever you want, right? Just like your mobile phone. If you want to throw it into a toilet, that's your choice. Your mom cannot forbidden you say, hey, you cannot throw your iPhone to the toilet, right? It's your iPhone, right?
Yeah, no, that's great. And how was that transition from an engineering standpoint, which is going to lead me into Furu Combo? I want to know what Furu Combo offers, what it is. You kind of touched on a little bit of obviously it's in DeFi, but what are some of the mechanics and things that make it DeFi? But one, how was that engineering kind of learning curve to build this stuff when you were like, hey, because we have developers tuning in, right? We have founders, we have entrepreneurs that maybe are at a position to move from Web 2 to Web 3, or they have some ideas, right? Some new concepts, trying to leverage how crypto works. How was it finding developer talent actually that understood what you wanted to build? Or was it relatively easy because you had experienced developers, engineers?
Yeah, so I think we are pretty lucky. We know someone that has been in the blockchain industry for a while. So before, during that, we are building mobile payment system. We start to, consult with him to say, hey, can we use Bitcoin as a backend? What about Ethereum? Why is so slow? Can we speed it up? Something like that. And then this person help us to hire more and more backend engineer. At the time, we just have backend engineer, those person who write Golang or maybe like Java or C++. And then after that, we spent a lot of resource to educate to those backend engineer to a smart contract engineer, like who specialize in Solidity code writing. So I think this is the learning curve of turning a software engineer or maybe back engineer to a smart engineer is pretty high. Yeah, that's also a problem of the world now. We want more engineers, but there's always lack of this, and then not so many people want to learn this kind of technology, even though the technology is very advanced and it really can change the human beings.
Nice. No, thanks for that. And I just wanted to highlight that it's very difficult, right? That there might be some devs that are looking for jobs or looking for career change or upskill. And I think, blockchain as a career path might be a good place to start where you can, if you're already a little bit experienced, you can self-teach yourself, and figure it out and tinker with it and experiment. And there might be some great opportunities down the road. So let's get into DeFi here. What is Furu Combo? How did it come about? And what do you guys offer in terms of solutions? What are some of the advantages for Furu Combo and maybe on the front end that delivers to the end user? I'd like to learn more because I actually haven't I've heard of your project and that's why we invited you to learn more about it, but it's as of recent. So we'd love to learn more about what you guys are building, what you've built and how it operates.
Yeah, so basically, Furu Combo is the fastest and simplest, and also the most comprehensive DeFi aggregator in the world that enable DeFi, like we call it decentralized finance, user to optimize and to enhance their DeFi strategy. So what Furu Combo really do is we are basically a website where we are a dApp and then connect you to the rest of the DeFi world. For example, like big exchanges like SushiSwap, Uniswap, or QuickSwap. And lending platform, we have MakerDAO, Compound, Aave, and more to come. And also we have a lot of different, protocol connected to Furu Combo. So once you get into Furu Combo, you can decide, what kind of strategy you want to use, what kind of strategy you want to build, or maybe you can use other people's strategy. Yeah.
That's great. And for everybody watching here on the DeFi space, there's a lot of projects out there that have done some great work on the lending side, the borrowing side, the swapping side. Chu, can you explain a little bit why Furu Combo actually plays a vital role, or why it's important for a project or solution like yours, maybe to engage the end user, maybe not the crypto user or the crypto user? How do you guys tailor that, for further adoption, utility to bring people in? Because you just mentioned a bunch of projects and you kind of aggregate that. Why is that important for one to know? Instead of them going directly, they can log onto your spot and handle most of their DeFi transactions there.
Yeah, so I think we can explain this in two different aspects, two different ways. So the first one would be if you want to make money in DeFi or any kinds of financial system, you can do it simple way. For example, if you want to have a lowest risk and then a simple step, you can just deposit your ETH to Aave and then get some interest, which is so much better than a bank. So I encourage everyone to do that, or maybe like USDC, right? And this is the simplest one, but there are a lot of professional traders or advanced traders. We call them farmers in DeFi space. They don't want just supply their asset to Aave and then stop there. The 5% APY is too low for them, so they start to do a leverage. They start to do a very complicated one. So maybe from the very beginning they will have so many steps they swap their ether to DAI and then supply their DAI to Aave, and then you get like a DAI, right? A DAI, and then you can supply to Uniswap. So right now you can get an interest from Aave and also get a trading fee from the Uniswap. This is the pretty simple one in DeFi to get double interest, double APY. And there are a lot more. Or maybe, for example, you have Link, you don't want to sell them, right? So you can deposit your Link onto DeFi, onto Aave, and then borrow more money, and then buy Link, and then put it back to Aave. This is leverage to build a position. So you can keep your Link position, and you can have your more DAI to trade. So there's a very long step, right? You have 2, 3, 4, 5, but when you are doing this, the market is changing, especially the DeFi space is very volatile. So the number could be changed. So when you come to maybe the total trading strategy will be like 7 steps. When you come to 5, and then you figure, oh, the market has changed. So when I do the 6th step or maybe some 7th step, the transaction might be failed or the profit will be gone. So the rest of the previous 5 steps is waste of time. So that's why people should use Furu Combo. If you just we are basically doing the same thing to help you to optimize your strategy. So you can just add 7 different cubes on our platform, and we can help you to predict the numbers when you execute the trading strategy. So that will be more efficient because you don't have to guess will this be successful when I get there. Yeah, it's more useful. And then second perspective to explain why people should use Furu Combo is this is something from the centralized exchange. So when you are trading on the centralized exchange, basically most of the centralized exchange, they are all in one, right? For example, Binance. If you go to Binance, you can do spot trading, you can do leverage, you can do margin trading, you can lend something. So in DeFi space, we don't do that. We don't do all in one, right? So you want to do a spot trading, you go to Uniswap. You want to borrow money, you go to Aave. But the service is still very separated. So as an aggregator like Furu Combo, so we basically connect everyone together to like all-in-one solution. So you just hop onto Furu Combo, you feel like you are just like using centralized exchange. You don't have to go to different website, learning about different user experience, and then transfer the asset between two different protocol. Yeah, you just go to Furu Combo and then operate whatever you want. This is something we try to achieve the user experience of using centralized exchange, but we give you the decentralized finance, decentralized structure of the safety, and then the permissionless of the freedom. Yeah. Muted.
How important is it? And it's been the talk for a little bit on the UI UX. It seems like you guys have put a tremendous amount of effort, focus on that experience, on the end user experience. A one-stop shop. You're thinking about CeFi and DeFi, and not only that, aggregating. How important is the UI UX right now to further adoption to get more people into crypto using these types of DeFi, of financial open finance solutions?
Yeah, I think when people are talking about or we are thinking about the future of decentralized finance, the user experience will be a very important one, because from our perspective or my observation, a lot of friends, they want to get into DeFi. They know, oh, okay, DeFi has a better interest compared to my bank account. I want to get in, but how am I going to start? And at a point, I stop. It's not because I'm lazy. No, I'm lazy to explain that. It's really complicated to explain to them how are they going to convert their fiat currency to cryptocurrency, and then put it on their MetaMask, or even have a higher security, maybe cold wallet, and then how to use the cold wallet to interact with the DeFi. What's the big difference between Compound and Aave, or what is Water Connect? A lot of things you have to explain. So they will get lazy. I will get lazy. So this is something that we need to solve, right? We need to lower the entry barrier of the whole DeFi space for normal people. They can just easily hop in when they want to. Maybe, for example, they can use their credit card on maybe Furu Combo just to purchase some A die. That you can do it on Aave right now. Yeah, so that's the lower the entry barrier. And also, I think the second thing is that because DeFi is not just about supply your money to the money market to get the interest. Sometimes it's about, I go to Aave and I go to Uniswap and go to a lot of things. We call it composability. We compose like everything, we combine everything together to give you the higher interest or a more efficient way to use your asset. So it's also another challenging for normal people to understand how am I going to send my money to Uniswap first and then send it to Aave. They cannot imagine this because when in the past, if you go to your bank and they won't ask you to send your money to another bank and then send it back to your bank. You're just putting money one stop and then they stop there. So yeah, I think this is the two challenging topic that if we want to onboard more people, this is we call it user experience. So this is also what Furu Combo is focusing on. We try to lower the entry barrier that the normal people they can easily bring their money to crypto space, and then they can easily understand what they can do in the crypto space. Like I can supply to Aave, or I can put my money in some vault. It's something like you're giving your money to the fund manager, and then the fund manager will help you to, get more profit. Yeah. So I think user experience is really important.
No, that's great, and thanks for touching on that. Now, do you? So when somebody wants to use the Furu Combo application, do they literally just onboard fiat and then start using kind of the available products and services?
Yeah, so I think to onboard the normal people to here and then use it with the hassle, it's our mission. And then before that, I think we want to create more and more like DeFi. We don't call it DeFi product. We want to create more strategies for them to use. So at this stage, I think we separate to 3 different stages. At the very beginning, it's the first stage we connected to a lot of DeFi. So when we connect to a lot of DeFi, that means we have a lot of material that we can cook to become a trading strategy or a financial product to sell to people. And then current stage that we are looking for a lot of different traders to come to Furu Combo and use the DeFi protocol we already connected to build different kinds of trading strategy. So when we think that, okay, this trading strategy is good enough and we have wide enough of trading strategies, we will start to target the normal users. Normal user, when they come to here, just like you go to Amazon or any online shop, if they have a lot of things, okay, I can start to shopping here because maybe in here they have enough of product that I want. I don't want to leave Amazon because Amazon have everything, and then they are really easy to use. They are reliable. So this is 3 different stages that we want to onboard users.
What are some of the trends you think on the strategies at a high level? Do you continue seeing innovation on the DeFi investment strategy? I know obviously last summer, right, during the boom, we had LP tokens, liquidity mining, providing the pools, swapping, lending, borrowing, all the above. So have you seen, which was crazy over the last 12 months, is that calmed down a little bit, or would you say there's still more strategies, or what's the word I'm looking for? Has it become crowded?
I'll say compared to last summer, we call it DeFi summer, right? It's a little bit slower down, but I think people are still focusing on thinking about how can we make the asset more efficient, like how to use them at maximum. So people are still working on it. And I think there's another opportunity which is fit into today's topic. It's multi-chain. Because right now we have Ethereum, right? And then we have maybe, in general speaking, Polygon, BSC, Arbitrum, a lot of different layer 2. So layer 2 can really bring some different trading experience and also speed up like everyone exploring the space. So one of the goal that we are targeting is the layer two. Full combo is expanding, is supporting the layer two solutions. So we can give our traders more choice, because maybe, for example, we are on Polygon this week. So we just launched our Polygon version this week. So it's cheaper, it's faster. So that's give the trader a lot more courage. They have more passion about exploring new trading strategy, because it used to be on the Ethereum network. It's very slow. It's very expensive. But yeah, so that stopped some of them to explore the DeFi space. But right now with the layer two solution, I think people are getting back to this.
And I want to stick on that too, real quick. The various chains that you work with, we can talk about layer ones. We could talk about also layer twos. For those watching, maybe they don't understand, the difference there. Maybe we can highlight a little bit of the benefits of the layer one. And then also, I guess, you opening up to layer twos, what are some of the benefits there? And you kind of just touched on it a little bit, but, you mentioned Ethereum, Polygon, Binance Smart Chain. How has your experience been on the L1s and then also coming up on the L2s? What's the purpose of having the L2s? You kind of just mentioned it a little bit, but the topic of the theme of this conference really is the pros and cons and the advantages to what blockchains are, right? People don't understand that there's tons of blockchains out there, and people are like, why are there so many? Maybe those are consolidate, maybe there's going to be more, but ultimately each one might have its own niche. Each one does its own thing, and they have different consensus mechanisms and algorithms and various kind of infrastructure kind of layouts. But in Furu Combo's world ecosystem, you guys are integrated with quite a few chains. Can you just kind of touch a little bit on why you started with chain 1 through chain 4 or 5?
Yeah, so we started on the Ethereum, and then obviously Ethereum is the most mature chain for smart contract building, and also they have the most various of asset for people to trade. So yeah, we started from Ethereum. And Ethereum used to be very cheap, but at the time, maybe like 2018, there's not much DeFi protocol you can use, just some experimental like DEX like us or other people. And then 2020 DeFi summer, the whole Ethereum network becomes very popular, which is crowded and then very very expensive. If you want to do a trade on DeFi space, it costs you maybe like $100. At most, I see we want to do a very complicated to adjust my position on maybe Maker or Aave. It took me about like $600. So that's really crazy. That's something insane. So we decided to look at layer two, because layer two, they give you obviously cheaper option of this. And then there are a lot of different layer two solution on the market. The reason that we choose, you don't ask, but I want to share about this. The reason that we want to choose Polygon is because Polygon has been in the space for a long time. They started to build since 2017, if I'm remembering right, too long. And then I think they haven't pivoted. They didn't pivot. They just focus on what they believe. And I really respect this kind of thoughts. So I think they are a really solid team. And also when we are reaching out to them, their dev team or their like marketing team is really, really supportive on onboarding new projects, especially they respond the message like in 24 hours a day, right? And we have a really, really big working group, like 30 people. So yeah, we can get any kinds of support from the group, like in real time. And also their head of DeFi, Hamza, is a big fan of Furu Combo. That also brings us a very good vibe to cooperate together, because when we are talking about, oh, we want to integrate with the Polygon, and right away the Hamzam says, oh, I think you should do blah blah blah, and then you should do this first and then do this second. So this is something like, you know, a very good vibe to cooperate with them. And also Polygon, they have some good projects on it, like for example Aave, Curve, like Sushi Swap. So I think we share the same vision that we want to provide a very safe and then very good user experience to the users. So that's why we choose Polygon as our first chain to integrate, because it's safely migrate to there. And then the second chain we are going, we haven't decided yet, but I think. And also, by the way, Polygon is really friendly. So they onboard a lot of different protocol. I think a chain, no matter it's a layer 1 or layer 2, a big thing is you have to have a strong ecosystem. People need to come to here. This is the reason that a lot of different blockchain they cannot succeed, because they don't have the ecosystem. If you don't have an ecosystem, you don't have an asset there. How am I going to connect with you? Because people are not going to trade on your blockchain, right? So yeah, the second chain that Furu Combo will be integrating. Yeah, we haven't decided yet, but yeah, we will look at the ecosystem. How many DeFi you have on it? Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It depends on the volume. Depends on the amount of users, the amount of assets, all that plays into the role. So what you're saying is, if Furu Combo integrates Polygon, does that mean like you can transfer assets between Polygon and like Ethereum and Aave? Like those assets move around freely?
Yeah, this is a great question. So this is something that Furu Combo try to achieve, or that we spend a lot of resource focusing on, because right now I think even for me, like I become a advanced user by accident. I used to so it's still hard for people to, when you get used to a layer 1, and then when you are, oh, okay, let's move your assets from layer 1 to layer 2. There's not a very good solution right now. You have to learn a lot. What is layer 2? How am I going to make sure that my assets is really on layer 2? Are they disappear from layer 1, or they are existing both? What's the ratio between this? So Furu Combo is introducing our token bridge. So our token bridge can help you to send your assets from Ethereum, multiple assets at one time to Polygon, and also the reverse. We provide you the simplest experience on this.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Great discussion so far. I think we've highlighted kind of what DeFi is, what Furu Combo does, and not only that, what Furu Combo does on the back end to make the user experience very beneficial and seamless as much as possible, and continuing to evolve, like integrating chains and protocols. And I think for everybody that's learning kind of what how blockchain and crypto works, I mean, this is the nuts and bolts of the innovation, the pace of innovation, to make things work. It's not just moving assets. There's a lot of development work, a lot of engineering work. So that's kind of cool. And we got a few minutes here. Couple things. One, your community. How important is the community, the developer community, the Furu Combo community, to market, educate, and make them aware of what you guys are doing? Ethereum has been able to survive even with its challenges and the hurdles and all that, because they have a strong community. It's been battle tested, it's been trusted, it's been there's documentation, there's resources. How important is a Furu Combo community to you guys, and how does that contribute to your overall growth?
Yeah, I think community is the core of the DeFi, because DeFi is not just about building a financial service and then provide to people. It's about participating. It's about communicating. So it's like community and the Genesis team, they grow together. They decide together to make sure that we are on the right track. And then so. From day one, we value our community a lot. So we have a very huge community on Discord, Twitter, or Telegram, or even we have a forum that you can propose your idea to us, and then if we think that this is a great idea, or a lot of people are chilling to your proposal, says, hey, this is something that we want, and then we will definitely do that in our next batch of our development. And there's another thing that Furukawa really relies on our community, or we cooperate with the community a lot, is that most of the multi-Lego, for example, Uniswap and Aave, they are they have a very obvious way to use it, right? You go to Uniswap, you want to swap your token from A to B. That's it. And Aave, you want to supply your asset, and then you borrow some money, get the interest, right? But on Furukawa, we connect to every one of them. So basically, we are DeFi internet. So we have a lot of different composability. For example, last maybe beginning of this year, we announced a number says that we have around like 15,000 trading strategy on our platform, and then we connected to around like 50 different protocols or cubes for people to use. So on Furukawa, it's hard to describe that. What can Furukawa do for you? It's something like, what do you want to do on Furukawa? So we need a lot of explanation to the users, or help them to understand that on Furukawa it's not just compared to like Uniswap or Aave, you just do one thing. You can do a lot of things. So we have a lot of education material written by our community, and also we have some YouTube video made by the community, and also we have like a combo hacking channel. It's for those advanced users to share their combo in the channel to teach others, why am I building this kind of combo? We call it trading strategy. What's the logic behind that? So with this kind of resource provided by the community, more and more people can understand this. More and more people can get into DeFi space without the Genesis team, working 24 hours a day to do this. So yeah, I think the community is really important to us. And also, speaking of the community is important, we have some grant on our website. If you think that you have some good proposal that can grow the Furukawa ecosystem, no matter it's a developer way or marketing way, or maybe like a business strategy way, you can propose to us. And then if we think, oh, this is good, and this is something that we want to do, and then we will give you the grant, and then you can start to work with us as a community member.
That's awesome. Now, I'm glad you highlighted that, the community aspect, the resources available, your guys's initiatives and programs to continue to grow the ecosystem, dApp development, and all that. You brought up a composability a few times, and I was going to mention that, and you brought it up yourself, which is great. My question is you're using a lot of money Legos, to build the Furukawa platform. Is Furukawa also composable for others to integrate into their own application or dApp?
Yeah, great question. So definitely, Furukawa is something that people can connect it with us without any hassle. So our smart contract is open source, put it on the Etherscan and also on the GitHub. So if you want to connect to Furukawa, you can just call our proxy contract. And then we are introducing a lot more tools, SDKs for other people to interact with us. For example, the Gnosis team, they have a product called Gnosis Safe, which is a multi-sig platform. A lot of DeFi projects store their company's money on that platform, and then they use our web SDK to integrate with us. So right now you can use Furukawa on Gnosis platform, and in the future we will enable more and more projects to embed it Furukawa our widget onto their website. So if you want to provide your user a trading, hassle-free trading user experience, you can use this. And also, there's another point that I think Furukawa will provide our service to more and more people, because for now, I think most of the DeFi projects are money Legos, and then money Legos they sometimes they are like on Ethereum, we are on Polygon, but they don't. Their job is to think about how to make money more efficient. But our job as an aggregator is think about how to help people to transfer the assets between different protocols or different blockchains. So we are introducing like 2 different bridges, helping people to trade. It's not just moving your asset, it's about trading between different blockchains. So in the future, I think the user experience that we want to provide is once you get into Furucambo, you can just, no matter you are using MetaMask or you are using some other wallets, or maybe you are not an Ethereum believer, you might be other token, right? Other chains, blockchain token. You get into Furucambo and then select the DeFi protocol you want. I want to use Uniswap. I want to use ABCDE. You don't have to worry about what chain they are on. You just tell us what do you want, and then we will take care of the rest. Just like you go to Amazon shopping, some of the items are shipping from the Amazon warehouse, maybe in Seattle, maybe in San Francisco, or maybe it's from the store itself in Dallas. So you don't have to worry about that. You just add what you want to a shopping cart and then check out, pay by your credit card. Rest of them, Amazon will take care of that, take care for you. We are providing this kind of user experience to the user. So in the future, if any DeFi want to hop into this kind of network, like connecting to all other DeFi projects, they are feel free to connect with Furucambo.
Awesome. That's a lot of optionality, a lot of trading strategies for everybody tuning into Furucambo. Make sure you check them out. They provide a lot of education, a lot of options to get involved pretty seamlessly. They aggregate a lot of the DeFi products and solutions in the space, and provide that to provide it to the people that are on board onto their platform. So it's definitely interesting, and it's what's needed, really. I would say you guys are ahead of the game in terms of identifying this years back and building this out, and sticking the course. I commend you for that, because it's just one of those things that you could easily get lost in the shuffle of either being too early, not weathering the storm, and kind of getting deterred. So, I applaud you guys for sticking the course there. The last question of the evening for this, we'll go ahead and wrap this up. Does anything still excite you moving forward? Like, what are you looking forward to, and what does Furucambo have on the roadmap?
Yeah, so in the near future, I think Furucambo will focus on providing more and more trading strategy, no matter it's on Ethereum or on a Polygon. And then the second thing that we are building a lot of different tools for the traders to build their strategy, make it more efficient. And then second thing is multi-chain, definitely multi-chain, because the different blockchain is the topic of the year. And the multi-chain really brings us more options. And then like cheaper trading fee, or a lot of DeFi projects, they don't want to suffer from the Ethereum. So yeah, multi-chain will be something that we are focusing on, and we try to make the whole DeFi system safer by providing a very easy understanding user experience, so people won't send a token to a smart contract and then you cannot get it back, or you interact with the wrong smart contract. So safer. And then the faster is something that we are going to provide, because I feel like if we are going to stuck on the Ethereum network, it will be slower than our current banking system. Take a couple of days and then spending more than wiring money from the USA to maybe to Asia, like $40, but right now it's $600, and also close to normal people. Because just like what we mentioned, the right now DeFi is still hard to understand. No matter how am I going to step into DeFi? What wallets should I prepare? What fiat gateway should I use? And the second stage that they were focusing on is what can I do in DeFi space, right? It's instead of supplying access to money protocol, what else can I do? So we want to make it like closer to normal people. You just bring your money in, and if Furucambo tells you, where to spend your money, where to grow your money.
Awesome. Well, I think that's about time. We've chatted about your community. We've chatted about the solutions that you're providing your end user, the purpose of DeFi, and how you guys are contributing and making an impact really for everyday users, for us to reach outside of this crypto bubble. And not only that, you explained to us your journey, which kind of led you to where you're at now, but you've had experience in this payment system and kind of financial services that's gave you a leg up. And so again, I appreciate you sharing that with us. This is your first time. We hope to have you back. where can, if our viewers here want to learn more, where can they get some insight? Where can they, get some more information about Furu Combo?
Yeah, you can definitely visit our website, furucombo.app, or you can go to our Twitter account. We the latest news we will always announce there, and then you can interact with us on Twitter.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you for participating. We hope to have you back or somebody from your team to give us updates in the next few months. And everybody tuning in, thank you for watching Reimagine. I have Chu here. He is the CEO of Furu Combo, and also which is part of the Dingo family as well. So please check them out. Good stuff. Very resourceful, I would say, and very important to the crypto space and adoption and leveraging like the use case and applications how it should be. So without that being said, again, Chu, thank you for tuning in, talking to me, and I hope to see you soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. It's a great chat about the future of DeFi. Thanks for having me here.
Awesome. All right, everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying the conference, and we'll see you again.
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enables so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.